1. Somehow the dead of night amplified the lightsaber's hiss, allowing it to fill the room. The blade's silvery light frosted the furniture and gave birth to impenetrable shadows. The blade drifted back and forth, prompting the shadows to waver and shift as if fleeing from the light. Much as criminals would flee from the light. Corran Horn stared at the blade, finding the argent energy shaft neither harsh nor painful to his eyes. He lazily wove the blade through joined infinity loops, then, with the flick of his right wrist, snapped it up into a guard that protected him from forehead to waist. Relic of a bygone era, it still can conjure up images and feelings. He hit the black button under his thumb twice, and the blade died, again plunging the room into darkness. The lightsaber did conjure up images and feelings in him, but Corran doubted they were at all the images and feelings commonly felt by most others on Coruscant. To everyone, including Corran, Luke Skywalker was a hero and was welcomed as heir to the Jedi tradition. His efforts at rebuilding the Jedi Order were roundly applauded, and no one, save those who dreaded the return of law and order to the galaxy, wished Luke anything but the greatest success in his heroic quest. As do I. Corran frowned. Still, my decision has been made. He'd felt it the greatest of honors to be asked by Luke Skywalker to leave Rogue Squadron and train to become a Jedi. Skywalker had told him that his grandfather, Neja Halcyon, had been a Jedi Master who had been slain in the Clone Wars. The lightsaber Corran had discovered in the Galactic Museum had belonged to Neja, and had been presented to Corran as his rightful inheritance. Mine is the heritage of a Jedi Knight. But that was a heritage he had only heard of from Skywalker. He did not doubt the Jedi was telling the truth, but it was not the whole truth. At least not the whole of the truth with which I grew up. Throughout his life, Corran Horn had come to believe his grandfather was Rostek Horn, a valued and highly placed member of the Corellian security force. His father, Hal Horn, likewise was with Corsec. When it came time for Corran to choose a career, there was really no choice at all. He continued the Horn tradition of serving Corsec. His grandfather had always admitted to having known a Jedi who died in the Clone Wars, but that acquaintance had been given no more weight than having once met Imperial Moff Fleury Voru, or having visited Imperial Center, as Coruscant had been known under the Empire's rule. Corran found it no great surprise that Rostek Horn and his father had downplayed their ties to Neja Halcyon. Halcyon had died in the Clone Wars, and Rostek had comforted, grown close with, and married Halcyon's widow. He also adopted Halcyon's son, Valen, who grew up as Hal Horn. When the Emperor began his extermination of the Jedi Order, Rostek had used his position at Corsec to destroy all traces of the Halcyon family, insulating his wife and adopted son from investigation by Imperial authorities. Since exhibiting any interest in the Jedi Knights could invite scrutiny, and my family would be very vulnerable if its secret were discovered, I probably heard less about the Jedi Knights than most other kids my age. If not for various holodramas that painted the Jedi Knights as villains, and later reminiscences by his grandfather about the Clone Wars, Corran would have known little or nothing about the Jedi. Like most other children, he found them vaguely romantic and all too much sinister, but they were distant and remote, while what his father and grandfather did was immediate and exciting. He raised a hand and pressed it to the golden Jedi medallion he wore around his neck. It had been a keepsake his father had carried, and Corran inherited after his father's death. Corran had taken it as a lucky charm of sorts, never realizing his father had kept it because it bore the image of his own father, Neja Halcyon. Wearing it had been my father's way of honoring his father and defying the Empire. Likewise, I wore it to honor him, not realizing I was doing more through that act. Skywalker's explanation to him of what his relationship to Neja Halcyon was opened new vistas and opportunities for him. In joining Corsac, he had chosen to dedicate his life to a mission that paralleled the Jedi mission, making the galaxy safe for others. As Luke had explained, by becoming a Jedi, Corran could do what he had always done, but on a larger scale. That idea, that opportunity, was seductive, and clearly all of his squadron mates had expected him to jump at it. Corran smiled. I thought Counselor Borsk Failure was going to die when I turned down the offer. In many ways, I wish he had. He shook his head, realizing that thought was unworthy of himself, and really wasted on Borsk Failure. Corran was certain that on some level the Bothan counselor believed he, not Corran, was right, and his actions were vital to sustain the New Republic. Recreating the Jedi Order would help provide a cohesive force to bind the Republic together and to drape it in the nostalgic mantle of the old Republic. Just as having various members of nation-states placed in Rogue Squadron had helped pull the Republic together, having a Corellian become a new Jedi might influence the Diktat into treating the New Republic in a more hospitable manner. Skywalker had asked him to, and Failure had assumed he would join the Jedi Order, but that was because neither of them knew of or realized that his personal obligations and promises exerted more influence with him than any galactic cause. While Corran realized that doing the greatest good for the greatest number was probably better for everyone in the long run, he had short-term debts he wanted to repay, and time was of the essence in doing so. The remnants of the Empire had captured, tortured, and imprisoned him at Luzankia, which he later came to realize was really a superstar destroyer buried beneath the surface of Coruscant. He had escaped from there, a feat never before successfully accomplished, but had gotten away only with the aid of other prisoners. He had vowed to them that he would return and liberate them, and he fully intended to keep his promise. The fact that they were imprisoned in the belly of the SSD that now orbited Typhira made that task more difficult, but long odds against success had never stopped him before. I'm a Corellian. What use have I for odds? His desire to save them had increased with a chance discovery that embarrassed him mightily when he made it. In Luzankia, the rebel prisoners had been led by an older man who simply called himself Jan. Since his escape, Corran had caught a holovision broadcast of a documentary on the heroes of the Rebel Alliance. First and foremost among them had been the general who led the defense of Yavin 4 and planned the destruction of the first Death Star, Jan Dodonna. The documentary said he'd been slain during the evacuation of Yavin 4, but Corran had no doubt Dodonna had been a prisoner on Luzankia. If I hadn't thought him dead, I might have recognized him too. How stupid of me. Dodonna's celebrity had nothing to do with Corran's desire to save him. Jan, like Erlor Set and others, had helped him escape. They had risked their lives to give him a chance to get away. Leaving such brave people captives of someone like Isan Isard not only failed to reward their courage, but repaid them by leaving them in severe jeopardy of death or worse, conversion into a covert Imperial agent under Isard's direction. Couldn't sleep? Corran started, then turned and smiled at the black-haired, dark-eyed woman standing in the bedroom doorway. I guess not, Mirax. I'm sorry I woke you. You didn't wake me. Your absence awakened me. She wore a dark blue robe, belted at the waist with a pale yellow sash. Mirax raised a hand to hide a yawn, then pointed at the silver cylinder in his right hand. Regretting your decision? Which one? Refusing to join the Jedi Knights, or... He smiled. Or hooking up with you? She raised an eyebrow. I was thinking of the Jedi decision. If you have reservations about the other decision, I can relearn how to sleep alone. He laughed, and she joined him. I regret neither. Your father and my father may have been mortal enemies, but I can't imagine having a better friend than you. Or lover. Especially lover. Mirax shrugged. All you men who've just gotten out of prison say that. Corrin frowned for a moment. I imagine you're right, but how you came by that information, I don't want to know. Mirax blinked her eyes. You know, I don't think I want to know that either. Corrin laughed, then crossed the room and enfolded her in a warm hug. After my escape, Tycho expressed his regrets concerning your death to me. He told me how Warlord Zinj had ambushed a convoy at Alderaan and destroyed it, including your pulsar skate. Everything inside of me just collapsed. Losing you just ripped the emotional skeleton out of me. Now you know how I felt when I thought you'd been slain here on Coruscant. She kissed his left ear, then settled her chin on his shoulder. I hadn't realized how much you had become part of my life until you were gone. The hole the Lusankia created, blasting her way out of Coruscant, was nothing compared to the void I had inside. It wasn't a question of wanting to die, but of knowing my insides were dead, and wondering when the rest of me would catch up. I had it luckier than you. When he got the chance, General Kraken pulled me aside and told me how you'd gone on a covert mission to Borleas to deliver Rill Core, Bacta, and a Vratix Virachin. Zinj's ambush conveniently covered your disappearance, so the Typhirans didn't know what you were setting up on Borleas with their Bacta. Yeah, they would not have liked it if it were known we were using the Alderaan biotics facility there to make Rilke, and eventually enough Bacta to dent their monopoly. Mirax shivered. I would have preferred the original plan working, because as much as I didn't look forward to being reviled and hunted down for stealing Bacta from the convoy, I would have rather endured that than having all those other people killed. Nothing you could do about that. Nor was there anything you could do about your fellow prisoners being whisked away by Isard when she escaped in the Lusankia. Mirax backed up a half step and held Corrin at arm's length. You do realize that, don't you? Realize, yes. Accept, no. Tolerate, no way. Corrin narrowed his green eyes, but the hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You know, if you keep hanging around with me, you're going to get into a lot of trouble. Trouble? Mirax batted her brown eyes. Whatever do you mean, Lieutenant Horn? Well, I precipitated the mass resignation of the New Republic's most celebrated fighter squadron, and vowed that we'd liberate Typhira from Isan Isard's clutches. So far toward that end, we have a squadron's worth of pilots, my X-Wing, and if you're really in this with us, your freighter. Mirax smiled. Versus 3 Imperial Star Destroyers and a Superstar Destroyer, not to mention any sort of Typhiran military forces that might oppose us. Corrin nodded. Right. Mirax's grin broadened. Okay, so get to the trouble part. Mirax, be serious. I am. You forget, dear heart, that it was an X-Wing and a freighter that lit up the first Death Star. This is a little bit different. Not really. She reached out and tapped his forehead with a finger. You and I, Wedge and Tycho, and everyone else knows what it takes to defeat the Empire. It's not a matter of equipment, but of having the heart to use that equipment. The Empire was broken because, for the good of the galaxy, it had to be broken. The rebels were given no choice, and because of that, they pushed themselves further than the Imperials did. We know we can win, and that we must win, and Isard's people know nothing of the kind. That's all well and good, Mirax, and I agree, but this is a massive undertaking. The sheer amount of equipment we'll need to pull this off is staggering. Agreed, I don't think this will be easy, but it can be done. I know. Corin massaged his eyes with his left hand. Too many variables and not enough data available to begin to assign them values. And 3 hours before dawn isn't the time you should be wrestling with such things. As bright as you might be, Corin Horn, this is not an hour when you do your best work. Corin raised an eyebrow. I seem to recall you singing a different tune last evening about this time. At that time, you weren't concerned with Isan Isard, you were concerned with me. Ah, and that makes the difference? From my perspective, you bet. She took the lightsaber from his hand and set it atop his dresser. And I think if you're willing to work with me, I can share that perspective with you. He kissed her on the tip of the nose. It would be my pleasure. That, Lieutenant Horn, is just half the objective here. Forgive me. Following her toward the bed, he stepped over the silken puddle her robe made on the floor. You know, I just got out of prison. For that, I won't forgive you, but perhaps, she smiled up at him, I will make some allowance for good behavior. 2. Wedge Antilles felt decidedly uncomfortable out of uniform. Actually, I feel uncomfortable out of the service. During the covert mission to Coruscant, he'd not been in hailing distance of an Alliance uniform, and he'd even worn Imperial uniforms a couple of times, but that had not bothered him. He'd spent most of his adult life as part of the Rebel Alliance, and now he had chosen to leave it. There was no doubt in his mind that the decision to leave was the right one to make. He fully understood why the New Republic couldn't attack Typhira and bring Isan Isard to justice. Since she was installed as the chief of state through an internal revolution, as opposed to an invasion, her holding office was not a case of imperial aggression, but of self-determination. If the New Republic rejected that idea in this one case, plenty of other nation-states would think long and hard before joining the New Republic, or would consider leaving. Wedge forced himself to smile and looked up at the light brown-haired man with bright blue eyes sitting across the table from him. Have we bitten off more than we can chew? Tycho Selchu shrugged. It's a mouthful, but with some more teeth we might be able to choke it down. There is some good news on this front, you know. We have the 10 million credits that Isan Isard placed in accounts to frame me. That money is mine, which means it's ours. We have the 5 Z-95 headhunters that were used to help liberate Coruscant. But they're not hyperspace capable. True, but that's not going to be their value for us. Tycho began to smile. The Z-95s are part of history. They're collectible. I've already had offers from museums and amusement parks to buy them. We can probably get 1.5 million for each of them. The Bothan Military Academy wants the one Acer flew so badly they're not even trying to hide their desire for it. Wedge's jaw dropped. That would give us quite a war chest. It should take care of many of our needs, provided we can find places where we can buy weapons that are restricted or illegal on most civilized planets. Tycho nodded. Winter and Mirax are working on that problem. Winter, from her work locating Imperial supply depots for us to raid, knows where there are bits and pieces of things that we can buy, borrow, or steal. Mirax is fairly certain she can locate sources for pretty much anything else we need. And we are getting donations of material. Wedge smiled and looked around the small office in which he and Tycho sat. After their resignation, they had been forced out of Rogue Squadron's headquarters facility. Various citizens had turned around and offered the ex-rogues apartments and offices. They'd been feted and celebrated and praised as if they were the only people in the galaxy who still had in them the rebel spirit that defeated the Empire. "Do you think the Provisional Council ordered the grounding of all skyhooks just to spite us?" Tycho shook his head. "That's a popular rumor after we were offered the Soro Su'ub skyhook, but we know the safety concerns over the things are well-founded. The Luzankia blasted most of one out of the sky, and the falling debris obliterated a couple of square kilometers. Grounding the skyhooks in that area, and where the Luzankia blasted out of Coruscant, provides housing for the survivors of those disasters, and allows the resources used to keep the skyhooks airborne to be diverted to other projects." "Too bad for us, because a skyhook would have been perfect. It would have enough storage to let us house our equipment when we get it." Tycho raised an eyebrow. "I think you're more concerned that it would provide Isard with a single target to hit when she comes after us, which she will. It minimizes collateral damage." "Unless you're living beneath us." "True." "As was your speculation." Wedge frowned. "The fact is that we've declared war on Isard, but we're not going to be indiscriminate in waging that war. She knows no such restrictions on her actions. In reality, we shouldn't be looking at any headquarters anywhere near Coruscant. There are a bunch of old rebel bases we could convert." "Even if we could get it, I'm not going back to Hoth." Tycho shivered. "I saw enough snow there to last me a dozen lifetimes." "Which is about what it takes to burn that Hoth cold from your bones." Wedge shook his head. "No, I was thinking about Yavin 4 or Talicia. Endor would be nice, but the Ewoks would be targets for her." A chime sounded from the door. Wedge looked up and said, "Open." The door slid open to reveal a flame-haired man of above-average height, wearing the uniform of a captain in the New Republic Armed Forces. He started to salute, then hesitated, then completed the gesture in a crisp and respectful manner. Wedge smiled and stood behind the table. He returned the salute, then waved the man into the office and toward a chair. "Good to see you again, Pash. I see you've got your rank back. You're rejoining your flight group?" Pash Kraken nodded, then shook hands with both Tycho and Wedge before seating himself. "Good to see both of you as well." His green-eyed gaze flicked down at the floor for a moment. "I really wish I were going to be with the rest of you. Just say the word, Wedge, and I'm a civilian." The pain in Pash's voice started a sympathetic aching in Wedge's chest. "We'd love to have you with us, but there's no way you can resign and join us. Your father's the head of Alliance Security. If you came with us, there would be no way anyone would believe we're operating independently. I know you'd not be reporting to your father, but the appearance would cause trouble for the New Republic." "I know." Pash took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm back as part of Commander Varth's wing. While the bulk of the fleet is off chasing Warlord Zinj, we're being pulled coreward to cover some of the sectors where Zinj used to run around. It's going to be something of an adventure for our people, because we'll be staging from Folor, that moon base orbiting Komenor." "I remember it well." Wedge smiled. "Not a lot of creature comforts there." "It'll beat what we've got out on Generous. It's backward enough that most folks there don't even realize the old Republic has fallen." Tycho smiled. "And they're wondering why nothing new is being shipped from Alderaan." "That's pretty much it." Pash leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Our patrol area includes Yagdul, the system that is home to the Given. One of our initial exercises involves going in and rendering the space station there uninhabitable, so Warlord Zinj won't have it as a place to which he can retreat. Wedge frowned. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Zinj hasn't been anywhere near that station since we hit it and stole his Bacta. So it seems. Pash shrugged. Anyway, my flight group has the job of denying this station to Zinj. I was thinking that perhaps you might like to stage your operations out of that station. It would deny it to Zinj and would provide you a decent fighting platform from which to work. It's convenient to Coruscant and Typhira, as well as to a number of other worlds. Wedge's brown eyes narrowed. And would allow you to wander by and help out if we got into trouble. Pash sat back and feigned surprise. Why, you didn't think that was what I had in mind, did you? Not at all. I mean, yes, my people might avail themselves of the station if we needed to stop. No way I'm going to set down on Yagdul. The weather is too unpredictable to allow us to use it as a viable staging area. Point taken. Tycho nodded. The station would make for a good staging area. If Pash were to report that it had been rendered uninhabitable, then Isard might be led to believe it's junk. There's no doubt in my mind that at some point she'll find out where we are and come after us. But an operational space platform has to be a bit more daunting than a skyhook or a warehouse here on Coruscant. Definitely seems like this is our best choice. Wedge nodded, then smiled at Pash. Thanks a lot. You've solved one of our major problems. We now have a home. I hoped you'd say that. Pash smiled broadly. I ship out at the end of the week. I'll be back in an A-wing, but that's not so bad. We'll keep the station safe for you until you can come out and take possession, and we'll transmit reports about its destruction just to keep folks guessing. I appreciate it. Wedge frowned for a moment. Pash, when you joined Rogue Squadron, you said you wanted to join to get a perspective on how well you fly and fight. You wanted to be part of the best unit going to find out if you really were as good as you've been told you are. Did you get that perspective? Are you comfortable going back to your own unit? Pash sat back, his brows knitted with concentration. I think I did get that perspective, Wedge. Granted, I've only been with the Rogues for a short time, but we did some fairly nasty flying. I don't think any fight I've ever been part of, before or since, flying a headhunter through a blacked-out city in the middle of the mother of all thunderstorms, will match that experience. That was flying by instinct, by skill, and by luck. I made shots and pulled maneuvers I never would have thought possible. After that performance, I almost wished there was another Death Star up there for me to take a shot at. I'd not go that far, Pash. Wedge shared a grin with Tycho. You are good, very good. The imps have every right to fear you. Thanks, Wedge. It means a lot coming from you. The pilot brushed fingers back through his red hair. As for my being comfortable returning to my unit, yeah, I'm okay there too. One thing being with Rogue Squadron taught me is that to be a unit, everyone has to pull their own weight. I've been afraid that my people wouldn't think for themselves and would follow me into disaster if I make a mistake. What I'd missed is exactly what you do. You give your people responsibilities and make them rely on each other. If we'd just followed your lead while on Coruscant, the imps would still own this world. I need to do just that with my people. If I give them responsibility, they'll learn that I trust them. Once they realize that, they'll also trust in themselves and won't follow me blindly when I do something stupid. Wedge stood and offered Pash his hand. You'll be sorely missed, Captain Kraken. But our loss is your unit's gain. We'll see you soon at the Yagdul station. Thanks, Wedge. Tycho, I look forward to seeing you there." The door closed behind Pash, prompting Wedge and Tycho to exchange glances again. "Well, Tycho, it seems our housing problem is solved. Now all we need is a dozen or more X-Wings, munitions for same, droids, techs, foodstuffs, and other supplies, not to mention all the equipment necessary to repair any damage to our new base." Tycho winced. "That's quite the tall order. Dare I say it?" "What?" "I wish we had Emtry to help us put this whole package together." Wedge smiled as he thought of the black 3PO droid with a spaceport controller droid's clamshell head. Installed as the unit's quartermaster, the droid had really been meant to keep an eye on Tycho in case he was a spy in the Empire's control. Despite his espionage duties, he had been a wonder at procuring supplies in a timely manner. Even so, he could be annoyingly voluble, which is why Wedge spent as much time as possible away from him. Wedge sighed. "Yeah, I guess I miss him too." He shrugged. "In his absence, I guess we'll just have to do the best we can." "True, and hope that's going to be good enough." 3. His move to Typhira left Fliri Voru in a perpetual state of simmering anger. After years spent in the spice mines of Kessel, with its thin, arid atmosphere, and then his short stay on Coruscant, similarly dry but decidedly more metropolitan and to his tastes, Typhira was all but unendurable. Green predominated, from the deep and dark tones of the tropical planet's rainforests to the lighter shades used in decorating, fashion, and even cosmetics. After Kessel's barren mines and the gray canyons of Coruscant, Voru found the omnipresence of verdant life oppressive. The world's humidity dragged on him as he walked the halls of the Zukfra corporate headquarters. "One does not breathe the air here, one drinks it." The heavy humidity meant most of the fabric used on the world was light and thin, in many cases quite sheer, while the fashions themselves tended to be abbreviated. Although this did offer some distractions, for the women of Typhira tended strongly toward tall, lean, and beautiful, many of the people he had to deal with were short, hairy, lumpen creatures who should have been swathed in bolts of the most opaque cloth available. Their positions as the scions of the various families that ran the Zukfra Corporation, and now the civil government, required him to be polite and even deferential. This requirement to courteously entertain the most stupid of ideas ground on him most of all. Under the Empire's rule, the Zukfra and Zaltin corporations had been given a monopoly on the production of Bacta. Typhira served as the heart of the operation, with Alazi harvesting and Kavam synthesis taking place primarily on Typhira, but also at a few colony worlds elsewhere. The monopoly had resulted in both corporations becoming slothful and greedy. With their profits guaranteed, there was no need for expansion or diversification. As a result, people rose to positions of importance with no eye toward merit, just seniority. Voru's installation as Minister of Trade had given him oversight over the production and sale of Bacta. His initial review of the whole production and distribution process had revealed to him hundreds of places where potential profit was being ignored. For example, Bacta produced at a satellite facility would be shipped back to Typhira before being transshipped to a world a dozen light-years away from the facility where it was produced. The only reason for such an activity was so the shipping firm, which was owned by Zukfra, could earn a profit, which ended up back in the pockets of the owners of Zukfra anyway, though it had been pared down by the cost of ship maintenance, crew, bookkeepers, and others. This hardly surprised Voru because of the way the Zaltin and Zukfra corporations had been set up. 10,000 humans formed the management cadre for the corporations, and they oversaw the operations carried out by approximately 2.8 million native Vratics laborers. The Vratics were very efficient, requiring little or no supervision, so the galaxy-wide operations hardly required the legion of administrative personnel in place. Each corporation discouraged mixing and mingling with individuals from the other corporation, hence they became insular and fierce rivals. While their isolation had not caused problems with genetic inbreeding, though Voru thought that was only a generation or two away, there certainly was philosophical inbreeding that led to sinecures being created for incompetent members of the corporate family. I assume my last order to eliminate some of these fiefdoms is the reason Iceheart wants to see me. Zukfra had displaced Zaltan in the recent coup and installed Isun Isard as the world's leader. Most of the Zaltan folks had fled or been killed, making the Zukfra family the sole masters of a world they had long shared. As such, they had no desire to listen to or comply with the orders of an off-worlder like him. Even so, they were so thoroughly socialized to accept a hierarchy of command that they would complain about him to Isard, another off-worlder. It made no sense to Voru, and in this lack of comprehension he felt fortunate. The day I start thinking like my charges is the day I choose to die. Rounding a corner, Voru strode past the desk of Isard's secretary, refusing to allow himself to be distracted by her spare costume. That is a pleasure I will save myself for solace after Isard is through with me. The secretary, a woman whose long black hair covered more than her clothes, smiled at him but made no attempt to stop him or even announce him. The Imperial Royal Guards flanking the doorway to Isard's office did not react to him at all, which reinforced the pity Voru felt for them. Unlike everyone else on the planet, they still wore the uniforms they brought with them from Imperial Center. A thick scarlet cloak covered the red armor, and though no puddles formed at their feet, Voru knew they had to be roasting inside it. Even more burdensome to them, though, had to have been the orders to relent and not treat everyone like a potential assassin. The Typhirans reacted badly to the strict security Isard's royal guard imposed initially, so she has ordered her bodyguard to relax, something that will probably require gene therapy before they feel at ease doing it. As he entered Isard's office, he immediately felt a bit more comfortable. The only greenery in sight was located outside the building and ensconced safely behind large, amorphous transparasteel viewports. The room itself had been paneled with very blonde wood, giving it a Tatooine-ish cast. As had been the case with her office on Coruscant, it remained largely empty and free of clutter. Furnishings would be of use only if one wanted to linger here, and with her being present, this is not likely, even if she has gone native. On Coruscant, the black-haired woman with white temple locks had been given to wearing a uniform similar in cut to that of the Imperial Grand Admirals, though hers was colored blood red, not white. On Typhira, she had chosen to wear clothing that was more loose and flowing. The fabric she chose was still blood red, in keeping with the uniforms worn by the Imperial Royal Guard, but she eschewed the nearly transparent cloth others wore happily. Pity she is striking enough to wear it well. Voru had long since heard the rumor that Isard had been one of Palpatine's lovers, and could not deny she was attractive. Her eyes, and all that lies behind them, is undoubtedly what drew the Emperor to her. The Hoth-like icy blue orb of her right eye contrasted sharply with the fiery molten red of her left. They seemed windows into the duality of her nature. She could be cold and calculating in the extreme, but also given over to towering incendiary angers. Voru had to date avoided being immolated in one of them, but he had been scorched a time or two. He bowed his white-maned head toward her. "You sent for me?"
"I have had information from Imperial Center that I thought you might find of interest."
She kept her voice light, but that did not mean it lacked force.
"You had been wondering after Kirtan Lur."
Voru nodded. The intelligence agent and leader of the Palpatine counterinsurgency front had disappeared just hours before Isard had fled from Coruscant, bearing Voru away with her. "My assumption was that he had been taken and broken in interrogation. That was the only explanation for why so many of your operatives still on Coruscant were swept up in the aftermath of your departure."
"He was certainly the cause of the sweep, though it appears he gave the information up voluntarily."
Isard's eyes narrowed.
"He attempted to use an operation of his own to deal with the Bacta convoy headed for Coruscant through the Alderaan system."
"The convoy that Warlord Zinj hit?" Voru nodded slowly. "Lur had told me he had a squadron of X-Wings painted up to represent Rogue Squadron. He wanted to use them to strafe the squadron's headquarters, but I stopped him. So the rogues that Zinj destroyed there really belonged to Lur. Amazing."
"Indeed."
Her eyes flashed pitilessly.
"Lur realized after the disaster that I had leaked word of the convoy to Zinj so he'd strike at it. I assumed his need for revenge upon Rogue Squadron would make him hit it and destroy them. It would have, too, had the real squadron not been delayed. Lur apparently assumed I would realize he had attempted to deceive me, since his transmission of the report about the convoy and his plans to deal with it came too late for me to countermand them. He chose to run over to the rebels and seek sanctuary with them."
Voru nodded. "There are ways to deal with him. Boba Fett could find and kill him, I have no doubt."
"His skills will not be necessary."
Isard smiled in a way that managed to mix glee with cruelty.
"I had learned from another agent of mine about a secret witness to be brought forward in the Selchu treason trial. I thought it was General Evir Derricote, and set traps to prevent him from reaching the Imperial Court. You'll recall I asked you to post 12 people at various places in Imperial Center."
"Yes, and I only sent 3 to each location, since I needed the rest to evacuate my Bacta storage facility. None of them found Derricote."
"No, he probably was not there after all. Lur was their witness. I had thought Derricote had escaped from Luzankia, but he apparently died at the hands of Corran Horn during his escape. Horn killed your men in the Galactic Museum, in fact."
Isard pressed her hands together, fingertip to fingertip.
"The agent I set as my failsafe to stop Derricote instead shot and killed Lur, and in turn was killed by his own wife. She was one of Lur's escorts. She had known him from Corellia."
"Ayala Wessary." Voru felt a moment's pang of sympathy for her. She had been an influential and intelligent member of the cabal that succeeded in stripping away Coruscant's planetary shields and opening it to the rebel invasion. Though her background with the Corellian security force made him view her as an enemy, he did admire her skill and dedication. "If she had to shoot her husband, it will tear her up inside. She does not deserve that sort of pain." Isard smiled.
"I find it rather delicious that she was forced to shoot Dirick. He was useful, but really just a pawn. His love for her was enough, apparently, to get him to reinterpret some of my orders to him, though ultimately he belonged to me, not to her. I hope that hurts her more than killing him did."
Voru frowned. "If Lur was killed, How did Alliance security sweep up your agents?
Lure apparently encoded a data card as a safeguard against them just killing him. It seems the key, which he believed known only to himself, was also known to Corin Horn.
Ah, and Lure believed Horn dead. Voru chuckled lightly. I find the irony something that would have tortured Lure.
Yes, but now his stupidity tortures me. The information coming to me from Imperial Center is severely limited. The official information service tells me more than my spies. This Horn has much to answer for.
I could have told you he would be trouble, but even I believed you'd killed him. Horn's father and even his grandfather were very driven men. Of course, you have ample evidence of his drive, and now it's focused on us here. The color in Isard's red eyes seemed to flare for a second.
You refer to the mass resignations from the squadron and their vow to liberate Typhira.
Her laughter, which sounded quite genuine and unforced to Voru, nonetheless had few of the pleasing tones usually associated with laughter. I appreciate the contempt you might feel for their effort, but it cannot be discounted. Yes, we have 3 destroyers, 2 of the Imperial, 1 of the Victory class, and a superstar destroyer to defend us. But your confidence in them is as misplaced as the Emperor's misjudgment of the Rebel Alliance. Isard's face became a frozen mask.
Oh, you think so, do you? You think I am repeating the mistakes the Emperor made?
Voru met her stare openly. You undoubtedly don't see it that way, but it is my place to remind you of the errors others have made so you don't repeat them. You are correct. Horn, Antilles, and the others have nothing right now, and it does seem apparent that the new Republic does not support their effort. But that could change. And yes, we control the Bacta output for the galaxy, but we must be careful. If we make it too dear, forces will join to oppose us, and the former rogues are in an excellent position to make the most of that opposition. Isard stared at him for a moment or two more, then abruptly broke her stare off.
Your caution is noted.
I will also point out that we still have the Ashern to deal with here. They may be a minority among the Vratics, but they have struck in the past at key production facilities. Their strikes over the past year or so have become more precise and effective. I think they will become even more so because of the rumors that some Zaltan personnel have joined them.
Yes, the Black Claw rebels are a bother. But that's why I have deployed stormtroopers to defend our facilities.
Voru smiled. That was a good move, as was restricting them to play a defensive role. Establishing a Typhiran home defense corps that will allow Zukfra volunteers to fight the Ashern themselves was also brilliant.
Thank you. Zukfra's people will come to see themselves in an alliance with my stormtroopers in no time. Once a THDC force gets in over its head, and my people rescue them, the humans here will see my stormtroopers as the stalwart white line that separates them from death. Those who are dubious about us will be won over.
Isard spread her hands apart.
Risi Delarid is heading up the fighter wing I have given to the THDC. She is a hero among her people, and having her so elevated proves to the Typhirans that I understand how superior they are.
Voru nodded slowly. There is no denying it. She is excellent at analyzing and utilizing the psychology of a subject people against themselves. Still, when there is someone she can't break down, like Horn or Antilles, she has no way to defend against what they might do. He looked up at her. And what are your thoughts on this Rilke Mon Mothma pronounced a cure for your Krytos virus?
Propaganda, clearly meant to calm the masses. The fact is that its existence and efficacy against the virus are immaterial. If Deracote had been successful in creating the virus I asked him to create, or if Lure had delayed the conquest of Imperial Center, the New Republic would have been broken beyond repair. As it is now, they are hard put to deal with the demands their populace is making on them. As we restrict Bacta flow to the New Republic and its worlds, we will alienate member states.
You mean we will be playing the same game we did on Imperial Center, but on a larger scale here?
Exactly.
Isard glanced up, looking well above his head.
My goal has always been to destroy the rebellion, then move to rebuild the Empire. In effect, by letting them take Imperial Center, we have destroyed the rebellion. They are no longer an elusive force that can strike at will. They now have to take responsibility and deliver on the promises they have made. When they fail to do that, the people will look for the sort of stability they had before. If we play things carefully, we will not have to reconquer Imperial Center. We will be invited back to resume our rightful place at the head of the Empire.
Interesting analysis, and accurate, I think, except in one thing.
And that is?
Voru's dark eyes shrank to bare slits. Antilles, Horn, and the others. They have the freedom the rebels once had. They are a problem we will have to deal with, and deal with swiftly.
Or else?
I was in a position to see them render Imperial Center defenseless. Voru's voice hardened. If we don't deal with them, I fear they will become a problem with which we cannot deal. 4. It didn't surprise Corin Horn to find Aela Wessary in the Corellian sanctuary, but the expression on her face threatened to crush his heart in his chest. Her light brown hair had been pulled back into a single braid, and her broad shoulders were hunched forward. She sat on the front bench in the small chamber, leaning over and balanced precariously enough that he expected her to fall at any second. The way her grief pulled at her face, arching the corners of her mouth downward, made it seem as if gravity would, in fact, tug her to the floor. Corin hesitated in the doorway of the small domed building. Because of the hostile relationship between the New Republic and the Corellian Diktat, repatriating Corellians who died away from the planet of their birth had become impossible. The sanctuary had been created by exiled Corellians to give their dead a resting place. Unlike Alderaanians, who often sealed their dead in capsules and shot them into orbit within the graveyard, allowing them to float forever amid the debris that marked where their planet had once been, Corellians cremated their dead exiles and used industrial-grade gravity generators to compress the carbon residue into raw synthetic diamonds. This imparted a physical immortality to the dead. The diamonds were then brought to the sanctuary and embedded in the black walls and ceiling to create a glittering series of constellations, as seen from Corellia. The sheer number of diamonds glinting in the ceiling sent a shiver through Corin.
We've given a lot to the rebellion, though other worlds have given as much or more. As beautiful as this display is, it is also horrible. The Imperials who wish to make the galaxy over in their own image have in fact created here a small galaxy that is entirely given over to mourning.
Corin walked forward and slid onto the bench next to Aela. She didn't look over at him, but melted against his shoulder and chest as he put an arm around her.
It's going to be okay, Aela, really. He never hurt anyone, Corin. Never. I don't imagine Curtan Lure would agree, but I'll concede the point.
He felt her chest convulse once, then she looked up at him with red-rimmed brown eyes.
No, you're right.
Her mouth made a weak attempt at twisting itself into a smile.
As much as he admired your drive, Corin, Derek really appreciated your sense of humor. He said it marked your resiliency. He thought that as long as you could laugh, especially at yourself, you'd always heal from any trauma.
He was a wise man. He tightened his embrace a bit.
You know he'd hate to see you like this, to think he was causing you this much pain. I know. That hasn't made it any easier, though.
She dabbed at tears with a handkerchief.
I keep thinking that if I'd seen something there, I could have prevented what happened. He wouldn't have been a traitor.
Oh, wait, Ayala, that is not your fault. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, you could have detected or done to help him. Corin shivered and felt his flesh pucker.
I know what Isard did to those she wanted to warp and convert into her puppets. I resisted, I don't know how. It could have been personality or genetics or training or anything. Tycho and I both proved unsuitable for her, as did a few others, but I think she would have had an easy time of breaking Derek down.
What? Ayala's hissed question carried with it undercurrents of betrayal. She tried to pull away from him, but he held on.
That's not a strike against Derek, honestly it isn't. Derek was a victim, and you have to know that he resisted her mightily because even after his capture, Imperial intelligence didn't find you. I think he built a mental reserve around you and was willing to sacrifice everything to protect you. Even altering her orders at the end was designed to protect you, and in his mind, sacrificing himself to do so was not too much to pay.
Corin frowned.
The one thing about Derek that characterized him was his curiosity.
We both saw it in the way he'd ask us about cases and push us to look at other explanations. He was thoughtful and thorough. Espionage was a natural place for him. You said yourself that Isard first placed him in Deracote's lab to spy on the general. She probably suggested to him that his success in that role determined whether or not she'd let you live. She undoubtedly told him that lie concerning any actions he took after he rejoined you. Ayala's defiance melted into despair.
Great, now you're telling me that he'd not have been in that position except for me. No, you had nothing to do with where he ended up. That was entirely due to Isard and no one else.
Corin sighed.
Look, think about the good Derek did. Errol Nunn pointed out that he was the only person in Deracote's lab that was kind to her and who helped her through her recovery from the Krytos virus. And after he came back, he was a great comfort to Tycho through the trial. He even pushed you to look for evidence to break the frame Isard had settled around Tycho. And, like it or not, he did kill Lure, and I can't fault him for that. He thought he was shooting Deracote, but knew it wasn't him. He was happy he'd gotten Lure. Well, I did kill Deracote, and I'd have been more happy to kill Lure myself.
Corin brushed a hand along her cheek and wiped tears away with his thumb.
Derek wasn't happy existing the way he did, but he regained himself in defying Isard and doing all the little things that sabotaged her plans. In the end, he won. He'd often complained his life had no meaning. But it did. Agreed. And at the very last, he finally got to see how much it meant. He'd saved you. He'd saved Errol. He saved Tycho. He's at peace, and he'd want you to be at peace with his death, too. I know, but it's just not going to be that easy, Corin. I was there. I held him as he died from wounds I'd inflicted.
Ayala sniffed, then swallowed with difficulty.
Your father died in your arms. How did you get through it?
Corin felt his own throat thicken.
I won't kid you, it isn't easy. There are things you expect, like seeing him again in the morning or at night, or being able to call him to tell him about your day or to ask a question, and then he's not there. You know you feel hollow inside, but you don't know just how hollow until things like that help you define the edges of the void.
She nodded slowly.
There are things I see or hear, and I think Derek would like that, or would be intrigued by that. Then his death comes crashing back in on me. It seems to me that such things will never stop happening. They won't. They go on forever.
A tremor shook Ayala.
Great. The thing of it is, Ayala, they become transformed. Now you feel the loss and the grief, and part of that will always be there. In addition to it, though, shining through it will always be the triumph of having known Derek. When I hear that stupid Loman Ale ditty or eat part of a rish cake, I remember my father. I remember his booming laugh and that secret smile of contentment he could flash you when things were good. And the way that smile would carry on up to his eyes, and how, with a slight shift, it would harden into something that would make the most fearless of black sunners begin to tremble in interrogation.
Ayala gave out a little sigh.
I can see it with your father, but not Derek. Not yet. No, not yet. But you will.
Corin kissed her forehead.
It won't be easy, but the only way I got through it was because of you and Gil and my other friends. You didn't have any other friends. Yeah, well, that may be, but you do. Mirax and Wedge and Winter and all of us. We're here to help you. You're not alone. We can't feel the same depth of pain you do, but we can help you bear it.
Ayala nodded.
I appreciate that, I really do.
Her brows arrowed in toward each other as she concentrated.
I have decided I can't remain here on Coruscant. The memories are mostly bad and overpowering. I have to get away, even if it means leaving all my friends. I understand. I wanted to run after my father's death, too.
Corin smiled.
The trick of it is, for you, that your running doesn't mean you lose your friends.
Ayala's eyes sharpened.
What do you mean?
Corin looked around the sanctuary, then lowered his voice into a whisper.
We're leaving Coruscant, and we want you to come with us. You're part of our family, part of the squadron. We're going after the monster who warped Derek. We're going to make sure she doesn't do that to anyone else. We need you to come along and help us get her.
Ayala pulled back and sat up straight.
The odds against success are astronomical. About the same as taking Coruscant from the Empire.
Ayala nodded coolly.
Odds are for those who want to minimize their own risks. I want to maximize Isard's risks. Count me in.
5. Brushing brown hair out of his eyes, Wedge looked up at the people seated in the small amphitheater-style room and smiled. I want to thank you all for showing up for this meeting. This is our first organizational meeting, but some decisions have already been made. They will stand unless they meet with overwhelming protest. No one should hesitate to voice a question or make a comment. This is going to be a bit more democratic than the squadron was, primarily because plans and orders are originating with us, not being passed down from above. Everyone nodded in assent with his remarks, so Wedge continued. Corin Horn began this whole thing by resigning from Rogue Squadron first, but he's agreed to let me lead this group. I've appointed Tycho Seltzer as my second-in-command. Lady Winter is our intelligence officer, as well as handling part of the quartermaster duties. Mirax Tarek is handling the other half of those duties. Tycho will let you know what we've got in the way of supplies. Tycho turned around in his seat. We have a fair number of credits, approximately 17 million, give or take. Gavin laughed. 17 million I'll take. So would a lot of other folks, which is precisely what they want to do. Tycho frowned. Rumors of what happened at the reception, despite the spin the New Republic Information Ministry tried to put on it, have spread quickly. While we are getting a lot of support, the folks who deal in the things we need to accomplish our mission know how desperate we are. Right now we have one X-Wing, Corrin's ship, and the services of Mirax's Pulsar Skate. Other ships are fairly dear. I would imagine to get the fighters we need, we'll probably end up hiring mercenaries who come with their own equipment. This shouldn't surprise anyone, though the prices might. All the little warlords out there are looking for fighters, so it's a seller's market. Standing at the front of the room, Wedge nodded. That's getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but it's worth keeping in mind. We've got some basic data to mull over first concerning our objectives. Winter has put them together. Wedge pointed to the Huller projector toward the front of the room. Winter, if you please. Winter stood and walked to the front of the room with a stately grace that left no question in Wedge's mind why people on Alderaan had frequently mistaken her for Princess Leia Organa. Though Winter wore her white hair long and today in a thick braid, she carried herself with a nobility that matched her exquisite features. Slender and stunning, she seemed somehow incongruous with the dangerous missions she'd been on during her career as a covert agent for the rebellion, which is exactly why she was never suspected. Winter picked up the datapad that was connected by a cable to the Huller projector. She hit one button, dimming the glow panels in the room and bringing up a holographic projection of a planet. This is our objective, Typhira. It is a fairly normal terrestrial planet with a breathable atmosphere and 2 moons, neither of which has atmosphere or is inhabited. Typhira is covered with rainforests and enjoys a day that is roughly 21.3 standard hours long. The axial tilt is negligible, so there are really no seasons. Because of its proximity to the system's star, a yellow star, and the mildly elevated levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, it maintains a tropical climate year-round. The way Coruscant felt after the storms that took down the power grid is pretty much what this planet experiences all the time. Wedge frowned. To take the power grid down and eliminate the defense shields on Coruscant, Rogue Squadron had caused a lot of water to boil off into the atmosphere, creating a huge thunderstorm. For a week and a half following that storm, the air had been thick and heavy. No wonder the plant that goes into Bacta thrives there. Typhira has 3 Stellar-class spaceports, one at what is now being called Zukfra City. The other 2 are located on separate continents and are primarily used for the loading and unloading of Bacta. Inbound ships stop at Zukfra City first for customs and immigration inspections, then are sent on to the spaceports to do business. They leave from those spaceports and head directly out to the destinations. Noara Venn raised a hand. I presume the Metropolis's name change came about when the Zukfra Corporation took over. What was it called before that? Zalzuk City, which really is not much better. Winter directed the computer to zoom in and supply an aerial view of the city. As you can see, it's not really a metropolis at all. The human population of Typhira was only 10,000 before Isard took over. Many Zaltan families fled, and their housing is being used for Imperial Army and Navy officers and enlisted folk on leave from their ships. The Luzankia alone carries 25 times the human population of the planet, so there is no question about the possibility of occupation when or if Isard orders it.
So far she has refrained and is using Imperial personnel and equipment to train and supply the Typheran Home Defense Corps.
Winter nodded to the six-limbed insectoid alien standing in the back of the room.
The native population of Typhera refers to themselves as the Vratics. The production of Bacta, literally the brewing together of Alazi and Kavam, appears to produce an almost mystical amount of satisfaction for the Vratics. Klarn Herf here is a Vrachan, a master blender, who commands subordinates and creates Bacta. A Vrachan is very much equivalent to a brewmaster at any Loman ale brewery, though a Vrachan also has highly defined rights and responsibilities within the Vratic society. I should also note that the Vratics are neither male nor female. Those roles are played at different times in the life cycle, so referring to Klarn as he or she is inappropriate. Moreover, since the Vratics do constitute something of a low-grade hive mind, they are more comfortable with a plural pronoun, so they and them will have to suffice.
The Vratics in the back clicked its curved mandibles.
Your dissertation honors us, Lady Winter. Thank you. Because of their desire, even need, to produce Bacta, the Vratics welcomed the influx of humans who were willing to set up and run businesses that created a demand for more Bacta, allowing and even compelling the Vratics to do more of what they enjoyed doing. While individual Vratics are part of the corporate ownership for both Zaltan and Zukfra, imperial laws made it necessary to remove them from active leadership and decision-making roles in the companies. Zaltan and Zukfra were given imperial monopolies on the production of Bacta, presumably in return for bribes paid to the local Moff and the Emperor. This has made Typhera a very rich planet, and the humans who live there very wealthy. The Vratics, on the other hand, live very modest lives in tribal groups within the rainforests.
She typed a data request into the datapad, which switched the image of the city for a trio of individuals.
Ethan Isard was installed as Chief Operating Officer and Head of State for Typhera in a coup d'etat approximately 2 weeks ago. Preparations had been made well before that, since the revolution was completed prior to her superstar destroyer Luzankia arriving in orbit. Not much is known about her for certain. Rumors abound about her having been one of the Emperor's lovers, for example, but there is no confirmation of that. We do know her father was the director of Imperial Intelligence before her, but she turned over to the Emperor evidence that her father was going to join the rebellion, causing his downfall and her elevation to replace him.
Nawara Ven raised a hand. Was her father going to come over to the rebellion? Winter shrugged.
If he was, I have no knowledge of his planned defection. There is no doubt his daughter was ambitious enough to have manufactured evidence against him, so she is very dangerous. Dislodging her will be difficult, and probably require a ground assault. She is not, as nearly as we know, a pilot, so the chances of any of you getting to vape her in a dogfight are nil.
Winter pointed to the next figure.
Flerivoru, on the other hand, might well be able to fight you in a ship. He was a former Imperial Moff from Corellia, which this squadron liberated from Kessel. Voru fled with Isard to Typhera, and is now the Minister of Trade. It is unclear when Voru began to work with Isard, but the possibility that he struck a deal with her upon planetfall on Coruscant cannot be ruled out. While we put much of our misfortune concerning the operations to take Coruscant down to having Zekathine and other Imperial spies in our midst, it is entirely possible Voru was working directly for Isard at that point. He certainly was in her employ by the time he was appointed a colonel in the Coruscant Constabulary.
She waved a hand at the third individual, a tall, slender woman with black hair worn short.
Erisi Delarit should be familiar to all of us. She is from a Zukfra family and was the Imperial mole inside Rogue Squadron. Her actual value to the Empire was minimal. At best, she was responsible for Corrin's capture, Bror Jace's death, and the betrayal of the Bacta convoy at Alderaan to Warlord Zinj. While she did provide information on our operations on Coruscant to the Empire, the fact that Wedge allowed no outside contact prior to the final attempt to destroy the planetary shields meant she could not warn Isard of our plans. Short of crashing her Z-95 headhunter into the construction droid we used, she could do nothing to stop the plan from unfolding. What she did do was transmit the codes that allowed Isard to take control of Corrin's ship and bring him down.
As Winter dispassionately outlined Erisi's involvement with the Empire, Wedge watched the faces of his people. Erisi had been one of them, fighting alongside of them in numerous engagements. She'd been shot out of her X-Wing, and Tycho had risked his life to rescue her. Even though her aid to the Empire was, as Winter had indicated, really insignificant, it had been enough to kill people who didn't deserve to die. In himself, Wedge found anger mixed with chagrin and a little admiration. Erisi Delaret had successfully played through some very difficult situations without revealing her role. Until she was fleeing to Coruscant, Wedge hadn't known she was a spy. Some signs were there, but not all of them. Wedge caught Corrin looking in his direction and half smiled. She played the game well.
True, but she's going to have to play much better when we come to visit.
Corrin's only concession to the emotions he was feeling came in the edge to his voice and the thin-lipped smile he offered.
As a spy, she was good, but the next contest is one of pilots, and in that one, she'll lose.
Winter changed the holographic image again.
If she loses, it's not going to be because she's lacking the equipment she needs to win. Defending Typhira are 4 Imperial warships, a Superstar Destroyer, 2 Imperial Star Destroyers, and 1 Victory-class Star Destroyer. Luzankia, Avarice, Virulence, and Corruptor, respectively. Luzankia is the ship that blasted its way out of Coruscant. It was previously unaccounted for, causing us to raise our estimates of how many ships the Kuat Drive yards and the Fondor yards produced. Oddly enough, both places claim to have produced Vader's flagship, Executor. It appears 2 ships were manufactured under that name, with one having been turned into Luzankia and buried on Coruscant, probably to serve as the Emperor's getaway ship. The other Executor, the one from Fondor, was destroyed at Endor. She circled a finger through the hologram, encompassing the trio of smaller ships. Avarice, Virulence, and Corruptor have hardly had sterling careers, but the crews are competent. I'm in the process of assembling files on all the staff officers, but the most dangerous of them, Captain Ait Convarian, commands the smallest ship. Corruptor has done very well in the Outer Rim, hunting down pirate groups which, for better or worse, we resemble.
Wedge stood as Winter shut the holoprojector down. As you can see, we're dealing with a fairly formidable foe that is well armed. One of the things we have to face is that we may be unable to accomplish our goals in this operation. Unseating Isard may in fact turn out to be impossible. Seated behind Gavin, Corrin reached out and tapped the younger man on the head.
Gavin, this is where you're supposed to tell us that unseating her isn't tough, and relate the whole thing to varminting on Tatooine.
Gavin blanched. I didn't hear anyone mention a trench or canyon or womp rats. Taking a planet is beyond me. Wedge smiled. It's beyond most of us. I've sent communications out to some individuals who might be able to help. The problem is enormous. First we have to eliminate the ships, then take the world. The key to nailing the ships is to get them spread out so they can't support each other. We can do that by forcing Isard to use them to cover Bacta convoys, but to kill the ships we need weapons, and a lot of them. Riv Shield, the Shistavan Wolfman, curled his lips up in a snarl.
It sounds as if we need the katana fleet.
That would be nice. The legendary ghost fleet of warships was supposed to be skipping through hyperspace, just waiting for someone to come and claim it. Wedge frowned. We could also hope that the Outbound Flight Project finally produces results with the host of non-human Jedi Knights coming from outside the galaxy to help us, but I don't think it's likely. Gavin raised a hand. What about that ship that Alderaan loaded all of its weapons on when it demilitarized? I can't remember the name, but I thought it was supposed to go through space and return if needed. Maybe Princess Leia has a way to summon it or something. Winter shook her head.
You were thinking of Another Chance. While it is not as much of a legend as the Katana fleet or Joris Kabaoth's mission outside the galaxy, the ship did exist. It is not the solution to our problem. The Another Chance was actually recovered by rebel sympathizers prior to the debacles at Darafor and Hoth. The weapons recovered were all of Clone Wars vintage and suited for use by infantry. They were useful in filling the gap caused by the loss of the convoy at Darafor.
Gavin's shoulders slumped. Oh, I never knew all that.
Not that you should have, Gavin.
Winter smiled.
Aside from the individuals who found the ship, a few smugglers who helped transport the merchandise, and higher-ups in the rebellion, no one does. The Empire devoted resources to trying to find and take it, diverting them from pursuing us.
Finding a miracle ship is not our only hope, people. Wedge held a hand up. One of the things Winter has done for the rebellion is locate old Imperial supply dumps. Most of them have been thoroughly stripped, but not everything is accounted for. We're going to go back over some of those sites and see what we can find. In fact, we have one mission that'll be heading off tomorrow. Mirax will be taking Corrin and you, Gavin, to Tatooine. One of the arms caches we found a couple of years ago had been plundered by Biggs Darklighter's father. Gavin raised an eyebrow. Uncle Huff? The same. He said at the time he used some of the cash to arm his own security force, then sold the rest off. But I don't buy it for a moment. There's no way he would have gotten rid of everything. Wedge smiled. So you're going to go home, Gavin, and talk your uncle into sharing the wealth with us. I don't know if he'll listen to me. That's why we're sending Corrin, too. Your uncle has secrets to hide, and I expect Corrin can ferret them out. That will help. Gavin's face froze for a moment, then he began to smile. I can get behind this. Serves him right for always seating me at the children's table at family gatherings.
Gavin, he did that because you were a kid. Big, but a kid.
Corrin scruffed up Gavin's blonde hair, then looked at Wedge.
While we're on the world that Water abandoned, what are the rest of you going to be doing?
We're moving to our new home. Wedge held his hands up to calm the sudden buzz of voices. This move is a covert op, so we'll be taking a lot of precautions to get there. There's no chance we can keep the location secret from our enemies forever, but as much time as we can get up to that point is what we want. Pack your things and get ready to move. The Bacta War is about to begin. 6. Corrin Horn sneezed violently, initiating a wave of dust rippling across the cantina table toward Mirax.
How can anyone live on this infernal world? Even the dust has dust.
Mirax stretched languidly.
It's really not that bad, Corrin, as worlds go. On Talasea, things would mildew from plate to mouth. Sure, but there you had ovens to bake things, not a whole world to do it.
Corrin swiped a hand across his forehead, then shook the perspiration from it in a spray that spattered a pair of hooded Jawas, who themselves stank of Ronto sweat.
I hate this.
She looked at him over the lip of her Corellian whiskey glass.
At least it's a dry heat.
So's a blast furnace, but that doesn't make it any less hot. Corin arched an eyebrow and tapped the stained and patch-welded top of the round table where they sat.
And why are we here?
This table has seen more combat than most of the squadron's X-Wings. The patrons here make this place look like a maximum security compound at Akritar.
Keeping up appearances, dear heart.
Mirax shifted to the left to give her a full view of the tobacco-smoke-choked bar.
Kalman's Cantina is known as the place that hotshot pilots hang out. I certainly qualify on that count, as do you. Right now, I don't need to work, but it could be that some of these folks need cargoes hauled, and those cargoes might be the kind of thing we want. Can't hurt to be here. Besides, Gavin recommended it as our rendezvous.
Right. That's because he's never been in here before and didn't want to come in alone. Corin allowed disgust to pour through his words, but he mitigated it with a smile. If I'd been asked to raid a place like this, my plan would have begun with the phrase, "after the strafing runs are completed." Shock rode freely on Mirax's face, but was exaggerated enough that Corin figured she was really only mildly horrified at his suggestion.
This might not be the most savory bunch of characters ever gathered together in the galaxy, but they're not that bad. My father used to bring me in here all the time when I was a kid. Some of these hard cases may be crusty on the outside, but they were very kind to me. Wooher, the bartender over there, used to synth up a sweet, fizzy drink for me, and more than one of these guys would bring me little trinkets from the worlds they'd visited.
Corin shook his head. I'd have loved to see those immigrations forms. Purpose of the visit to our world? Murder, mayhem, glitter stim smuggling, and purchase of a gift suitable for a small Corellian girl. Mirax giggled.
Yeah, I imagine there are a couple like that in databanks somewhere.
The sound of her laughter managed to cut through the dulled buzz of conversation in the cantina. Corin sat up in his chair as he noticed two individuals turn from the bar and look in their direction. One was a Rhodian, and the other was a Deveronian, yet they both shared a lean, hungry look that made Corin feel antsy. They started toward the table, and Corin took it as significant that they abandoned full drinks at the bar, primarily because that left their hands empty. The Deveronian nodded curtly.
You are sitting at our table.
Seated with his back to the alcove's wall, Corin had protected himself against ambush from behind, but it also allowed the two ruffians full view of the blaster he wore.
No way I can draw it and shoot them before they get me.
It seemed obvious to him that the simple way out of the situation was to graciously offer them the table and buy a round for them.
We were unaware of the situation here. And we couldn't care less.
Mirax jutted her chin forward and poked her left finger into the Rhodian's middle.
If a pair of gravel maggots like you are sand-sick enough to think we're moving just because you mistake us for Yundland dew-pickers, you better get used to careers as sarlacc bait.
Corin's jaw dropped.
Mirax?
The Deveronian thumbed his own breastbone.
Do you have any idea who I am? Do you have any idea how little we care?
Mirax jerked her head to the left.
Tell it to the Jawas so they get your name right when they bag your body.
The Rhodian began buzz-squawking, but the loud thwap of a street club being pounded on the bar stopped him. The human bartender pointed a finger toward the alcove. Hey! His horns gleaming in the half-light, the Deveronian waved his protest off.
We know, no blasters.
Wooher's face scrunched up in a sour expression.
Not that sand for brains. Do you know who you're talking to? That's Mirax. Mirax Tarek.
The Deveronian's grayish skin lightened appreciably, and the Rhodian paled to a new-shoot green.
Tarek? As in Booster Tarek?
Mirax smiled. The bartender nodded as he pulled their drinks from the bar.
Now you're thinking. She's his daughter. Now's the part where you apologize to her, or the Jawas continue measuring you for luggage for your final jump.
He glared at the little knot of Jawas jabbering to each other.
Dibs on the Rhodian.
The Deveronian bowed deeply to Mirax.
We beg your pardon for disturbing you. I am, well, that's not important, but if I can be of service to you, please don't hesitate to ask.
His apology came accompanied by Rhodian buzzsqueak, which Corin took to be a simultaneous translation. Mirax raised her chin and gave them a chillingly imperial stare.
You're blocking our light.
The two of them backed away, bowing profusely. Laughter ran through the cantina, bold in some spots and hushed in others, but amusement at their predicament united the cantina for a moment or two. Corin licked his lips and realized his throat was absolutely parched.
Mirax, what possessed you to do that? As I said before, keeping up appearances.
She smiled broadly at him.
You've really only seen the kind, sensitive side of me.
I seem to recall you burning down a stormtrooper on a speeder bike on Coruscant.
Oh, yes, I guess there was that, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was, but even so, there's no reason for provoking a fight like that. She shrugged.
I wasn't worried. You could have taken them.
I could have taken them. Corin stared at her for a moment. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but... Mirax reached across the table with her left hand and gave his right hand a squeeze.
I knew Wooher would intervene. This is an old game we've played from time to time.
Her right hand, the one that had been hidden from the open edge of the table, came up and she deposited a small holdout blaster on the table.
I had things covered, but the moment Wooher mentioned who I was, I knew we'd not have any more trouble.
Corin frowned. Does everyone but me have relatives here? We land at Docking Bay 86 because some cousin or something of Gavin's owns it. Then he takes off to set up a meeting with his Uncle Huff. Your father's got enough pull here so that two guys who'd suck the eyes out of a dead bantha's head run like droids being pursued by Jawas. Mirax shrugged.
Tatooine is really a fairly small community. The Darklighters are a well-known and powerful family here. That estate we flew over on our way in here was Huff's place. And as for my father, well, he had quite the reputation before your father tossed him into the mines on Kessel, and his surviving his time there didn't hurt his rep at all. I'm sure that in some Corsair bar back on Corellia, your name would be taken as being just as impressive.
Maybe, but let's not test the reaction to it right now, okay?
I don't think even invoking my father's name would save you if you ran into an old enemy here.
And invoking my name would doom me if we ran into your father here. Corin shot Mirax a sidelong glance. Have you sent your father a message letting him know that you've developed an affection for the son of his nemesis?
Developed an affection, have I?
Mirax toyed with the holdout blaster.
I thought we were a bit beyond that stage.
True, we are, but no fair dodging the question. She frowned.
No, I haven't told him. While you were dead, there was no sense mentioning it. I didn't want to be dealing with his anger while my heart still felt ripped out of me. And in the time since you came back from the dead, well, I've been busy. And ever since he retired, I'm never really sure where he is.
Most folks, when they retire, settle in one spot and relax.
Most folks aren't my father.
Mirax smiled slightly.
For Booster, retirement means he still does deals, but he does them for friends, not for profit. Folks use him as a negotiator. He works out terms and the like. It keeps him getting the best of the business without the risk. He's happy, which is better than the alternative. Which is why you've not mentioned us to him.
Corin nodded.
I fully understand.
My father wouldn't have, so not having to explain it to him is about the only good thing I can think of concerning his being dead. Gavin came in through the doorway and paused in the foyer near the droid detection unit. He twisted left and right, shaking a cloud of Tatooine's fine dust from his tan cloak. Beneath it he wore what was once a white shirt, a black vest, dark brown pants, and knee-high boots. Around his middle he had strapped on a blaster and had tied the lower end of the holster around his right thigh.
"Looks the fair pirate, our friend."
Mirax raised a hand.
"Gavin, over here!"
Corin agreed with Mirax's assessment, though Gavin's sloppy grin kind of marred the image.
"Everything set?"
Gavin nodded. "I have a land speeder waiting out front. It's not much, but it was the best I could do. I tried to borrow one off Uncle Huff, but he said the last time he loaned a land speeder to someone from Rogue Squadron, it wasn't returned in the best of conditions."
"We might as well head out then."
Mirax stood and clipped the holdout blaster to her belt. She dug around in a pouch for some credits as she headed toward the bar.
"How much?"
Wooher shook his head. "Your friend's got it." He glanced toward the Rhodian and Deveronian. She smiled.
"And they took care of you too, yes?"
"The spirit of generosity they were."
"Good."
Mirax followed Gavin from the cantina, and Corin brought up the rear. He poked his head through the middle of his desert tabard and settled it down around his shoulders. The side flaps allowed for quick access to his blaster or the lightsaber, but he hoped he would not have need to resort to either. He felt kind of awkward wearing the lightsaber. It had always seemed to him to be something of a genteel weapon of limited use. In his line of work, a Stokely spray stick and a blaster were usually considered more than enough to handle any situation. Lightsabers had been all but unknown while the Empire considered them a sign of being a Jedi. But now that Luke Skywalker was a great hero, some folks had developed an affectation for them. It seemed to be the sort of weapon one carried if one was afraid to carry a blaster. That characterization of it made Corin uneasy to wear the weapon, but flipping the bit the other way, he felt proud to be heir to one. He felt as if he had the right to wear it. At first he thought doing so might show disrespect for his grandfather, but then he realized Rostek Horn had risked his own career and life to protect Neja Halcyon's wife and child from Imperial Jedi hunters. Not only had he valued them for who they were, but he had valued them in memory of his fallen friend. "I think Grandfather would be happy to see me wearing this lightsaber, and that's all the reason I need to wear it." Corin hooded his eyes with his hand as he emerged into the harsh twin-sun noon. Gavin waved him over to the land speeder. To Corin, it looked a lot like the old Sorosuub XP-38, but the normally compact dart-shaped craft had been heavily modified. The passenger compartment had been boosted forward by the addition of more seating and cargo space between it and the engines. More disturbing than how the addition had destroyed the fine lines of the vehicle was the fact that beneath the dust, Corin saw a pink and puce paint job. Corin hooked an arm over Gavin's shoulders. "You know, the womp rats you bullseye in a thing like this might be colorblind, so they don't care what your speeder looks like, but really, look at this thing." Gavin smiled wryly and spun out from beneath Corin's arm. It beats walking, which was the other alternative given our operational budget. Get in. This baby will still hit 300 clicks per, despite the modifications, and the crate dragons don't see the color scheme as edible. We'll be there in no time. The trip actually took half a standard hour, which wasn't no time, and speeding through trackless wastes actually seemed close to forever. If it weren't for the cloud of dust billowing out behind them, Corin would have been hard-pressed to cite evidence that they were going anywhere at all. The Yundland Wastes Mountains became a heat-warped stain on the horizon, and nothing else came even close to serving as a landmark. Despite the lack of signposts or other waymarkers, Gavin got them to his uncle's estate without incident. The brief glimpse of it Corin had gotten from the pulsar skate as they came in had not prepared him for what it really looked like. From above it looked fairly normal, a compound surrounding a number of buildings, including a tall tower. From the ground, what became apparent was that, aside from the entryway and the tower itself, the buildings he'd seen were all constructed below the planet's surface. Gavin slid the land speeder to a stop near the entryway beside several other land speeders, and then led Mirax and Corin down through the stairs to the compound's main courtyard. The stark white color of everything aided the suns in producing glare, but Corin realized that white absorbed far less solar energy, too much of which already made Tatooine unbearable as far as he was concerned. A slender, gray-haired woman emerged through one of the arched doorways and immediately smiled.
"Gavin Darklighter, how you have grown!"
Boiling out around from behind her came a number of small children, ranging from toddlers to curious pre-adolescents. "Aunt Lanal." Gavin trapped the woman in a hug, then freed her and performed introductions that included her and the half-dozen cousins. Corin shook hands all around, but immediately lost track of names. Lanal explained that she was Huff Darklighter's third wife, and all of the children were hers.
"Biggs's death shook Huff. He decided he wanted more heirs. His second wife decided she wasn't interested in having any more than the one she'd already born. She left and Huff married me."
"Biggs's mother died before I was born. Aunt Lanal is actually my mother's sister, so she's my aunt on both sides." Gavin gave her a kiss on the forehead. "Is Uncle Huff available?"
Lanal nodded. "He asked me to put you in the library. He's meeting with someone right now, but he should be free shortly."
"Great."
The Darklighter estate struck Corin as an expensive compromise between the practicalities demanded by Tatooine and the essence of elegance as defined in other places within the galaxy. Fountains and pools would have been a foolish waste, but Huff succeeded in providing water features by encasing them entirely in transparasteel, whereas a simple decorative column in any other home might have been painted brightly. Huff filled it with water and bubbled air up through it. Tiles on the thick walls were decorated and colored in such a way that they created optical illusions meant to diminish the blockiness of the house's design. Liberal use of transparasteel gave the dwelling an openness that it would not have otherwise had. Yet elsewhere in the house, more traditional design and decoration made Corin feel as if he'd never left Coruscant. The library into which Lanal guided them was just one such room. Floor-to-ceiling shelves lined all the walls except where the doorways split them in two places. They entered through the south wall, and a closed double doorway bifurcated the east wall. The shelves and the doors were probably of duraplast, but Corin couldn't rule out actual wood having been used. If that's true, it had to be imported from many light years away, and probably cost as much as a squadron of X-Wings. Corin felt a chill run through him as he entered the library. Box after box of data cards filled the shelves, though trinkets and other odds and ends spaced them out a bit.
What made Corin feel odd about the room was that it reminded him very much of the library in the Luzankia Annex facility through which he had escaped from Isard. Though no trace of it was found after the Luzankia blasted its way free of Coruscant, the setup had been almost identical to the Imperial Library in the private floor of Imperial Palace. At least it seemed so to Corin when he viewed a broadcast hologram about the palace.
I suppose a businessman like Huff Darklighter would want a decor that made Imperial officials feel at home.
The briefing files Winter had given Corin about Huff Darklighter left no doubt that Huff had worked out an accommodation with the local Imperial officials that had given him free rein to operate on Tatooine. Those same arrangements also got his son Biggs his appointment to the Imperial Military Academy and, in the end, led to Biggs's death.
Since Darklighter isn't prone to accepting blame for anything himself, the favor imps had done for him was seen as the cause of his son's death. Conversely, because Biggs is a hero of the rebellion, Darklighter is willing to deal with the New Republic.
Gavin looked around at the shelves, then smiled. Huff's working office is up in the tower. His negotiating office is next door. Once he ushers out whoever's in there, we'll get to go in. Once he learns you're from Corellia, I bet he finds you some Wyron's Reserve whiskey.
Mirax smiled. I'll take that and maybe make a side deal for any extra he has stashed away. Sure, but remember our main mission.
Corin held up a finger.
We're looking for weapons, munitions, and spare parts. Anything else we get is extra.
The two of them nodded, then turned toward the eastern doors. One half of them slid into the wall, and Huff Darklighter entered the library. His belly preceded him by a second or two, but therein the resemblance to a hut ended. A coronet of white hair surrounded a pate the color of tanned leather. Darklighter's arms and shoulders looked powerful and were somehow complemented by the luxuriously full mustache he wore. His dark eyes glittered coldly as he instantly assessed his visitors, but then the corners of his mouth rose. "Gavin, it is a pleasure." The tone of voice didn't seem to quite match the smile as far as Corin was concerned, but the elder Darklighter pulled Gavin into a polite hug, so he assumed there was no problem between them. Huff fingered his mustache. "Darken your hair and grow one of these, and you'd be the spitting image of my Biggs." Mirax shot Corin a hooded glance. Corin didn't think Gavin and Biggs looked anything alike, but he realized Huff Darklighter wasn't viewing Gavin through the same frame of reference.
Huff made Biggs into a hero long before the rebellion ever did.
Huff drew back from his nephew and smiled toward Mirax and Corin. "I just stepped in here to let you know I'd be a bit yet. Negotiations are delicate."
"I understand, sir."
Corin started forward and extended his hand toward Huff, but the larger man made no move to match his gesture.
"I'm Corin—"
Huff held his hands up. "Time for introductions later, I'm sure. Really, I hate to be rude, but—" Corin's emerald eyes shrank into crescents.
"Just as I would hate to report to the New Republic that 1 in 10 of the freighters bearing Darklighter products from here burns 7% more fuel than is necessary, if they're actually carrying the cargo on the manifest. Suspicious minds might think that means they're carrying 7% of their weight in illegal or exotic items, and the trouble you'd have to go to straighten that mess out would be more than rude."
What little was left of Huff's smile melted clean away. "Nasty friends you've got here, Gavin. Corin used to be with Corsec, Uncle. Out of your jurisdiction, Corin."
"True, but I can still be trouble."
Corin turned toward Mirax.
"This is Mirax Terek."
"Terek?" Huff's smile struggled to return to his face. "Related to Booster Terek?"
"He's my father."
"I see."
I'm sure you do, sir. Something else you should see is that we're here to negotiate with you for weapons, munitions, and spare parts you have left over from the looting of an Imperial weapons cache several years ago.
The smile blossomed in full on Huff's face. Imagine that. My current visitor was inquiring about the very same things. This could be amusing. Corrin saw Huff's eyes glaze over just imagining the profit potential.
Hey, no one is going to make you a better deal for that stuff than we are. No one.
Oh, how interesting. Huff walked back toward the doorway and rested his left hand on the door that remained closed. I have some people here who want what you want. They say no one can make me a better deal. Fascinating, no? Corrin heard a bellow from the other room. Huff shoved the other door open to reveal a huge, powerful man freeing himself from the clutches of a spindly chair. The man, whose hair was a short bristle of white and gray, dwarfed Gavin and even made Huff look small. Where his left eye had been burned a red replacement, though his right eye was a normal brown. Come to deal, have you? Corrin gave him a hard stare.
Listen, pal, you can leave right now because your dealing days are over.
Thinking back to the cantina, he let a smile slowly spread across his face and jerked a thumb over his shoulder back at Mirax.
That's Mirax Tarek, Booster Tarek's daughter. If you know what's good for you, you'll go.
The large man stopped, his jaw hanging open. Then he reared his head back and laughed. Corrin turned and looked at Mirax.
How come that scared people at the bar and this guy laughs? It worked on the people at the bar because they're afraid of my father.
Mirax smiled sheepishly at him.
And what's wrong with this clown? Well, Corrin, she winced, he is my father.
7.
Oh,
said Corrin without missing a beat. I guess you take after your mother. Though he saw mirth and astonishment mix on Mirax's face, and saw a smile begin to blossom on Gavin's face, Corrin wished for nothing so much as a chance to inhale and suck those words out of everyone's ears.
Could there have been a more stupid remark you could have made?
A dozen different candidates flashed through his mind, including several that could have reminded Booster of his stint on Kessel.
Okay, it could have been worse, but not by much.
Booster Tarek's laughter died.
Mirax, who is he? And why shouldn't I show him why others fear me?
A smile fitted itself on her face, but her eyes tightened.
This is Corrin Horn.
Horn? Booster's voice descended into bass tones. This is Hal Horn's boy? Corrin turned to face Mirax's father.
I am.
Booster's hands balled into fists the size of Corrin's head.
So then, there's no reason I shouldn't give him the beating I owed his father, if you don't mind, Huff.
The rotund Darklighter shook his head. I'd prefer it to happen outside, otherwise beat away. Mirax stepped up beside Corrin.
There is a reason, Father.
Booster's face slackened for a moment. Then he frowned. I've heard that tone of voice before. You don't want me to take a round out of him. You even want me to like him. But there's no reason in the galaxy why I'd like him.
Yes, there is.
Why am I going to like the son of the man who sent me to Kessel?
Because I do.
What? Mirax slipped her hand into Corrin's.
You heard me. Corrin's saved my life. I've saved his. And we like each other. A lot.
She gave his hand a squeeze.
You can jump in any time, Corrin. Me? You're doing fine.
Her father's face went through all sorts of contortions. No, not a daughter of mine. If your mother weren't dead, this would kill her. You know that. Booster snarled, then spitted Corin with a stare. And your father would be mortified. Your grandfather would tear his hair out. A horn keeping company with my daughter. It's unthinkable. Mirax's face twisted down into an angry mask the equal of the one her father wore.
It's not unthinkable at all, at least not for someone who's willing to use more than one synapse on it. Wake up, Father. The Emperor is dead. It's a new galaxy.
Booster shook his head, then looked toward Huff.
The Emperor dies, and the natural order gets its double helix all twisted the other way. Next thing you know, it'll start raining here on Tatooine, and you'll have tourist trade for seaside resorts.
Huff smiled. Actually, I have some sites picked out to cover that eventuality.
I bet you do.
Booster frowned at his daughter again.
A horn. Hal Horn's son. I wouldn't have wanted this for you for all the glitter stim in the galaxy. What you want for me, and what I want for me, have long been different, Father.
Mirax let Corin's hand fall away, then walked to her father and gave him a big hug and kiss.
That doesn't diminish my pleasure at seeing you again.
Booster returned the hug and swung his daughter off her feet, so his broadly muscled back hid her from Corin's sight. Corin couldn't hear what father said to daughter, but the smiles on their faces as they again turned around told him their exchange had not been acrimonious. Booster kept his left arm draped over Mirax's shoulders and posted his right fist on his right hip. I was sorry to hear about your father's death. No love lost between us, but I respected his tenacity.
And my father respected your ingenuity.
Corin gave Booster a thin-lipped smile and got the same one in return. He lifted his chin.
Huff indicated that you're here to negotiate for the remains of an Imperial arms cache. I'd gotten the impression from Mirax that you were retired and only dealt in collectibles.
You'd be surprised what pre-fall Imperial artifacts are going for today.
Lots of weapons collectors out there.
Booster shrugged. You rebels made going to war against the government so popular that everyone is taking it up these days.
So you'll supply them?
Booster smiled. I'm merely a broker. Huff rubbed his hands together. So we can have an auction here. Opening bids. Corin shook his head.
No bids. We need what you have. We get it.
Booster blinked his eyes in surprise. You need? You need? You're not on Corellia, Horn. You have no authority here. Your needs are immaterial. Mirax twisted out from beneath her father's arm.
It's not Corin who needs this stuff. Wedge needs it.
The elder Darklighter's smile broadened. Good. Get Wedge Antilles here, and then we'll have our auction. Wedge, eh? Booster frowned at Mirax, then glanced over at Huff. Give it to them. Fine, if you don't want in, that's all right by me. Huff's smile shrank as he turned toward Corin. What I have will cost you 2 million credits. 4 if you expect me to trust the New Republic for it. Booster reached out and slapped Huff on the shoulder. I told you to give it to them. I am. No, you're negotiating when I said you should be giving. Huff looked confused for a moment, and Corin could sympathize. You want me to give it to them for free? Booster nodded. If not, I think you'll find that records of certain transactions that could be considered Palpatinistic could come to light. That's extortion. No, that's deal-making. I have something you want, my silence, and you have something I want, the weapons to go to Wedge. We exchange wants, and everyone is satisfied. Mirax interposed herself between Huff Darklighter and her father.
Extortion or deal-making, it doesn't make a difference. We're not doing it that way, period. If we take things away without compensation, we're as bad as the imps. If we let ourselves pay inflated prices, we'll be as stupid as the imps. That isn't what's going to happen. We're going to be fair about this."
She pointed a finger at Huff.
"You will get me a complete inventory of the material we're looking at, and will let us inspect the merchandise, choosing random bits to examine ourselves. My father will prepare a list of the prices for all these things in the prevailing market. We'll pay something below the going price, because everyone knows the father of Biggs Darklighter wouldn't try to make a profit off his son's comrades. But you will be capitalizing assets for which you have little use here on Tatooine. We'll pay half now, and half when we take possession of the items."
Huff's jowls quivered as he shook his head. "You'll pay 15% over the current—" Mirax held a hand up.
"Stop! I said we'd be fair. I never said we were negotiating. If you want to negotiate, we'll start from my father's position and work down to the details of your paying the freight to move the goods we're taking off your hands."
Huff Darklighter stared at Mirax, his jaws agape. "Do you know what you're asking?"
Mirax smiled sweetly. "Only what's fair."
Gavin laughed. "Admit it, Uncle Huff. You'll accept her terms because you're not going to get anything better." "True, I accept." Huff nodded his head slowly. "Listen to me, young lady. If you ever find yourself in need of a steady job, please come see me. You have talents I could use." Huff Darklighter invited them to remain as his guests for the duration of their visit to Tatooine. They accepted. Not only were the accommodations he offered far nicer than those they had booked in Mos Eisley, but Gavin's family traveled from their farm to see him. With Booster's presence and the extended Darklighter clan getting together, the visit began to feel like a big family vacation. Corran enjoyed meeting Gavin's parents. His father, Jula, looked similar to Huff Darklighter in the face, but the lack of a mustache on Jula made telling them apart rather simple. Likewise, the fact that Jula's hard work on a moisture farm had left him harder and more weathered than his prosperous brother helped differentiate them. There definitely seemed to be affection between the brothers, though Huff tended to keep Jula in his place by referring to the cost of this item or that, and feigning astonishment when Jula said he didn't own one. Jula, for his part, showed incredible restraint and even resignation over his brother's lack of manners. Corran shook his head.
"If I had a brother and got that treatment from him, my sister-in-law would be a widow."
Jula's responses were polite, and in some ways his forbearance seemed to bother Huff more than any direct confrontation would have. Gavin's mother, Cilia, could have been Lanal Darklighter's twin. Her concern for Gavin rolled through every question and comment, though she managed to avoid tears all but once or twice. In the way she looked at Gavin, Corran recognized the same expression his mother wore when he graduated from the Corellian Security Force Academy.
Pride and fear, a mother's dreams and her nightmares. Fight for supremacy.
The focus of the gathering quickly became Gavin. He thrilled his cousins and younger siblings with stories of what he'd seen and done, though Corran noted that he downplayed nearly getting killed on Talasea. That didn't surprise him, but it was also clear to Corran that Jula had not missed what had gone unsaid. The specter of Biggs's death formed the foundation for every question and comment.
And the comparison of Gavin with Biggs fuels the analysis of stories he's telling.
There was no doubt that Biggs had been a hero and had acted heroically. His death at Yavin had allowed Luke Skywalker to blow up the Death Star. His death marked the extreme danger of the situation and was not unexpected given the circumstances. Even so, the situations in which Gavin found himself were no less perilous, yet he had survived them. To Corran's mind, Gavin's parents had to be thinking that made him better than Biggs in some undefinable way, and for Huff it planted the seeds of doubt about how great his son truly was. Because he had been an only child born of only children, the Darklighter family gathering gave Corin a window into a whole different family dynamic. Because there were so many children among whom things were shared, personal boundaries and the ideas of ownership were weakened. Younger kids seemed to see every adult as part of the family, fearlessly climbing into laps or asking permission or asking for help. At first this threatened Corin, in part because of the utter chaos of the situation, but mostly because the children thrust responsibility into his hands. The fact that none of the Darklighters seemed to mind their children paying him attention, as long as the kids didn't seem to be bothering him or to be ill-mannered, meant he had to accept that responsibility and act on it. The openness of the families drew him in and they accepted him, but Corin was uncertain if he was ready to be accepted. Murex and her father, by way of contrast, formed a little insulated party within the grander goings-on. The hushed tones of their conversation, their quiet laughter, and their general ease with each other reminded Corin very sharply of the relationship he'd had with his own father. Hal Horn had been friend and confidant as well as parent and work associate. Corin had always thought of family as a place where he could open himself up and get advice without fearing censure or ridicule. Shared blood meant a bottom-line alliance that no disagreement could shatter. He and his father had disagreed on plenty of things, but that which united them was far stronger than anything that could divide them. Despite the efforts of everyone to include him in what was going on, Corin began to retreat a bit as melancholy over his father's death slowly seeped into his heart. It was all too easy for him to imagine his father at the gathering, again hearing his laughter and watching the others react to the stories Hal used to tell. They would have loved him here, and he would have loved being here, too. A chill ran down Corin's spine. The openness of the families twisted like a vibroblade in his guts. His father, Hal Horn, had known his own father, the Jedi Master Neja Halcyon. Hal had never told Corin anything about Neja. I know he did that to protect me, but I know he had to have been proud of his father. When I told my father that I had hunches, and he told me to go with them, he knew they were manifestations of our Jedi heritage. That was his quiet way of telling me of his pride, but it must have torn him up to have to remain silent. Perhaps he anticipated telling me about that stuff later, after the rebels had destroyed the Empire, but he never lived that long. Corin absented himself from the gathering, walking up the steps to the surface of the planet. The twin suns had set, letting the day's heat begin to bleed off into space. The chill creeping into the desert likewise began to gnaw at him. It found a willing ally in the sorrow sloshing around in Corin's guts. "Excuse me, Lieutenant Horn, I don't want to intrude." Corin looked back and saw Jula Darklighter silhouetted against the glow from the pit mansion. "No intrusion, sir. I came from a small family, so this is rather overwhelming." "I came from a big family, and it's overwhelming." Jula glanced down at the ground and towed an alkali crust into dust. "I wanted to say thank you for taking care of my son out there." Corin smiled but shook his head. "Gavin takes care of himself out there." "He said you had confidence in him and that you got another pilot to stop picking on him. He didn't say it that way, mind you, but he's not hard to read." Corin laughed lightly. "No, your boy, young man, does tend to digitize and broadcast his emotions. The situation he refers to, though, was one where another pilot, Bror Jace, and I were having a bit of a conflict, and Gavin just happened to find himself in the middle. I'm glad he took heart in my having confidence in him, because I did and do believe in him and his skills, but he needs no protection. You raised a man of whom you can be proud." Jula smiled and nodded, then looked Corin straight in the eyes. "He's almost ended up like Biggs, hasn't he?"
We've all almost ended up like Biggs, sir. The Empire may be in retreat, but there are plenty of folks still willing to fight for them.
Corran raised a hand to his breastbone and unconsciously stroked the Jedi medallion he wore.
Gavin has been wounded and did almost die, but the fact is that he was too tough to die. As a pilot, he's getting better and better and has vaped his share of the enemy we faced. He's brave without being stupid. He's the sort of person who is the rebellion's backbone, and the reason it has succeeded as well as it has.
What you're saying, Lieutenant Horn, makes me very proud indeed. Jula sighed. It also fortifies me against anticipating the worst. I imagine your parents are equally worried about you and proud of you. Corran frowned.
My parents are dead, sir.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Jula jerked a thumb back towards the sounds of the gathering. This isn't very easy on you, is it?
Corran shrugged. Compared to an Imperial prison, it's actually very nice. The trick of it is that there I had a focus for my negative thoughts, the people who had me imprisoned. Here there is no such focus.
Perhaps that means that you should just let your negative thoughts go. Jula patted him on the shoulder. Nothing wrong with feeling and acknowledging sorrow and pain, Lieutenant Horn. The crime is letting them hold you prisoner. Come on back, and we'll do all we can to set you free.
He's right. Mourning is appropriate, but not here and not now.
Corran smiled.
Thanks, I think I will rejoin the group. In fighting the imps, I've been in so many places where I've been reviled. It's great just for once to be welcomed so openly and graciously.
I'm glad you feel that way. Jula threw an arm over Corran's shoulder and steered him back toward the light. Darklighters believe in treating friends like family, and family like friends, and we're always glad to add yet one more to the family. 8.
This has to be a dream. A nightmare, even.
Wedge cracked his left eye open and let it slowly attempt to focus. At first he noticed nothing unusual in the unlit room, but then he caught sight of little motes of light streaking like shooting stars across night sky. The possible presence of something in his quarters did convince his sleep-besotted brain that he should continue his trek toward consciousness, but until he heard the voice a second time, he wasn't wholly certain he wasn't enmeshed in a nightmare.
"Good morning, sir. It is very good to see you again."
Wedge rolled over and reluctantly opened both eyes. "Tray?
"How kind of you to remember me, Master Wedge."
The black 3PO droid with the clamshell head stood beside the bed with his hands splayed out.
"I realize you may not have fully recovered from your journey here, and were it up to me, I'd have allowed you to sleep longer, but this is the time at which you requested awakening."
Wedge groaned. Shortly after Corran, Mirax, and Gavin had left for Tatooine, Winter located a possible store of X-Wings and parts on Rishi. Using some of the unit's money, Wedge rented a modified Corellian YT-1300 light freighter named Eclipse Rider and headed out with Ural Quirg to check out the report. The trip out from Coruscant went well, but once they arrived in system, they ran into trouble. The freighter lost a repulsor lift coil upon landing. Ural worked on replacing that, while Wedge wound his way through a labyrinth of Hakeeg religious laws that seemed to him to prohibit or limit anything that could make life easier. He did locate the cache of X-Wing parts and managed to purchase it. He estimated 2 fighters could be cobbled together from the parts, which was something, but far short of what he'd hoped when he set out at first. Regulations on the use of repulsor lift vehicles complicated the loading timetable and ultimately delayed their departure from the world by 12 hours. When he and Ural finally did make it to Yogg-Dul, Wedge was 4 days behind schedule and exhausted. He docked the freighter, then had someone show him to his quarters.
I thought 12 hours of sleep would be enough, but apparently not, because I'm hallucinating the presence of a droid that should be on Coruscant. He rubbed his eyes, then opened them again. Emtry was still there. What's going on here? Did General Kraken send you to keep an eye on us? Since I do not have eyes per se, sir, I would have to say no. The droid's head canted to the right. I do not recall any orders being given to me by my former owner. Former owner? Wedge realized he was becoming more awake all the time, but nothing seemed to be getting much clearer to him, and that caused him some concern. Someone has to be having fun with this. Get Tycho for me. Tycho cleared his voice, and Wedge turned to see him leaning against the door jamb of the bedroom. Thought you might like to wake up to a familiar face, since you're in unfamiliar surroundings. Right. Wedge narrowed his eyes. As I recall, I've not gotten you back for the other trick you pulled, that post-mortem message from Corran at Borlaeus. You better watch your step. Or what? You think you can cause me more trouble than a treason trial and a stay in an Imperial prison? Tycho thrust his chin out defiantly, but softened the gesture with a smile. You're welcome to try any time you want, Antilles. Wedge shook his head. One hopeless battle at a time. Got any calf out there? Tycho nodded. Brewed hot and strong enough to dissolve transparasteel. Great. Wedge rolled out of bed and slipped into the thick robe Emtry held out for him. Knotting the belt around his middle, he followed Tycho into the small parlor attached to his bedroom. The furnishings were a mixture of styles and colors, but all of them were fashioned from hollow metal tubes and light but strong cloth. Less mass means less cost in transport and energy to maintain the gravity generation for the station. Wedge dropped into a chair across a low table from Tycho and wrapped both hands around the barrel of a steaming mug of calf. The steam caressed his face and could have been melting his eyebrows for all he cared, because the calf tasted wonderful. He felt the warmth spread out from his belly, and a layer of fog in his brain began to dissipate. So, Tycho, how is Emtry here? Tycho's smile broadened considerably. Politics. Wedge sipped more calf. Okay, give me the exploded view, because I'm not seeing it. It gets weird, but I'm not complaining. Tycho leaned forward. Before his capture at Yavin 4, Jan Dodona designed the A-Wing fighter. The Alliance got it into production and introduced the A-Wing late on in the rebellion. Most of them were made in locations that weren't so much factories as they were private shops. They all worked from the same design, but were constructed on an individual basis. The one I flew at Endor, for example, had Fijisi wood panels in it. I'm guessing it was built on Carduine. I recall how reinforcements of those ships used to dribble in. Right, well, Incom and Cohensayer are afraid their X-Wing and Y-Wing fighter designs are going to be supplanted by the A-Wing and B-Wing designs. So they've been trying to get the Provisional Council and the Armed Forces to open bidding on new contracts. Incom thinks it has an edge on winning a contract for new X-Wings when all of us up and resign. Cohensayer starts the rumor that part of our disaffection is because we don't trust the X-Wing anymore. Incom turns around and says that it's working on some new designs and would be happy to bring Rogue Squadron's ships up to the state of the art. What they offer are A-Wings manufactured by them that have been modified so the laser cannons can swivel and cover the rear arc. Wedge nodded. Nice adaptation, but it doesn't explain how we ended up with Emtry. I'm getting there, and you'll appreciate the flight, trust me. Tycho pressed his hands together. Someone in the military, probably General Kraken, but maybe even Admiral Akbar, decided accepting Incom's gift was appropriate, so all the equipment in Rogue Squadron was inspected, listed as missing parts, and surplused out. Winter found out about it before anyone else, and we scooped up the lot, including Emtry and our astromech droids. Wedge blinked. Surplused out? Our stuff was sold as surplus? Broken surplus. It was missing parts. Such as? PL-1s. Wedge frowned. PL-1s? I've never heard of them. Tycho shook his head. That's the designation for pilot. Wedge immediately began laughing. Someone back on Coruscant favors what we're doing, or perhaps just wants to give us the tools to destroy ourselves. I'm trusting it's the former. Emtre was just thrown in on the deal? He cost a little bit extra, but I thought he was worth it. Tycho coughed lightly into his hand. Zray and his technical staff resigned and followed our ships over. We got a full squadron, and the parts you brought in should keep them operational for a long time. Good. How does the base look? Not bad. Tycho pointed back toward the bedroom. I'll give you a half an hour to get cleaned up, then I'll give you a tour of the place. It's not exactly a Death Star, but I think it will work fine for our purposes. Clad in a tan jumpsuit, Wedge followed Tycho through the space station. The small suite he'd been given turned out to be one of the more luxurious ones on the station. Because of construction costs, space was at a premium. Refresher stations were communal, as were dining facilities. While there were private rooms for dinner meetings, all food was prepared in a central galley and delivered to the half-dozen dining facilities on the base. Those same rooms also served as lounges and recreation facilities. Tycho led him to the core of the station and punched a button on the wall. Here at the core we have 9 turbo lifts, 6 are for personnel and 3 are for freight. Wedge reached up and tapped a knuckle against the gray duraplast ceiling. Everything seems shrunk down a bit. I feel like a giant. It is very compact. I think it was built this way to cause stormtroopers problems if they ever invaded. As the turbo-lift door slid open, Tycho passed through the opening. There are 25 living levels above the docking facility and 25 below it. We're starting at sub-25. I've got Emtre working on the moves that will be necessary to clear the last 10 sub-levels for our personnel. Moving everyone but our people off would make me feel better, since we know Isard will eventually figure out where we are. Agreed, Wedge, but if we send people away, she'll find out about things all that much sooner. Because we hit this station not too long ago, and because Warlord Zinj evacuated his folks, what's left behind is pretty much of a skeleton crew. If we do get rid of them, we're going to have to use our people to perform a lot of non-mission specific duties. Tycho winced. I seem to recall the meal you tried to make out of tauntaun meat on Hoth, and... I get the hologram, Tycho. Wedge frowned. Do they know there's danger here? They seem to think that after Zinj, Isard might be taken as a change for the positive.
I've spoken with the key employers here, and they know there could be trouble.
They seem to think that with us here it's actually going to be safer, because the scum of the galaxy isn't going to be drifting in every time they have liberty. True, but their revenues are going to be down, and that could make for trouble. The turbo lift stopped and opened onto the docking facility. Tall, transparasteel walls gave Wedge a spectacular view of Yagdul. Though small and dense, the world took on a curious appearance because of the 3 moons orbiting it and the tidal forces they generated as they orbited in the opposite direction to the planet's rotation. The atmosphere boiled and swirled, with storms sowing lightning through the gray clouds and flashes of red stone visible even from the station. Hard to believe life could have arisen in that maelstrom. Wedge folded his arms across his chest and shivered. No wonder the Given have an exoskeleton and can exist in a vacuum. It's a good thing they can. Our attack here apparently opened some of the station up to the vacuum, so they used Given to make the repairs. Everything is fine now, though, with one exception. The old station master died while on an inspection tour of the repair work. Wedge frowned, recalling an old Twi'lek with a pockmarked face who had been as oily as Darth Vader had been evil. His name was Valsel Tor, right?
I guess so. Apparently he tried to force a given task leader to pay him a bribe. They agreed to discuss it in Tor's office, and there was a catastrophic loss of atmosphere.
Tycho winced.
The Twi'lek was sucked out of his office through a hole the size of, say, a blaster bolt. The Given lived and patched the hole.
So now no one is running the station.
The merchants here have formed an economic council and seem to be running things fairly well as far as they are concerned. We'll need to put someone in to control them, but I don't have a candidate in mind yet.
Tycho opened his arms.
This is the main docking area, which contains 10 levels all its own. The middle 6 deal with cargo transfer and storage. The outer 2 on each side contain crew housing, some small shops, and 2 tap cafes, home away from home for freight haulers.
The tap cafes serve exactly what the rest of us eat, but they lower the lights and hike the price.
You know, with the right ambience, that tauntaun would have tasted fine.
Sure, Wedge, believe that if you want.
Tycho pointed to the triangular landing extending out into space.
Ships land here, unload, pick up or exchange cargo, and head out again. If the crew wants to stop over, its ship is parked in orbit, and the station shuttle service brings them to and from the station. Hangar space is rare, and what this station has is being reserved for us right now, though there is some space for repairs if a ship needs it.
Fair enough.
Wedge watched a small yacht make an approach on the station. Its sleek lines and down-curving wings reminded him of a native Corellian fish.
Looks like the Pulsar skate is coming in. Have you had any word from them?
No, but there was a funds transfer to the account of Huff Darklighter, so I assume things went well.
Good.
Wedge pointed back at the lift.
Let's go down, greet them, and see exactly what our money bought us.
9. Wedge wondered if he weren't really still trapped in a dream as the turbolift door opened and he stepped into the squadron hangar. A dozen X-Wings occupied the deck, and techs swarmed over them. That wasn't what had struck him as unrealistic, however, since the hustle and bustle of a hangar was something he'd witnessed countless times before. He glanced over at Tycho.
What's going on here?
Tycho gave him a grin. Well, since we're no longer part of the New Republic's armed forces, we can't have ships bearing its insignia or colors, can we? Now, Corrin's ship has always been green with that black and white trim, like his droid, so I thought we might just go ahead and repaint our X-Wings to look like whatever we want them to be. He pointed very specifically at an X-Wing that was blood red except for where white had been splashed at a diagonal down across the nose and the tips of the S-foils. A broad black stripe parted the white from the red. That one's mine. I did some checking, and before Alderaan disarmed, that was the color scheme the Alderaan Guard unit near my home used to sport. I've also had Zray switch my Identify Friend Foe beacon over to an old Alderaanian code, the one from the Another Chance, in fact. Individualizing the paint and switching our IFF codes to those of our home planets provides further evidence that we're not a New Republic unit. Wedge chewed his lower lip for a moment.
Makes sense, all of it. And the fighters do look a bit more, ferocious with the new paint jobs. I like it, Tycho, but I don't know what to do with mine. Corrin's got the Corsair green, but he's earned it.
How about a dark blue with red stripes up the sides?
Corellian blood stripes?
Wedge chuckled.
I never was in the Corellian military, so I never earned blood stripes. Han Solo wears them on his trousers because he went to the Imperial Academy and won them through his bravery.
Oh, and you've not been equally brave?
Well, that's open to debate, but the fact is I've never been sufficiently military to earn them.
He smiled slowly.
Make everything from the cockpit back black, including the S-foils, and give me a green and gold check pattern on the front fuselage.
Tycho's eyes narrowed.
I don't recognize the color scheme."
"No reason you should." Wedge hesitated for a second. "Back when my parents operated a fueling station at Gus Trata, my father was saving up to buy the station, start his own chain. The green, gold, and black were going to be the colors he used for the logo and the uniforms. Your colors tie you back to your home. Quarren's do the same thing for him, and I imagine the same is true for everyone else. Mine will tie me to the home I should have had."
"I'll put the order in immediately."
Tycho started walking over toward where the pulsar skate had come through the hangar's magnetic containment bubble and was setting down. Following it in came a boxy station shuttle, but it landed further back.
"Your ship and Gavin's will be the last ones finished."
Wedge glanced at Ural's white fighter. "You need to include Ural's ship on that list."
"No, it's done."
"But it's so plain."
"Apparently not, if you can see in the ultraviolet range."
Tycho shrugged.
"Zray says it's a masterpiece."
"Well, that explains why I'm a warrior, not an artist."
Wedge waved as he saw Quarren, Mirax, and Gavin walk down the gangway from the pulsar skate.
"Wait a minute, who's that?"
The fourth individual proved taller than Gavin and much bulkier, yet wasn't slovenly or hut-like. Then, when his head cleared the interior of the ship and Wedge saw the bristle of white hair, he recognized him.
"So that's why Quarren is looking a bit subdued."
"What?" Tycho frowned at Wedge. "Who's the last guy?"
"Mirax's father."
"Oh. Oh."
Wedge trotted the remaining distance and thrust his hand at Booster Tarek. "It's been far too long, Booster."
The larger man's hand engulfed Wedge's.
"You grew up quite a bit during my 5 years on Kessel. After I got out, well, about that time you were freezing on Hoth. Then you were on the go. I assumed I'd run into you sometime, and now seems as good as any."
"Indeed it is." Wedge glanced over at Mirax.
"Your daughter's been a lifesaver, you know, and for more than just me." "So I gather from what I heard during the trip."
Booster Tarek threw an arm over Wedge's shoulders, then tightened it against his neck.
"I would have hoped, though, you would have found a way to protect her from the likes of Horn there."
Wedge gently dug an elbow in the man's ribs.
"First, if you can't control your daughter, how can I be expected to control her? Second, just as I told her, Quarren isn't his father. He's one of the best men I know." "You need to get out more, Wedge."
Booster opened his arms and released Wedge.
"Interesting place you have here. Not enough to stop a superstar destroyer, but you know that. Still, if you have to die in a box in space, this looks as good as any in which to do it."
"Tycho's taking me on a tour. You're welcome to join us."
"I'd be happy to."
Wedge nodded, then looked over at Gavin.
"How was Tatooine?"
"Good, sir. We got a fair amount of personal armor and weapons, as well as some TIE parts and assorted other things Mirax thinks we can trade. Uncle Huff said that was all that was left from the Eidolon material." "It all looked pretty good, Wedge." Quarren leaned against a pilot mover. "We've got enough in the way of small arms to supply a decent insurgent force. The armor is stormtrooper grade." Quarren's voice trailed off as the sound of footsteps drew closer. Wedge turned and saw a pair of individuals coming around Pulsar Skate's stern. The hulking brute of a man with a shaved head and a big bushy beard dwarfed his petite female companion. Wedge hitched for a moment, then started to laugh.
"How is it possible that you're here so soon?"
The auburn-haired woman smiled sweetly. "And I'm happy to see you too, Wedge. You've not changed much, Tycho, or you, Mirax." She nodded to the others in the group, then offered her hand to Quarren. "El Skal Loro and Sixtus Quinn." Elskal joined the squadron just after Bakura and flew a few missions with us. Wedge jerked a thumb toward her taciturn, dark-skinned companion. Sixtus Quinn was a special intelligence operative who was betrayed by his Imperial commander, so he helped us out on a mission on Tatooine. Corrin nodded.
We could always use more pilots. But that's not why we're here, kid.
She shot Wedge a sidelong glance.
The reason we got here so soon was because we were inbound before your summons reached us. We'd heard of the coup on Typhira and figured we'd ply our trade there.
Corrin stiffened.
And what would that trade be?
A lopsided grin contorted the left side of her face.
I do what I was doing at the time Wedge recruited me. I find worlds with imperial tyrants, and I liberate them. Sixtus, what's left of his squad, and a group of other ne'er-do-wells come with me. We organize local resistance movements, provide them with expertise, weapons, and support, and help them get rid of their local imperial officials.
Wedge smiled. I think you'll recall that no one at our first meeting had any good idea about how to go about overthrowing a planetary government. Elskal has had more practice at it than anyone I know. She's never been much of a joiner, so she's been working outside the New Republic.
She shrugged. Haven't formed an opinion about the New Republic yet, though during Tycho's trial my thoughts were none too positive. The Empire, on the other hand, left me without my family, so I'm doing what I can to strip them of theirs.
Have you had a chance to review the material I sent you?
Elskal nodded. If the ratio of loyal humans to Vratics is at all accurate, the actual conquest of the world should be simple. The big problem there is the presence of those imp ships. Anything we do can be undone by a planetary bombardment. If those ships can be scattered or neutralized, preferably both, we can stage an uprising that should topple Isan Isard. I'm confident we can do it, but I'll have a better idea of exactly what we're going to do after I get in there and take a look.
Mirax raised an eyebrow.
You're talking about going to Typhira? Yes. The sooner the better.
Elskal held up a hand and started ticking points off on her fingers.
We have to liaise with the Ashern, or we'll fight them as much as we'll fight the Imps and their Zukfra allies. We have to determine the nature of the targets we'll hit, so we can be properly supplied for the strikes. We need to gauge the reaction of the populace to a counter-coup, and we have to find a local leader who can handle being put in charge. If this were just some backwater world that no one cared about, we could be a bit more hasty. Typhira, however, is of vital importance, so we have to be careful and surgical in what we're doing.
Agreed. Wedge folded his arms across his chest. We don't have enough in the way of personnel or equipment to allow us to be sloppy. Sixtus rested his fists on his narrow hips. How long do you anticipate being able to keep the location of this station a secret from Isard? Wedge shrugged. I have no way of judging that. We'll take all precautions possible, but we're as vulnerable here as the Alliance was on Hoth or Yavin 4. If Isard finds us, we're in for a difficult time. Then the sooner we're on Typhira, the sooner she'll have to think about leaving at least part of her fleet at home. Gavin frowned. But I thought the fleet needed to be scattered. True enough, but scattered in a way that you can nibble it to death. I know you rogues are hot hands on a stick, but a dozen snub fighters can't take 4 capital ships all by themselves. Isard has to be induced to send the ships out so you can eliminate them, but she also needs a reason to leave some of them at home so you don't get overwhelmed. Corrin raised an eyebrow.
Sounds like you're suggesting the only way we win this thing is if Iceheart starts getting stupid.
Not at all, Flyboy. What we need to do is give Isard too many things to think about. She likes to be in control, that's clear, and she'll do outrageous things to remain in control. Sixtus smiled in a way that made it seem as if smiling were an effort for him. We have to present her with enough problems that she's reacting to what we do, not acting by herself. We set the pace and determine what she does." Tycho's eyes narrowed. "And if she doesn't dance to the tune we call?" Elskal opened her hands. "Then we dance around her. Make no mistake about it, defeating her is going to be neither pretty nor swift, but it can be done. People are going to die, but if she remains in charge of the Bacta supply in the galaxy, that's a given anyway." Wedge nodded and felt his shoulders begin to ache as if someone had settled a lead-lined cloak across them. While none of the rogues had ever attempted to minimize the difficulties of what they had set out to do, neither had they taken a close look at the realities of it.
"It is almost as if we began to believe in the legend of Rogue Squadron.
That impossible missions are for us just run-of-the-mill. We know death and dying are part of any operation, but since we're the ones putting our lives on the line, we're accepting responsibility for our own lives. Elskal's pointing out quite correctly that a lot of other people can and will be hurt in all this." He nodded slowly. "Okay, we've got to start planning this all in earnest. We're gathering weapons and the ships we need already, but now we're going to have to designate mission goals, outline parameters, set rules of engagement, and establish just how far we're willing to go to accomplish the end we desire, the liberation of Typhira. I take it that the fact that you're here means you're willing to help us do this, Elskal?"
She winked at Wedge. "Actually, I was coming here to give you folks the joy of flying cover for me while my people handled the problem, but I think throwing in with you is the only way to get this done. We're in."
"Great." Wedge clapped her on the shoulders. "So where do you suggest we begin?"
Elskal's smile blossomed. "I think the first thing we want to do is make Isard very mad."
10. Corin made one last check on his instruments, but everything seemed fine. His screen showed him to be 15 seconds from reversion to real space.
"Hang on, Whistler, this could be very strange."
He knew it shouldn't be at all out of the ordinary, but he couldn't escape the feeling that something odd would happen. He felt it was not because of any unknown factors attached to the mission, because there really were none. Their intelligence about the Bacta convoy had been very good and double-checked. The squadron should be able to hit it and get away well before Iceheart could mount any sort of rescue operation. Corin's uneasiness came from the fact that in this mission he was being asked to do something against which he had fought all his life. His father and grandfather had fought against it all their lives. Even Neja Halcyon had ventured out against pirates who preyed on interstellar convoys. Corin, who had once been an officer in the Corellian Security Force's anti-smuggling division, had become a pirate. Rationalizing and justifying what he was about to do was simple in the extreme. Elskal Loro had said from the start that getting Isard angry was important, and stealing a convoy of Bacta certainly would do that. It would also force her to devote some of her resources to safeguarding future convoys. Even if Rogue Squadron never engaged any of Isard's troops, the sheer volume of runs the destroyers would have to make would tax the crew and the equipment, forcing her to obtain more supplies from the black market at inflated prices.
All the while wearing her down for us.
The counter in the upper corner of his screen spun down to 0, and then the white tunnel outside his cockpit shattered into pinpoints of light that resolved themselves into stars. Out ahead of him, the yellow sun at the heart of the Chorax system took up a quarter of the sky, while the single large planet in the system stood silhouetted against it like the pupil in some huge yellow eye. Streaming away from the planet like tears, the ships of the Bacta convoy headed out, their exit vector identical to Rogue Squadron's entry vector. Though closing fast with them, Corin could not make out any visual detail on the Typhiran ships, yet Whistler flashed a schematic of them on his screen in short order. 300 meters in length, from prow bridge to hyperdrives, The Bacta tankers had an almost insectoid feel about them. The ship's central section had two parts, each of which held 6 cargo cylinders. In the various systems where the convoy stopped, smaller ships would fly up to the convoy, tease one of the cylinders free from the tanker's belly, then slip a return cylinder into its place. The returned cylinder might be empty, but most of them contained the world's native goods, to be sent back to Typhira or traded yet further along the line. Corin keyed his comm unit.
9 here, Rogue Leader. The convoy is right where it's supposed to be. No hostiles yet.
I copy, 9. Stand by. Wedge's voice broke for a moment, then flooded through the helmet speakers. Back to convoy, this is Wedge Antilles. Prepare to alter course to coordinates I will supply you. A new voice came back on the comm unit. Antilles, this is Typhiran Convoy Delta 29er. We do not recognize your authority to give us orders. You will. 2 flight, make a run.
I copy, Rogue Leader.
Confidence bubbled through Tycho's voice.
8, 9, and 10, on me. Lock S foils into attack position.
As ordered, sir. Corin nudged his stick to the left and pushed the throttle forward to bring his X-wing up on Tycho's left. Noara Ven, in 8, dropped in back and starboard of Tycho, while Ural pulled his X-wing into the formation to the port and in back of Corin. As a unit, they sped on in at the long string of tankers and tending vessels.
The tenders will be the ones that are armed.
The boxy tenders, which really were just freighters hauling food and other supplies for the convoy, quickly outstripped the tankers and positioned themselves to make the fighters shy off their targets. The strategy of forming a wall in front of the freighters might well have worked had the battle been taking place on a planet with the rogues in land speeders, but in space the tight grouping of the freighters just made eluding them all that much more easy. Corin hit a key on his console.
7, I show 6 freighters in that block in front of us, but there were 8 originally. They're screening something. I copy, 9. The 2 missing ones are the largest of them. Keep your eyes open for something tricky.
Suddenly, the freighter formation opened up like a flower blossoming, and 8 snub fighters burst up through the opening at full attack speed. Led by 4 Z-95 headhunters with blasters blazing, the Typhiran fighters zeroed in on the rogue formation. Corin threw all shield power to the forward shields, dropped his crosshairs on one of the speeding headhunters, and hit his trigger. The quad burst of laser fire pierced the headhunter's shields. The red beams sliced into the joint where the port wing joined the fuselage, shearing it off. The engine on that wing exploded, and the ship itself whirled off in a flat spin. Corin sideslipped to starboard to cut beneath its flight path, then hauled back on his stick to loop up and onto the trail of the Typhiran fighters. Evening his shields out, he inverted the X-wing and dove onto the tail of the second set of Typhiran fighters. It was a mixed group consisting of 2 TIE fighters and 2 Uglies, hybrid ships consisting of a TIE's ball cockpit married to Y-wing engine nacelles.
10, do you want the die wings or shall I take them?
Ural would be pleased to take them.
10, I have your wing.
Corin smiled as Ural cruised up and broke to starboard as the pair of Uglies veered away to shake them. While affordable and effective for most convoy security duty, the Uglies were not well suited to engagements against military-grade snub fighters. The die-wing variant, often referred to as tie wing among those who flew them, suffered from the deficits of their component parts. They had a Y-wing's sloth mated with a TIE fighter's lack of shields. Corin would have preferred to be handed a blaster and allowed to float his way into a fight than pilot one of those things. He kept an eye on the location of the TIE fighters as Ural went in after the Uglies. Though the Gand's exoskeleton made him look blocky and clumsy on the ground, his handling of an X-wing was nothing short of fluid and even delicate. Whereas Corin's passing shot on the headhunter had been lucky, Ural had a facility for doing exactly that sort of damage on purpose.
He shoots as if laser bolts were being rationed.
Ural triggered a double burst of laser fire, sending 2 scarlet bolts lancing through the lead die wing's ball cockpit. Nothing exploded, though leaking atmosphere did combust and flare for a moment. The die wing hurtled on through space, but began to level out from the looping climb in which it had been engaged. That move invited a second shot, but the first had clearly killed the pilot, leaving the ship to fly on with no intelligence at the controls. Unfortunately for him, the die wing's wingman failed to realize his partner had died. Flying in perfect formation, he began to level out too. Ural's side slip dropped him square on that fighter's aft. Before the pilot could begin to maneuver, Ural fired 2 laser bursts at him. The first shredded the port nacelle, lacing it with fire before ripping it apart. The second shot weakened the link between the remaining nacelle and the cockpit. The engine ripped free, rocketing off toward Chorax's sun, while the ball flew on out of control. A small explosion wreathed the top of the cockpit with fire. A round plug shot upward, then the pilot followed, riding a command couch backed by a rocket booster. It carried the pilot clear of the doomed ship and out into space. The command couch gave the pilot marginal control over his fate. He was no longer bound for deep space in a runaway fighter, but without a pickup in a ship within a half hour, he'd suffocate or freeze to death. Corin keyed his comm unit. "We have one bad guy, EV." Whistler's urgent hooting overrode any reply. "Got it, Whistler. Tie's inbound. 10, you're my wing again."
10, complying with your order."
Corin shook his head as he brought the X-Wing up on its port stabilizer and pulled back on the stick. Any other pilot in the unit who had picked off the die wings would have been ecstatic, or at least would have had his excitement show up in his voice, but not Ural. The only way to tell if he was excited or ashamed about anything was to listen to how he referred to himself. Gands felt it the height of arrogance to refer to themselves with a personal pronoun unless it was felt by Gand leadership that the Gand in question had done something so great that every Gand would be aware of who was being referred to. As a result, when Ural was happy, he referred to himself as Ural. When he was chagrined, as Quirg, and when he was really mortified, as Gand, allowing himself to sink in anonymity as his shame grew greater.
"His ego is just as strong as any of the rest of us. He just has a better grip on it."
Corin inverted his X-Wing and leveled out for a head-to-head pass with the ties. The lead tie broke off, but the following one began a corkscrew maneuver that jumped him around enough to make him hard to target. Corin snapped a shot at him, then climbed up and off after the fleeing tie.
He's the lesser of 2 evils.
The tie jinked high and low, but did very little side-to-side maneuvering.
He's a rookie and has been training in atmosphere.
The tie's octagonal solar panels caused a lot of problems with maneuvering in atmosphere because of the resistance they offered, though climbing and diving were no problem at all in a tie. In space, there was no atmosphere to limit the tie's maneuverability, but the pilot he was chasing had not yet had a chance to learn that lesson.
And the lesson he's going to learn here is one of an entirely different nature.
Corin snap-rolled the X-Wing up on the port S-foil. Whereas the up-and-down juking had made the tie difficult to hit before, Corin's roll left it trapped between the X-Wing's lasers. Corin's fighter tightened up on the trigger, spitting laser fire at his quarry. The quad burst evaporated the port solar cell wing, letting the tie trail thread-like tendrils of congealing metal on its left side. Corin pushed his stick forward to correct his aim, but before he could shoot again, the hiss of laser fire hitting his aft shield filled his cockpit. Jamming the stick to the left and shoving it forward, Corin kicked his fighter into a corkscrew dive that took him well away from the wounded tie. A glance at his aft sensor readout showed the remaining tie was staying with him.
Now this guy is really good. 10, I have one on my tail.
10 is shaking a lock.
I copy, 10.
Corin frowned.
Whistler, find out what has a lock on 10.
He knew it had to be one of the freighters that had a concussion missile battery or proton torpedo launcher on board. Most freighters did not carry such weapon systems just because of the space needed for storing the missiles and the sensor equipment, but those that did could be very effective against pirates because they could engage them at the missile's longer range. Whistler shrilled at him.
"Yes, I know I have a fighter on our trail."
Corin pulled up into a climb, then rolled and shot off at right angles to the line of his climb.
"I'll take care of him. You just tell me what I want to know."
The tie stuck with him.
"This guy is very good. His fighter can match mine in speed and maneuvering. He's not going to let me go head-to-head with him because my shields give me an advantage in doing that. He has to stay in my aft arc and keep nibbling away at my shields to get me. So that's what I'll let him do."
Corin switched his fire controls from lasers to proton torpedoes and prepped the fighter to shoot them one at a time. He kept a loose hand on the stick and jinked a bit, but allowed his pursuit to take a couple of shots at him. They sizzled in on the aft shield, but didn't penetrate it.
"This better work."
Corin chopped his throttle back to 0, then yanked his stick back to his breastbone. The X-Wing's nose came up and over, pointing straight back at the tie. The tie immediately shied to port, so Corin hit his left etheric rudder pedal and tracked the X-Wing's nose along the tie's flight path. The aiming reticle went from yellow to red, and Whistler screeched out a solid tone indicating target lock. Corin fired a missile. The proton torpedo rode a jet of blue flame as it streaked out after the tie. It actually overshot its target when the tie pilot rolled the fighter and pulled the starboard solar panel out of the torpedo's range. The proximity sensors on the proton torpedo caused it to detonate, filling the area around it with a rapidly expanding cloud of shrapnel. Before the tie pilot could react, tiny bits of metal pierced the transparasteel cockpit canopy, shattering it into a million razor-edged fragments that proceeded to reduce everything in the cockpit to debris. Corin watched the TIE fighter begin to spin off lazily through space.
"When I go, I hope it's that fast. No lingering for me."
Whistler's mournful tone seemed to echo that sentiment. 9 here. I'm clear. 7 here, 9. We're all clear. Corin brought his ship around and saw 2 of the freighters hanging in space, with fires raging internally. Orders, sir? Tycho replied quickly.
"Wedge has convinced the convoy that once it makes delivery runs for us, it can go free. Form up with Ural and take 2 tankers for your run. They'll slave their nav comps to yours. Once the cargo has been delivered, let them go and get back to the base." "As ordered, sir."
Corin let a little chuckle roll from his throat.
"Well, Whistler, this isn't much of a blow to strike against Iceheart, but it's something. I'll take it as a down payment on what she's going to get later."
11. A cloud of steam rolled toward Corin as the inner door of the thermal lock opened. He and Ural stepped through quickly, anxious to be well away from frigid conditions that existed back in the hangar. Corin pulled off his gloves, blew some warmth into his hands, then smiled as a small, balding man approached him.
"You must be Farrell Court."
The smaller man nodded and extended a hand to Corin.
"I am.
I want to thank you for your mission here. When we put the word out, I had no reason to expect, such a generous response so quickly."
"Pleased to meet you, sir."
Corin shook his hand, then jerked his head toward Ural.
"This is Ural Quirg of Gand. I'm Corin Horn of Corellia."
Farrell shook Ural's hand, then waved the both of them deeper into the rough-hewn stone tunnel. "You'll forgive the lack of decoration and refinement, but Halanet is a fairly small community that is still building to self-sufficiency, so we have little time to devote to anything that is not utilitarian."
"Ural can understand this. You have chosen a difficult world to make your home."
Corin shook his head at the Gans' understatement. Halonit was a moon orbiting a gas giant. A thick coat of ice covered the planet, but beneath the frozen crust, the hot heart of the world heated water and rock enough to make life sustainable. The colonists began creating their community during the final days of the Old Republic. They had weathered the Empire and rebellion all but unnoticed, since the planet produced nothing of use and the inhabitants numbered just over 10,000. It was just one more curiosity in a galaxy full of them, and it would have escaped Corin's notice except for an urgent message sent to Coruscant to request shipments of Bacta. Farrell led them from the tunnel to the edge of a huge chasm that reminded Corin of Coruscant's artificial canyons. 100 meters or so above them, a double-walled transparasteel shield capped the chasm and spread over the area the diffuse light glowing down through the glacier. On both sides of the chasm, lights shone through viewports carved in the stone and silhouetted the various bridges across the gulf. In several places, water streamed down between and over rocks to splash rather beautifully into the chasm's depths. Corin raised an eyebrow. This is a little more than simply utilitarian, I think. Farrell smiled. This grand vista is the one concession we make to beauty. Standing here, it is easy to see how our forefathers envisioned what Halonit would become. In 2 generations, we've accomplished much, but we're far from our dream of making this world into a utopia. And as pretty as this is, it does have utilitarian concessions. The double-walled transparasteel cap keeps warmth in and ice out. The waterfalls are wonderful to look at, but they fill our reservoir down below and feed our ichthyoculture farms. I concede the point. Corin smiled. Tell me more about the disease that's causing you problems. It's a virus that mutates quickly and sweeps through the colony. Farrell shrugged. Left untreated, the systems come and go inside 2 weeks, though there's lingering weakness for another month after that. The symptoms are congestion, coughing, fatigue, body aches, and a fairly ravenous appetite. Bathing in the mineral springs here seems to help, but a Bacta bath will be far more helpful. Ural's mouth parts clicked open and shut. Your virus sounds similar to the Carduin chills. True, though that illness can only afflict a person once before he or she develops immunity. Farrell led them on through another atmosphere lock and into a darkened corridor. This virus mutates so quickly that we can't create a vaccine. It spreads through the population such that someone just recovering from one strain catches the next. On a larger world, there'd be more of a lag time between epidemics, and a bigger world would have more resources to be able to deal with the illness. Right now, though, a sick person eats enough food for a family of 4, and this threatens the whole colony. The most recent strains have been nastier, increasing the appetite and debilitating the victims, which is why we sent out our call for Bacta. Farrell sighed. When we got word from Typhira about how much it would cost to fill our order, well, we fairly well despaired. Then you showed up in system with a tanker ship carrying enough to go a long way toward wiping the epidemic out. The small man led them into an office and invited them to sit in rickety, rusty chairs. He walked around a makeshift desk and sat on a stool. So I need to ask, what do we owe you for this Bacta? The market value for it is something in excess of 1 billion imperial credits. Corin glanced over at Ural, then shook his head. You don't owe us anything. But this amount of Bacta, it is valuable. You must have paid a great deal for it. The Gand leaned forward.
Ural believes Corin would tell you that the Bacta was collected as part of a bad debt. It cost Corin and Ural nothing, therefore it's offered freely.
The puzzled look of amazement on Farrell's face slackened into an expressionless mask. I see.
Corin smiled. You needn't think of it as stolen, since the government that would have demanded payment from you is not legitimate. A wry grin twisted the lower half of Farrell's face. Dealing with pirates and smugglers holds no difficulty for us. The transparent steel and other modern conveniences you see here were not made here, so we have traded with outsiders before. If that's not the problem, what is? Farrell frowned. We've always given something in exchange for what we took. In some cases, we have hidden people from their enemies. The fish we raise here are considered delicacies on some worlds and are extinct on others, so some collectors favor them. The problem is that 1 billion credits would buy all of them, and most of this colony, too. We will not take charity, but we cannot offer you value for what you have given us. I'm sure we can come to some sort of arrangement. You mentioned mineral springs as part of your treatment for the chills before, right? Yes, but I don't see... Corin held a hand up and looked at Ural. Flying in here, didn't I tell you I'd give 500 million credits for a hot bath and a good fish dinner? The Gand hesitated, then nodded extravagantly. Indeed, Quirg remembers your using those very words, and Quirg concurred. There you have it, Farrellcourt. Corin opened his hands. A hot bath and a hot fish for each of us, and we're even. The colonial administrator smiled. I'll see to it that you get your money's worth. Liberating the Bacta from Iceheart has already done that. Corin laughed aloud. Getting to sit in a hot bath and think about how furious she'll be will make the experience just that much more perfect. The moment Tycho Selchu's X-Wing reverted to real space, a chill ran through him. He had been to Alderaan, to its graveyard, before. He had seen and flown through the stony disk that was all that remained of the world on which he had been born and had grown up. His last vision of the world as a whole cohesive ball had come when he shipped out to the Imperial Military Academy, and the pride that marked that memory now mocked him. He had returned to Alderaan before, but he had not yet returned. Among the survivors of Alderaan, returning had taken on a reverence and importance unlike any other tradition he could recall. It seemed as if all the mental and emotional energy that had been funneled into the planet's pacifistic philosophy had been shifted and focused on a person's return. Some people even described their return as a watershed experience, one that changed their lives completely and profoundly, opening them to the greater truth of the universe. Those claims had been made by people wearing beatific expressions. They talked about what should be done on a return. They specified what should be said, what should be offered, and what should be expected in return. They ritualized what Tycho felt should be a distinctly individualized experience, then encouraged each other to share their experiences so they could mutually reinforce their beliefs in the healing nature of the return. The return had become something of an industry to service the Alderaanian community, and Tycho had not found himself immune to its lures. After guiding several Bacta tankers to Coruscant, Tycho had sat down on the planet and spent some time with a few Alderaanian friends. As a result of their conversations, he had decided to make his own return, and then went out and proceeded to buy all the things he would need to do it correctly. Following the dictates of others rankled him, but he could not deny that inside he felt a need to do some of the things bound up in a return. He purchased a memorial capsule, then bought little gifts for all of his dead. He picked out things he knew they would have enjoyed: romantic holodramas for his grandmother and sisters, wine for his father, flower bulbs for his mother, and a data card of the latest recipes
For his mother's father, the gourmet. For his brother, he picked up a holobio of Luke Skywalker, knowing Skolok would have thrilled at being able to meet Luke and learning the Jedi would be returning to the galaxy. While part of him rebelled at the idea of buying these things and jettisoning them to orbit amid the graveyard, the symbology of it satisfied a need inside of himself to place amid the shards of the world items that would mark the lives of people of whom there was no longer a trace. Choosing something to memorialize Nyestra had been all but impossible. He had known her all his life, and before he hit puberty he knew he loved her and would marry her. He had been as certain of that as he had been that the sun would rise and set on Alderaan for the rest of their lives. She had agreed to wait for him throughout his time at the academy, and then even through his first year of duty. If he survived a year as a TIE pilot, then he'd get moved up in the chain of fleet command, making it possible for him to marry and start a family. Never had he doubted, never had she doubted, he would survive that first year, so to both of them their future had been assured. Then the Death Star exploded that future. Another chill sank through Tycho, puckering his flesh. Because his father was the CEO of Novacom, the largest HoloNet provider on Alderaan, Tycho had been able to make a real-time HoloNet call to his home on the occasion of his birthday. Everyone had been there, all smiles and laughter. They had presents for him and toasted him with wine. Though thousands of light years distant from the celebration, he felt every bit a part of it. Then the transmission went down, the holographic images dissolving in a gray-black blizzard of static. Tycho had just smiled. Such interruptions had happened before, and in each instance he had given his father a hard time about it. Throughout the next week he mulled over what he would say to his father. He had looked forward to the exchange, since matching wits with his father was a true joy in his life. Then word filtered down through the fleet that Alderaan had been destroyed. Blame had been placed on the rebels, but he'd known instantly that they were innocent. While his imperial indoctrination had left him no doubts that the rebels would destroy a planet to gain their ends, he knew it would not be Alderaan. They drew support from Alderaan, according to the rumors, so destroying it would only make sense for the Empire. The fact that the Emperor dissolved the Imperial Senate before Alderaan died, instead of in reaction to its death, firmly focused blame as far as Tycho was concerned. So he defected. At the next planet, Kominor, he went on leave and never came back. He joined the rebellion and for well over 7 years had fought to guarantee no other world would face the fate of Alderaan, and guarantee no other man would have to decide how to memorialize the woman he had intended to share the rest of his life with. Part of what made the choice so difficult were the changes he had undergone since Alderaan's death. Had he made his return immediately after leaving the Imperial Navy, he would have encoded a poem on a data card and set it adrift in a device that would have broadcast it over and over again. The comm frequency traffic that his R2 unit scrolled across his main screen showed thousands of others had thought of the very same thing. It hurt deep down knowing that the man he had become would not have been a suitable match for Nyestra. The life they had planned together would have been possible in a bygone age, but only if they refused to look at what the Empire was doing within the galaxy. Wrapped up in its cocoon of pacifism, Alderaan had seemed insulated from things going on in the galaxy. It was as if, when we disarmed, we set ourselves above and beyond the petty concerns of the galaxy, and we thought doing so would keep us safe. Bail Organa and his daughter Leia had seen the folly of that idea, but Alderaan had been slow to awaken to their call. Many people clung to their pacifism as if it would save them from anything the Empire could do. They had felt that the only way the Empire would win was if it could force them to abandon pacifism. being sacrificed to preserve their beliefs, was not too great a price to pay, an attitude especially easy to hold when no one believed the Empire could or would destroy a planet. Tycho had long since seen the error of that philosophy.
Pacifism for the sake of pacifism is the height of arrogant selfishness when that belief prevents you from acting to save others from harm.
While he had no more love for war than any other Alderaanian, he had chosen to go into the military to be in a position to influence and change the military.
And when it became necessary to destroy it, I became a rebel.
In the rebellion, he had seen and done things that Nyestra could not have understood. He knew she would have done all she could have to support him and comfort him and help him deal with everything, but the fundamental changes in him meant that they would no longer have been suited to each other. At the most basic level, he accepted as true a concept that Nyestra would have resisted with every neuron in her brain. There are some people who are so evil and capable of creating such misery that killing them is the only way they can be dealt with. Grand Moff Tarkin, the Emperor, Darth Vader, Warlord Zinj, Isan Isard, General Derricote, and Kurtan Lur were all beyond reasoned arguments designed to make them repent and abandon their evil ways. The same events and experiences that would have sundered him and Nyestra bound him and Winter. In many ways his relationship with her astounded him because it was so wholly different from the one he had enjoyed with Nyestra. Whereas they had done everything they could to minimize their time apart, he and Winter simply sought to make the most they could of the time they had together. Both of them had duties that kept them occupied and apart, and would continue to do so more often than not for the foreseeable future. Yet the fact that each knew the other was out there somehow staunched what would otherwise have been a hideous emotional wound. He knew both of them, and probably everyone else from Alderaan that had been left alone, feared getting too close to someone in anticipation of losing them again. Despite that fear, they had grown close and provided an incredible amount of support for each other. Ultimately, it had been Winter who suggested to him the perfect gift to memorialize Nyestra, a woman she had never met or known. Tycho found and purchased a perfect crystal sphere onto which had been acid-etched the continents of Alderaan. Into the heart of this idealized version of the world he had called his own, he had Nyestra's hologram embedded. From within the depths of the world she had loved, Nyestra smiled out at him, forever preserved, unchanging, and beautiful. He keyed the comm unit and flicked on his IFF transponder. "I am Tycho Selchu, son of Alderaan, now orphan of the galaxy. I have come to this place of my birth to pay homage to who I was and those I knew, and those I loved and love still. It is my wish that when life abandons me, I am returned here to be among you, so that for eternity we may be together as we should have been in life." He punched a button on his console, opening and purging the storage compartment in the X-Wing's belly. Under the control of the R2 unit, the memorial capsule's compressed air jets pushed it forward till it emerged from beneath the nose of the snub fighter. A lump rose to his throat as the black oval capsule slowly began its trip into the swirl of stone that once had been Alderaan. Tycho cleared his throat. "These gifts are but insufficient tokens of the love for you all that still burns within me." He hesitated for a second, then deviated from the formula he was supposed to speak to do his return correctly. "This fighter is another. It bears the colors of the Alderaanian Guard and transmits their code. It is my pledge to you, not of vengeance, but of vigilance. I hope you rest well, knowing you will rest alone, because it is my life's work to see to it that no one else suffers as you have. I won't rest until this quest is complete." He hit another button, closing the cargo compartment. The capsule continued drifting away, and he was tempted for a moment to blast it to bits with his lasers. He had no doubt that amid the debris, ships waited and searched for things to recover. The individuals who had located and brought in the Another Chance had been on a salvage mission of sorts, and countless were the stories of treasures rescued from the ruin of Alderaan. Many of those treasures were shown to be forgeries, created and planted by confidence tricksters to prey on the Alderaanian community. Even nastier than they were the people claimed to have been from Alderaan, all rescued by miracle or coincidence, and who subsequently sought to insinuate themselves with families who had survived but had lost relatives. Because of the nature of the imperial economy, a considerable portion of the wealth of Alderaan had survived the planet's destruction, making the survivors quite prosperous and, therefore, targets of opportunity for criminals. He watched the capsule until it vanished into the swirl of debris. "Rest easy. I miss you all." He punched up the power on his IFF beacon and pulsed its transmission out in one grand confirmation of his vow, then shut it down, turned the X-Wing around, and started the long trek back to Yagdul and the war against Isan Isard. 12. Flirrivoru fought the sense of nakedness that his abbreviated clothing inspired in him, and braced himself for Isan Isard's tirade. "Yes, the diversion of the convoy has been confirmed by a number of sources. It is not the utter disaster you have made it out to be, since Antilles is not holding on to our tankers, but is returning them."
"Returning them so we can refill them, and he can take them again."
Her diaphanous red gown swirled around her like a tornado.
"You should have anticipated this sort of strike and taken steps to prevent it."
Voru waved her suggestion away. "I did anticipate it and chose to ignore it. The amount of Bacta taken was insignificant in comparison to both our supply and the demand for it. In fact, the loss of that Bacta has provided me an excuse for hiking prices yet again, increasing our profits. I calculate our losses at between 17 and 30 billion credits, an amount I will recoup by the end of the month."
"Bah! We lost more than just money when Antilles hit our convoy. We lost prestige and respect."
She pointed a hand toward the sky.
"We have people out there laughing at us because a dozen aging snub fighters were able to pirate Bacta from us."
Voru let his voice sink into a bass growl as he began to pace through her roomy office. "What we lost was insignificant and provides us an opportunity to cut Antilles off from his base of support. He stole the Bacta and made a present of it to many of the worlds it was meant for anyway."
"My point exactly. He has earned their goodwill."
"But that will fade to bitterness when he cannot repeat his gesture." Voru's splayed-out fingers closed into a fist. "First, we will cut allotments to worlds to cover our losses. Second, we will delay shipments to worlds that accepted Bacta from Antilles. And third, we will demand payment from those worlds as if the delivery had been made by Antilles on our behalf. Delinquent accounts will receive no more service from us." Molten fury flowed through Isard's left eye.
"You're giving me bookkeeping. I want blood."
"Of course you do." Voru's features sharpened. While Isard had been on Imperial Center, even hidden away after the rebel conquest, her connection to that center of power had anchored her. She had been patient and prepared to be subtle. Here on Typhira, where the omnipresence of plant life and the languid lifestyle of the human masters of the planet made it the antithesis of Imperial Center, Isard seemed prepared to indulge her more primal urges. "Please, Madam Director, Reflect for a moment on how our current position mirrors that of the Empire prior to the death of our beloved Emperor. The rebel attacks are tiny and really insignificant in every way, except as strikes against our prestige and image. You yourself have often said that destroying the rebellion must come before the rebuilding of the Empire, and in this you have correctly focused on the core of the problem. This problem we face still because Antilles opposes us and must be destroyed. Voru opened his hands and spread them. Our problems in dealing with him are significant at this point. We do not know where he is, so mounting a strike against him is impossible. Isard folded her arms over her chest.
We will begin operations to locate him.
Of course. I have already begun to spread word through the various smuggling networks and criminal organizations, offering a substantial reward for reports on his operations. They will bear fruit soon, I am certain. Voru allowed himself a smile. Until then, by manipulating the price and supply of Bacta to punish those who deal with him, we can vilify him and cut him off from his bases of support. To wage his little war against us, he needs supplies and allies. If Antilles were not who he is, we would consider him of no more importance than a pirate.
Isard raised a clenched fist. I would still take steps to crush him. I will have my ships fly cover missions for our convoys.
Voru hissed as if he'd been stung. Be careful, Madam Director.
You caution me? Don't overstep your bounds, Voru, or you will be dealt with.
I recall the fate of Kirtan Lur, Madam Director, and I have no desire to be trapped in the belly of the Luzankia.
Voru raised his open hands.
I merely wish to point out that if we accept full responsibility for the protection of our convoys, then Antilles will be our problem alone. This means our resources will be spread too far and will be too diluted to deal with him and his people.
Isard's chin came up. You have an alternate proposal?
Certainly. We require the customers to protect our deliveries to their worlds. Otherwise, we deem their worlds too dangerous for shipments. We bring our convoys to certain destinations and demand our customers meet us and complete their journeys by themselves. If Antilles and his people hit them after the tankers leave our protection, they will anger a neutral party to their dispute. The rogues will fight people other than our pilots, saving us personnel and equipment, both of which we no longer have in an unlimited supply.
Isard's right eyebrow arched. This would also save us on shipping costs, increasing our profits yet again.
True. It also allows us to prepare an ambush for the rogues at a time and place of our choosing. Mind you, this will be later as opposed to sooner, because we need time to let Antilles' actions utterly destroy his reputation. We want him to be cut off, with nowhere to hide, when we move to eliminate him.
Isard pursed her lips as she considered what he said, giving him more of a visual indicator of her mood than he had ever seen before. The steps you are taking have merit, though the delay they necessitate annoys me. Finding myself impatient is also annoying. Antilles has managed to survive and even prosper during the time I should have dealt with him. Horn escaped from the Luzankia. Both of them and their companions have chosen to oppose me directly and openly, which has robbed me of the detachment I had when dealing with the rebel opposition to the Emperor.
Voru inclined his head slightly, impressed by her self-analysis. She is loath to entertain fantasies about herself or her situation, no matter how inviting they might in fact seem. She has not lost her mind, yet. Whether or not she will is another thing.
Isard stared off over Voru's head. The flaw Rogue Squadron has, A flaw the rebellion has is the fact that they have been able to overcome all the challenges thrown at them. Not since the days of Dara, For, and Hoth have they known defeat. They are accustomed to winning, and this self-pride can be used against them.
She nodded once, then focused on him.
Carry on, Varu. Continue your scheming. I will let them become accustomed to dealing with you and your methods, so when I strike, the surprise alone will be enough to kill them.
Wedge stood up behind his desk as Booster Terrick's bulky form filled the doorway to the station manager's office. "I appreciate your coming here so quickly, Booster. I know you wanted to spend some time with Mirax before she heads out." The older man shrugged. "She's helping prep this horn for his part in the mission. There's only so much of him I can take." Booster plopped himself down in a steel-framed canvas chair. "I think she took up with him to annoy me." Wedge laughed and sat back down. "I'm sure it does seem like that, but I think there's a lot more there. Corsac has always wanted to steal our women." Wedge arched an eyebrow in Booster's direction. "You can impart whatever motives you want to Corran, but you know your daughter better than that, my friend." Booster frowned. "He's using those Jedi sorceries to addle her mind." "The only person confused about his Jedi heritage is Corran." Wedge shook his head. "Luke Skywalker has been transmitting material about the Jedi to him to keep alive the possibility that Corran will train to become a Jedi. But Corran's a bit focused right now on getting at Isard and freeing her prisoners. He's almost obsessive about it, a trait you know something about." Booster planted his massive hands on the arms of the chair. "If you want to scold me about disapproving of the man my daughter is seeing, the message is received. Anything else?" "That wasn't my intention. That would be like teaching a rancor to dance. It probably won't work. You will get your head bitten off, and even if you do succeed, the result won't be very pretty." Wedge shivered. "Actually, I wanted to offer you the chance to pilot the Mimban Cloud Rider on the run to Typhira." Booster sat back and brushed the fingertips of his left hand over his chin. The Mimban Cloud Rider was one of the Typhiran tankers. Wedge had pulled the crew from it and, with Booster's help, had gotten identification files sliced together that listed Mirax, Corran, Elskal, Sixtus, and Ayala Wesseri as the crew under various pseudonyms. Once in orbit at Typhira, they could make planetfall in a shuttle and hook up with the Ashern. Wedge still needed someone to command the mission and thought Booster would be invaluable in that position because of his experience and instincts. Booster lowered his left hand to the arm of the chair. "No." "No? You'll be able to chaperone your daughter." "She can take care of herself." "You'll get to pilot a ship again." Booster smiled, and his body convulsed with silent laughter. "Closer, but still off the mark. The Cloud Rider is too small, too little to do." Wedge frowned. "Wait a minute. When I got my freighter and started hauling cargo, weren't you the one who told me that being the master of my own ship and fate was the greatest thing to which I could aspire?" Booster nodded and sat forward. "I did, but that was before Kessel. 5 years in the spice mines changed me." 5 years spicing would change anyone." Wedge frowned. "Don't tell me Kessel broke your spirit, because I flat refuse to believe it." Booster's booming laughter filled the office. "Broke me? It would take more than no air and lots of work to break Booster Terrick. The mines could be a brain cracker for a lot of folks, especially the Pauls the Empire tossed in there.
Others of us were content to wait our time out. Flirry Voru, for example, is very patient, which makes him very dangerous. We knew the Empire would never let him out, but he was confident he'd be out someday. I knew I would get out, but the time there still ground on me.
The flesh around his eyes tightened, leaving the red light in his left eye burning like a laser in the darkness.
The time I spent in Kessel was unbelievably boring, Wedge. Monotony. Day after day, the same things would happen with the same people. There was no night, no day, just shift after shift after shift. Prisoners might come and go, but that was it. Pain I could handle and fight against, but boredom, it was the enemy, and it had me mashed flat.
Wedge winced.
I can't imagine.
There certainly were times when Wedge would have welcomed less excitement in his life, but not year after year of it.
I'd have gone out of my mind. When I got out, I made one trip on the pulsar skate, but the solitude of hyperspace reminded me too much of Kessel. That's why I retired and gave Mirax the ship. Now I travel and do deals for friends because it means I'm constantly meeting folks and getting to know them and learn about them. I'm trying to fill the void that Kessel left in me, and piloting Cloud Rider isn't going to do that for me.
Wedge nodded.
I understand, though I wish it were otherwise. You've got skills I need.
He sat back in his chair.
Having someone I can rely on doing a job that badly needs to be done would be a big help.
A smile slowly grew on Booster's face.
I have an idea for you that might serve both of us and cover up some loose ends.
What do you have in mind?
Let me run this station. What? Look, you have this station that's been a trade staple in this region for a very long time. You've got the Republic thinking it's been destroyed, which means your enemies think that too. But ships that come in system to make navigational adjustments can still see it here. You're fooling no one, and the fact that you've shut the station down to folks who have been here a lot means you're making them angry. That, in turn, means that someone is going to sell you out to Iceheart. We figured that. Well, you should also figure this. Pretty soon, no one is going to want to be trading with Typhira. You're giving away what Voru wants to charge for. His only recourse is to cut off the Bacta supply going to folks who deal with you. Once he does that, you're dead.
Booster pressed his hands together.
On the other hand, if we open the station to trade, we start generating capital for this operation, and we have people bringing us information and equipment. We develop suppliers who are in our debt because of this station, which means they won't want to betray you, and who bring the material here to us instead of having us go out and get it. And running the station would mean you'd be anything but bored. Well, there's that, too.
Wedge closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He'd known all along that the location of his base would get out, but Booster's idea of making the secret's preservation valuable to smugglers and traders did suggest it might last longer.
All the years the Empire searched for rebel bases, it wasn't our trade partners who sold us out.
And the prediction of Voru's action was pretty much what Wedge had figured Voru's response would be. Wedge had been gambling that gratitude for the free Bacta would keep trade channels open, but he agreed that supplying a profit motive would go much further in that regard. He opened his eyes.
Okay, that works for me. What do we use as a cover story for why part of the station is restricted?
Booster shrugged.
Does it matter?
We can start all manner of rumors, from your desire to emulate warlord Zinj and carve out your own empire, to your desire to build a force to wrest Corellia away from the Diktat, or even that you and Isard are working a racket to spike the price of Bacta. The greater the number of rumors, the better, quite frankly, since they will armor the truth and result in folks bringing us information to further our plans, whatever they might be. As long as there's some mystery here, and folks smell profits in trying to figure it out, we'll be covered. Wedge nodded thoughtfully. I suspect that your taking this position means you'll be pitted against Dvoru in this war to control trade and information. And that won't be boring at all. Booster's smile broadened to the edges of his face. This will be grand. I hope you're correct. Wedge stood and stepped away from the station manager's chair. Booster Tarek, this station is all yours. May the Force be with you. 13. The shuttle ride down to Typhira from the Mimban Cloud Rider left Corrin a bit uneasy. A rising storm made the air turbulent, and being strapped into a seat in the back made Corrin want to scream. He glanced over at Mirax and saw she was having as much trouble as he was, sitting still. Either one of us could pilot this Lambda-class cargo shuttle through this storm front without this much bumping around. Mirax placed her hand over his and gave it a squeeze. We'll get down. I figure crashing and dying wouldn't be nearly as interesting as the rest of this run. Corrin closed his eyes and concentrated on regulating his breathing. He tried to convince himself he was doing that just to settle his stomach, and that he'd done such things countless times before for exactly the same reason. It was true, but he also knew his choosing to do it now was a result of reviewing the data cards Luke Skywalker had sent to him. Corrin admired Skywalker's ability to read him. Very little of the material sent had been dry, boring procedural stuff. Examples of the breathing exercises were pretty much the only things that fell into that class. By and large, Luke had provided him with stories of Jedi Knights that pointed to their long tradition of law enforcement and their dedication to virtue and justice, and not a little to the bold, heroic tales that had made the Jedi legendary throughout the galaxy. The selection is perfectly focused to inspire me to join him. The problem with it was that Corrin found it rather daunting. It also caused him to start second-guessing himself, which was something he seldom did and hated whenever he did do it. Before reading the Jedi material, Corrin would have put the dread coiling his belly down to a reaction to the bumpy ride. Now he wondered if he wasn't anticipating some disaster through the Force, which in turn made him wonder if he was leading his friends into an ambush. I know just enough about the Force to be dangerous, more so to myself than my enemies. He had really appreciated Skywalker, including information about lightsaber maintenance and fighting styles. He'd gotten a chance to practice with the weapon in the Cloud Rider's galley, and began to feel comfortable with it. He was notoriously bad when fighting against a remote. Recalling his failure at picking off its stinging bolts made him shift uncomfortably in his seat, but 4 days of practice had made him feel confident enough with the lightsaber that he sincerely doubted he'd lop off any of his own limbs using it in a fight. In my hands it's more of a light bludgeon, but it'll do in a close fight. The shuttle's wings creaked as the pilot began to retract them. The view screens on the interior of the shuttle's cabin showed a heavily forested landscape, up through which occasionally thrust very inorganic stone and transparasteel towers. The buildings didn't look so much inappropriate for the setting as they did alien to it. Corrin knew instinctively these were the human dwellings on Typhira, because no Vratics could live in one. Mirax indicated one particularly blobby building with a nod of her head.
I bet she lives there.
Quarren hesitated for a second, wondering which she Mirax meant, but the cold anger in her eyes took the choices from two to one. Anyone else might have been pointing out where Isan Isard lived, but Mirax had no use for Irisi Delaret, so Quarren knew it was Irisi to whom Mirax referred. While Quarren had not been at all pleased to become a guest of Isan Isard's through Irisi's efforts, Irisi had engineered the destruction of a whole convoy of freighters specifically to kill Mirax. Quarren turned his right hand over and held Mirax's left tightly as the ship settled down on the landing pad.
Might want to throttle back there just a hair. You're probably right, but we're not going to go on a social call just to find out.
Mirax gave him a sweet smile.
I was thinking of sending a gift.
Quarren returned the smile.
Ah, but how does one gift wrap a bomb? Bomb?
Mirax shook her head.
Nope, too quick. I want her to linger.
Remind me never to make you angry. She raised his hand to her lips and kissed it.
You'll never do that, love. At least, not more than once.
Quarren and Mirax slid from the seats and followed the rest of the passengers out of the shuttle. It brought in crews from a half-dozen tankers parked in orbit around the planet, most of which were returning from runs they completed after the rogues had hijacked their convoy. Of main concern for most of the crews was whether or not they'd be docked pay by their employers for making unauthorized runs. The majority opinion seemed to be that they would be because the Typhirans never lost sight of the bottom line and were willing to cut costs anywhere and everywhere. The 5 infiltrators did not appear to be that different from the rest of the crews going dirt down. While Typhirans owned and ran the shipping companies, they hired laborers from throughout the galaxy to actually do the work. On Typhira, these foreign workers were restricted to certain areas around the spaceport, but none of them seemed to find these restrictions that tough to bear. Most of the crews found the Typhirans arrogant. The word imperial was used to punctuate this point several times on the trip down, and preferred to keep with other spacers. Once outside the shuttle, Quarren picked up his luggage satchel. He opened it and pulled out the heavy tool belt and looped it over his left shoulder. A big hydrospanner hung at his left hip. He picked the bag up with his left hand, leaving his right hand free to deal with his identity card.
Or the lightsaber.
To disguise the weapon, he'd grafted the working end of a hydrospanner onto the butt of the lightsaber. One quick, smooth draw, and he had a working weapon in hand. Elskal had pronounced his work useless and suggested he would do better being able to produce a blaster in a pinch. He'd replied that a blaster and hydrospanner don't look a lot alike. A tall, slender Typhiran man with blond hair looked down his long, skinny nose at Quarren.
State your name and the nature of your business.
Quarren hesitated for a second and immediately felt heat flush up from within his jumpsuit.
Eamon Azali. I'm here to wait for my ship to be refilled and head out again.
The Typhiran snatched the identity card from Quarren's hand and ran it through a datapad's card slot.
Ship's mechanic?
Yes, sir.
Do you always bring your tools with you when you come to a planet?
Well, sir, not always, sir, but I have a friend who might get me a berth on another ship, so...
The customs official's eyes darkened.
You would not think of overstaying your welcome here and trying to go into business for yourself doing repairs, would you?
Unless it's fixing your attitude, nope.
No, sir. Never my intention, sir. Very well.
He hit 2 buttons on the datapad, then swiped the card back through the slot.
Your provisional visa is good for a week. Remain longer than that and face criminal charges. Corin looked down as he accepted the card back, refusing to meet the man's eyes.
Yes, sir, I understand, sir. You have been most kind, sir.
Yes, well, be gone. Next. Corin shuffled on past and into the spaceport's main building. Its long, low shape, with softened edges and decorative elements clustered in groups of 6, suggested to him that the insectoid Vratics had designed and created the rectangular spaceport. The whole structure looked as if it had been worked around and between existing trees, with the roof being open to let some of them grow up through it. While clearly artificial, the 2-story building showcased the natural beauty of what had been there before it had been created, instead of trying to supplant and surpass the beauty of the native plants. Inside the spaceport itself, Corin rejoined Mirax. Ahead, he saw Elskal and Sixtus. Off to the left, he saw Ayala. Their Ashern contact was supposed to meet them in the spaceport building, but no one appeared to be paying any of them any attention. There were backup contingencies in case contact could not be made for some reason, but Corin hoped they didn't have to fall back on them because they involved a lot of waiting, and in an emergency situation, sitting around waiting meant disaster. Seeing that nothing was happening immediately, Corin guided Mirax over to a row of seats set beneath an overhead walkway servicing offices on the 2nd level of the spaceport. The seats were also located fairly near a refresher station, of which he wanted to make use.
Watch my stuff for me?
Mirax nodded and sat while Corin piled his satchel and tool belt in the empty seat beside her. He started to step away toward the refresher station when its door opened and a stormtrooper with a blaster carbine slung at his right hip came walking out.
In that armor, how can they...
Corin realized he was staring, then turned away quickly. He realized that looked suspicious as could be, so he leaned down and smiled at Mirax.
What did you say, dear?
The look of fear in Mirax's widening eyes and the reflection of a stormtrooper's helmet eclipsing her brown irises told Corin his attempt to look inconspicuous had failed utterly and completely. He felt a heavy hand land on his shoulder, straightening him up and turning him around. Belly to belly with the stormtrooper, he looked up into the black eye lenses and tried to smile.
Is there something I can do for you?
I know you. The identification card.
Corin's mind reeled. It had to be impossible for the stormtrooper to actually know him. Then he realized the man may have been on the Luzankia and might have seen him there. Then again, I could just look like someone else.
Anxiety began to build in Corin as he handed over his identification card.
Think quick what to do.
He forced himself to breathe normally.
First thing is to avoid panic. The identification is good and solid. It will hold up.
The stormtrooper held it up and examined it forward and back. It seems fine, but you're familiar, and I don't know anyone named Eamon. Come with me so I can check you out. Fighting the urge to panic, Corin flashed on one of the Jedi stories. He settled a simple grin on his face and stared intently into the black recesses of the helmet.
I don't need to go with you.
You don't need to go with me? Corin's grin grew.
Hey, it's working. I'm influencing his mind. I can go about my business.
You can go about your business? The stormtrooper shook his head, then grabbed a handful of Corin's jumpsuit front. Your business is my business, void brain. The stormtrooper's comlink clicked from inside the helmet. This is 915, bringing one in. The stormtrooper looked past him at Mirax. She with you? Fear for her cleared Corin's brain of disbelief over his failure to warp the stormtrooper's mind. He twisted toward his right to get a look at her, letting his right hip hit the back of the seat containing his luggage. He let himself begin to fall back, using his weight to tear his clothing free of the stormtrooper's grip. His head went down and his feet came up, letting him somersault backward over the chair. As he did so, his right hand grabbed the Hydra spanner and slid it free of the belt. Landing on one knee, he brought his head up and looked at the stormtrooper. Corrin found himself staring into the barrel of the man's blaster carbine. "Hydro spanner will work better if you have the heavy end pointed toward me, but it hardly matters." The stormtrooper's two-handed grip on the carbine kept his aim steady. "Come along with me, or the janitorial staff earns its pay." Sith spawn! Corrin swore and hammered the floor with the Hydra spanner's head. As the tool rebounded from the floor and the head of the Hydra spanner went bouncing off to the right, he thumbed the lightsaber on. The silvery blade sizzled out and swept up through the muzzle of the blaster carbine. The weapon's barrel fell one way, the stormtrooper's left hand another, as Corrin whirled to his feet and brought the lightsaber around in a slash at the stormtrooper's eyes. The blade burned through the helmet, filling the air with the pungent scent of melted armor and burned flesh. The stormtrooper collapsed like an empty suit of armor. Someone in the spaceport threshold screamed. Then Corrin saw two stormtroopers stationed near the customs officer come running. Two more appeared from in front of the spaceport, entering the building closest to Sixtus and Elskull. She pulled a holdout blaster from her bag and shot at one of them. He went down with a wound to the leg, and suddenly the whole building erupted with blaster fire as stormtroopers appeared on the elevated walkways on the narrow ends of the rectangular building. Corrin dove forward into the row of chairs and pitched them over backward. Mirax went with them and hunkered down beside him. She brandished the smoking ruin of the stormtrooper's blasted carbine. "I appreciate the rescue, but did you have to destroy his blaster?" "Can't parry the bolts, so I just parry the weapon." Corrin ducked his head as crossfire from the far walkway nibbled away at the chairs behind which they hid. Above them, the stormtroopers on the balcony directed their fire toward Elskull and Sixtus. Corrin knew more folks than just Elskull were shooting, since he saw one stormtrooper across the way go down, but the imps definitely had them outgunned and outmanned. "Unless I do something, what I started is going to kill us all." He leaned over, kissed Mirax full on the mouth, then smiled. "Stay here. I have an idea." "Don't get yourself killed." "What, and make your father's day? Not going to happen." "I hope." Lightsaber in hand, Corrin ran low and fast toward the refresher station. He hit the door hard and cut inside as blaster bolts shattered tiles and burned into the Duraplast door. He could all but hear the stormtroopers who had shot at him laughing about how screwed up his priorities were, and it struck him that a refresher station, especially in a public spaceport, would be a really ignominious place to die. Which is why I don't plan to die here. He kicked open the door to one of the stalls, hopped up on the commode, and climbed up on the edge of the Durasteel partitions. He stabbed the lightsaber up through the ceiling and made 3 quick cuts. A triangular section of ceiling crashed down, and a shower of tiles from the floor of the refresher station above splattered down in its wake. Corrin worked his way a bit further along the partition, then boosted himself up into the second-floor refresher station. Emerging from the stall into the empty refresher station, he felt a terrible calm wash over himself. He'd felt it before, long ago and far away, on Talasea, when he'd engaged other stormtroopers in combat. "When I come out of here, the stormtroopers across the way will see me and warn their comrades. I've got 5, maybe 6 seconds to get all of them. Any longer and I'm dead." He shifted the lightsaber to his left hand, wiped his right hand off on his jumpsuit, then grabbed the hissing blade again. "I'm already dead. This is just to save my friends."
He ripped open the refresher station's door and stepped onto the elevated walkway. One step out, he brought the lightsaber around in a waist-high cut that caught the first stormtrooper in the back. He pitched forward, then rebounded off the guardrail, but Corran had already moved past him. In a continuation of the move that had taken the first man, Corran shifted his right wrist, raised the lightsaber, and used a backhanded cut to decapitate the second warrior. That blow, though grandly struck to great effect, was a mistake, and Corran knew it. Though it popped the man's head off and sent it flipping up through the air, it also allowed Corran's arm to carry too far back. Sliding forward toward the next stormtrooper in line, the third of the four he faced, he wasted a second bringing the lightsaber back into striking position. He tried a high two-handed cut that should have split the stormtrooper from outside shoulder to inside hip, but the imp had already begun to turn toward the attack and ducked it. The stormtrooper lunged toward Corran, catching him with a shoulder in the ribs. The stormtrooper drove him back, slamming him into the ferrocrete wall. Corran felt something crunch in his chest. Then he couldn't breathe. The lightsaber fell from Corran's hand as the imp drove him again into the wall, pinning him there, crushing him. Corran stared into the black lenses of the man's helmet and heard low laughter. The laughter died as the stormtrooper's comlink came alive. "Get clear, Seven. Free, so I can shoot him." The pressure in Corran's chest slackened for a moment, and he knew he had only one chance for survival. As the stormtrooper withdrew, Corran kicked off the wall and knocked his foe into the guardrail. Launching himself at the man's head, Corran grabbed him and held on as the metal guardrail shrieked and bent. Overbalanced, they both whirled off the elevated walkway. Corran tried to twist around so he'd land on top of the stormtrooper, but with a short fall and no frame of reference, he only half accomplished his goal. He hit hard, his back slamming into the body of the first stormtrooper he'd killed. His rear end hit the ferrocrete floor, sending a jolt of pain up his spine. Then the second stormtrooper smashed head first into the floor, and his limp body crashed down on Corran, sandwiching in between their armored bodies. With his lungs burning for lack of air, he leaned back and found himself looking straight up into the muzzle of the remaining stormtrooper's blaster. Unable to do anything but cough, Corran closed his eyes and prepared to die. He heard the whine of a blaster being fired, then felt a hammer blow to his chest. It didn't hurt the way a blaster bolt hurt, but he knew he'd been hit. "I'm dead. I have to be dead." As much as he knew that was the truth, he immediately felt a need to rebel and live. "Open your eyes. If you can open your eyes, you're not dead." Corran willed his eyes open and would have laughed if he could have. Standing over him, he saw Bror Jace, a member of Rogue Squadron the imps had killed well before Coruscant had fallen. Though he wished it otherwise, as his consciousness faded, Corran knew there was only one explanation for what he saw. "I am dying, because only the dead can see the dead." He knew that made little sense, but he was beyond caring as he realized the dead really have little use for logic as well. 14. Wedge shivered as he waited for the shuttle from the Twi'lek freighter dock at the Yagdul station. His shiver had less to do with apprehension about the Twi'lek's arrival at the station than it did the temperature on the station. Lowering it by an average of 5 degrees was just one of the few changes Booster Tarek had made since he'd taken over. Wedge slowly shook his head. Booster had long been legendary for being tight-fisted. He's left dermal ridge indentations on every credit that has passed through his hands. While Booster was more than generous with his friends, in business he was shrewd and capable of saving money in any situation where he found himself. By lowering the station temp, and by refusing to heat unoccupied portions of the station, he lowered its operating costs rather significantly. More important, by leaving the tap cafes and cantinas on the central levels warmer than any other place, he encouraged people to congregate there and patronize those establishments. Since the station's vendors were paying him a percentage of their profits and were funneling all their supply needs through Booster, the old man was making credits hand over fist. Credits that are going to get us the things we need. Booster had put the word out through his network of contacts that he'd taken over the station, and deals were to be had and made there. Traffic to and from the station had begun to increase, and while Booster told Wedge there were some suppliers he'd have to visit to make deals with, the vast majority of the items they needed would be delivered straight to them at Yagdul. The Twi'lek shuttle, an octagonal tube that lacked all the elegance of the Imperial Lambda-class shuttle, looked as if it had been extruded from the freighter. It moved sluggishly onto the landing platform. It settled down onto a docking collar, which rose up to meet it and formed itself to the ship's hull. Lights on the exterior of the collar went from red to yellow and then green, signifying an atmospheric seal had been achieved. A lighted panel near the viewport through which Wedge was watching showed the progress of a personnel mover heading out to the Twi'lek ship. Outside, slowly moving across the loading platform area, droid-driven grav sleds approached the ship to begin to offload cargo. Wedge had no idea what Booster had asked the Twi'leks to bring, but he knew from his visits to Ryloth that an exchange of gifts was customary. He hoped the Twi'leks brought Rill so it could be shipped to the Rilka production facility on Borleus and transformed into the medicine that was vital for curing the Krytos epidemic on Coruscant. The personnel mover started its trip back to the station's hub. Wedge walked over to the doorway where it would arrive and positioned himself in front of it. He tugged at the sleeves and waist of his jumpsuit. He knew it might have been good form to wear the Twi'leki warrior togs he'd worn on Ryloth, but they were designed as warm weather clothes, and Booster's habitat adjustments made it a bit too cool to wear them with comfort. The doorway opened to admit an obese Twi'lek wearing a robe made from a shiny gold fabric and held closed by a thick red sash. A coral ornament secured a gold cloak at his throat, and the cloak's reflected light jaundiced his pink flesh, especially the flesh of his leku, which he wore draped over his shoulders. He clasped his black-taloned hands before his belly and executed a short bow. Wedge returned it. "I'm pleased to be able to greet you here, Koshak. It is my pleasure to accept the invitation of Booster Terrik to visit you, Wedge Antilles." The bulbous Twi'lek moved through the doorway. "You recall Taldira?" A second Twi'lek filled the doorway and had to bow his head to make it through. The black flight suit he wore had been supplemented with a scarlet loincloth and cloak, as well as a golden bandolier running from right shoulder to left hip. The hugely muscled Twi'lek's leku had been tattooed with a whole host of designs, the significance of which Wedge could only guess at. He wore a blaster on his right hip, and Wedge knew from prior experience that the bandolier concealed a pair of vibroblades. "It is an honor to see you again, Taldira." "And you, Wedge Antilles." The Twi'lek warrior gave Wedge a smile full of sharp teeth. "Kolchak will run off and find his trading partners, leaving warriors to speak among themselves." Wedge nodded in the fat merchant's direction, and Koshak immediately headed off toward the lift tubes to find Booster. While Wedge looked forward to spending time with Taldira and learning why the warrior had come to the station, he regretted not being able to sit in on the conversations Booster and Koshak would have together. They might not be warriors, but the battles they will wage to strike a bargain will be of epic proportions. Wedge waved a hand toward the threshold of the cantina on that level. "May I offer you the hospitality of the station?" The warrior nodded. "You honor me." "Say that after we get served. Our selections are rather limited here." Wedge led him into the darkened cantina and wove a serpentine path through small tables to an open booth in the back. The reserved hologram drifting above it proclaimed its glowing message in a multitude of scripts and stood almost as tall as a Jawa. Wedge held his hand over the holoprojector and let it do a quick scan of his palm. The message changed to one of welcome, then morphed into a bill of fare. Wedge sighed and slid into the booth. Having a table held for me here is about the only benefit of command. Warriors must take pleasure in even the slightest of benefits, because death is ever our companion. Taldira sat opposite Wedge, interlacing his fingers and placing his hands on the table. His leku flopped over inside his elbows. You deserve more than this for your great victory. Wedge raised an eyebrow. Great victory? The Twi'lek chuckled in a manner that seemed almost menacing. You took from Iceheart a convoy of Bacta. It wasn't exactly defended very heavily. It matters not. You did what no one else would dare to do. You struck at the Bacta cartel. What you did is memorable and worthy of praise. Thank you. Wedge glanced at the serving droid that approached the table. Corellian whiskey for me. Wyron's Reserve, if you have it. Taldira? This Wyron's Reserve will suffice for me as well. The droid beeped an understanding of the order and rolled away. Wedge smiled at the Twi'lek. You did not come here to tell me what you thought of the raid against Iceheart. Ah, but I did. Taldira leaned forward and raised his hands so his chin could rest on his outstretched thumbs. The galaxy is changing. I am not old enough to remember the prior Republican era, but I have heard tales of the Clone Wars. Since its birth, the Empire sought to maintain peace, but there was much conflict that they ignored, conflict in which a warrior could find a career and build himself into a legend. And then there was the rebellion. The Twi'lek fell silent as the droid returned with their drinks. Wedge plucked the tumblers of the amber liquid from the serving tray and set one before his guest. Hoisting his own glass aloft, he offered a toast. To warriors and their legends. Taldira nodded and added, and to those skilled enough to become living legends. Wedge touched his tumbler to Taldira's and drank. He let the whiskey linger on his tongue for a moment, then let it trail fire down his throat and into his belly. He gave himself a moment to consider what Taldira had said, and he thought he had a glimmering of where the Twi'lek meant the conversation to go. The thought that he might be right threatened to plant a smile on his face, so he deliberately narrowed his eyes. The rebellion was very much a place where warriors were able to build reputations. Too many of them have become posthumous legends, but that was one conflict that favored the courageous and devoured the weak. Wedge kept his voice even, but found his words surprising him. It felt natural to refer to the rebellion in the past tense, as if it were over even before the last bits of the Empire had been smashed. He realized that this thought was not wholly wrong, for the conquest of Coruscant had elevated the rebellion from being a movement to being a government almost overnight. That's a transformation I never thought I'd see. Taldira's black talons clicked gently against the Duraplast tabletop. It is my profound wish I had been possessed of the foresight to join the rebellion. Wedge shrugged his shoulders. You had responsibilities as a Twi'lek warrior. I had no such responsibilities, and could therefore join the rebellion. True, but to acquit my duties to my people, I should have opposed the Empire. Wedge frowned for a moment. The political makeup of the Empire had been such that the non-human populations always knew they existed at the sufferance of the Emperor. For many of them, remaining unnoticed by the Empire seemed the best way to make sure they were not destroyed. Historically, the Twi'leks found negotiation and deal-making preferable to direct confrontation, and this preference had served them well during the time of the rebellion. They seemed to view both the Empire and the Rebellion as rival heat storms that would annihilate each other, leaving the Twi'leks in a position to thrive afterward. The victory of one side over the other had not been predicted, especially not the Rebellion's victory. Taldira's lament is genuine, but the product of hindsight. I would have been happy to have you fighting beside me, and Nawar Aven has been a boon to my squadron, but you did what was required of you. Wedge smiled. Until you put together those fighters I saw on Ryloth, I know you had very little in the way of hyperspace-capable ships native to Ryloth. I have to imagine the Empire deliberately suppressed such technology on Ryloth so they would not have to deal with you as a force. It is kind of you to say so. To even think otherwise would be to do you a disservice. While many think of Twi'leks as traitors, I know you have a proud warrior tradition. But our warriors are unproven to the galaxy. Taldira waved a hand toward the half of the station above his head. As you have said, most of the galaxy Twi'leks are merchants like Kolshak, or criminals like Bib Fortuna. You have been to Ryloth. You know this is not true, but such is the impression that has been made on the galaxy. Thinking that sapient beings believe all of us to be merchants and thieves preys on my mind. Wedge glanced down at his tumbler of whiskey. I thought the fighters you've created were impressive. The Twi'leks had taken a TIE fighter's ball cockpit and married to it the S-foils of an X-wing fighter. The S-foils were connected to a collar that allowed them to rotate independently of the cockpit, much in the same way the cruciform stabilizers on the B-wing rotated around its cockpit. The design provided stability for the pilot and had proved very effective with the B-wing. Their maneuverability, I would imagine, makes them very formidable. Taldira straightened up and smiled with genuine pleasure. The Twi'leki designation for them is Chirdaki. In your basic, it would be Death Seed. It recalls the spores of a parasitic fungus that invades a larger creature and destroys it. Most unpleasant, as would be facing our Chirdaki in combat. Wedge sipped a bit more whiskey. They are hyperspace capable. Indeed. The twin-ion engines are used for main propulsion. The engines on the S-foils are smaller than those in your X-wings, but they provide power for the hyperdrive motivators and shield generators. We have quad lasers for our weaponry. No proton torpedoes, because we decided obtaining supplies for them might be difficult. A wise decision. Proton torps and concussion missiles are the only things we're having trouble finding. Boosters using up a lot of favors to get them. Wedge gave Taldira a curt nod. I envy you your ships. And I envy you your ability to win victories. Taldira played with his tumbler of whiskey in a most unwarriorly fashion. You have proven yourself, time and again, a most dangerous enemy. Wedge glanced down for a moment and stroked his chin with his right hand. It occurs to me, Taldira, that it would be a waste for your ships to go untested. A light sparked deep in the Twi'lek's dark eyes. Indeed, a great waste. Perhaps it would be possible for you and some of your pilots to join us. Wedge spread his hands open. The work is dangerous, and we will find ourselves outcasts everywhere if we fail. Taldira's Leku twitched nonchalantly. Twi'leks have been outcasts before? Can you give me a squadron? The warrior nodded. Fearful that pirates might prey upon Kolshak's freighter, we shipped with 12 death seeds and pilots. We would be honored to join your battle against Iceheart. Which is what you wanted the instant you heard we were fighting her, but you could never have asked. You wanted to be invited. Wedge sat back. I know you are aware of how serious this is, but there really are fairly grand problems here. If you join us,
Iceheart could cut the Bacta supply to Ryloth.
Rill may not be Bacta, but it suffices for many of our needs.
Taldira shrugged. Twi'leks pride themselves on being hearty, and Bacta is seen in some quarters as a means for the weak to survive. If we are deprived of it, we will lose people, but if we do not oppose Iceheart and take our place in the galaxy, what is the reason for living?
And you know Iceheart isn't going to forgive you if we lose.
The Twi'lek smiled easily.
The implacable foe is the only one worth facing. If we know we have lost everything, we will fight that much harder. Such are the battles worth winning and worth taking pride in.
Wedge raised his tumbler again and clinked it against Taldira's.
Welcome to the Bacta War, Taldira. Here's hoping Iceheart and her people choke on your death seeds. 15. The thing Corran hated the most about floating in the Bacta tank was that he could see blurred figures outside the tank, but he couldn't communicate with them. Even when one or more got close enough to press a hand to the transparasteel window into the tank, he couldn't make out who was at the far end of the arm. He could guess, but since the room outside the tank was kept dim and lit mostly by a yellow-green glow from within the tank itself, confirming his guesses was impossible. He had no way of knowing how long he'd been in the tank, but he found the duration of his stay both too long and too short. Pain in his back and guts had been overwhelming at first, but it subsided after a while. In its wake came a tingling in his legs, which was good since he'd not felt anything in them at first. Only after feeling returned to them did Corran allow himself to think about how badly he had been hurt and how close he'd come to death.
I probably broke my pelvis in the fall. Then when the stormtroopers landed on me, I broke my back and probably ruptured internal organs. Had Bacta not been available, those injuries would have been fatal.
That realization sobered Corran and gave him a clarity of mind that allowed him to go back over what he had done at the spaceport. His two mistakes were very clear and gnawed at him.
I should have known better. I am not a Jedi. Trying to use Jedi methods without proper training is stupid, as I found out. I'm as bad as wannabe police, a Jedi vigilante. If Jedi techniques were just parlor tricks and illusions, the Emperor wouldn't have hunted all the Jedi down and had them destroyed. If these abilities are that dangerous, they shouldn't be used without proper training.
While that line of thought made certain he'd never again try to warp the brain of a stormtrooper, Corran was not as harsh in his self-judgment concerning the fight on the catwalk. Lacking a blaster and pinned down by crossfire, to do nothing would have meant both he and Mirax would be dead. Escaping that trap required action, and he'd taken action. His mistake in the fight had been the result of inexperience with the weapon he'd used.
I swung wildly, using more power than I needed. If I moderated things, kept the blade more under control, I could have gotten at least the third stormtrooper.
The fourth stormtrooper would have shot him, Corran had little doubt, but his attack would have all but eliminated half the threat to his friends. A gentle tug on the breathing mask he wore caused Corran to look up. He saw a round hatch through which light came and a silhouette of a human head and shoulders in it. Kicking his legs, Corran made his way to the surface of the tank. He removed the breathing mask and hauled himself out through the hatch. The medtech there lowered a grate over the hatch and pointed Corran toward it. As he had done before, Corran stood on the grate as the tech used a water spray to wash the Bacta residue from him and back into the tank. Holding his hands high, Corran turned slowly beneath the spray, then smiled as the tech tossed him a thick towel. "How do you feel?" Corran shrugged and wiped his face.
"Pretty good. How badly was I hurt?"
The tech's face screwed up tight.
"Pretty bad. You were in shock when we dunked you.
Internal organ damage, broken pelvis, spine, and ribs. More quantity than quality of damage.
Corin nodded. So I was in for, what, a week?
2 days.
What? Corin frowned at the tech. I should have been in there much longer than that for those injuries.
The tech lifted his chin and gave Corin an imperious stare.
You are used to dealing with export quality Bacta, and zook for a product at that, friend. The Bacta here is more potent. Made by Zaltenvarachin?
The tech bowed his head.
Very good. If you will follow me, your friends are waiting for you.
Lacking clothes, Corin wrapped the towel around his waist and followed the tech down some stairs and through a doorway. The room beyond it was lit by a ghostly green glow coming from the transparasteel viewport that dominated the left wall. It looked back into the tank, the light from which allowed him to see further into the room than he had been able while in the tank. Low, long, well-padded daybeds and high-backed chairs filled the rest of the room and had been arranged so anyone using them could keep an eye on his progress. Shadows shrouded the archway in the wall opposite the one he entered through. As he came through the doorway, Mirax stepped forward and enfolded him in a hug. She kissed his lips, then his right ear.
I can't tell you how good you feel. I was afraid you'd not make it. And give your father the satisfaction?
She laughed lightly.
I'll tell him that the horn tenacity is in fact good for something.
Corin kissed the side of her face and held on tight. One of the most unnerving things about being in a Bacta tank, with its temperature control and neutral buoyancy, was the feeling of floating in a void. If not for the touch of the breathing mask on his face, he would have had no connection to the outside world. Just being able to hold on to Mirax and feel her body through the thin material of her clothes brought him fully back into the world.
You weren't hurt, were you?
Mirax shook her head.
Nope, I kept my head down and came out in one piece.
She grinned.
And I even managed to recover your lightsaber for you. It and your Jedi credit are safe.
Great, thanks. He released Mirax and gave Ayala a hug.
Yet one more time you've had to watch me bobbing in Bacta.
Ayala smiled.
As long as you keep coming out whole, hale and hearty, I don't mind.
Thanks. Corin let her go, then nodded to Elskal and Sixtus.
Sorry to have inconvenienced you.
The big man just shrugged. Elskal's eyes narrowed.
The crossfire was a bit more inconvenient than this. We've gotten some work done while we've been waiting.
And good work it has been. A tall, slender man came through the archway and gave Corin a once-over. I'm glad to see you healed. You were in a bad state when I first saw you. Corin hesitated. While he'd floated in the Bacta, he'd mulled over the identity of the man he'd seen standing above him in the spaceport. He'd looked like Bror Jace, but Corin knew that was impossible because Bror Jace had been killed by the Empire. Corin had decided that the man he'd seen was someone affiliated with the Zaltan Corporation, as Jace had been, and perhaps was even closely related to Jace. That solution made perfect sense to him and seemed to satisfy all the facts in his possession.
But there's no mistaking that tone of voice.
Corin's jaw hung open.
You are Bror Jace.
Indeed I am. Jace bowed his head, then graciously waved Corin toward one of the daybeds. You'd like an explanation on why I'm not dead? Corin sniffed.
I've been reported dead myself. Those things happen.
Mirax slapped him playfully on the belly.
You're dying to know what happened to him, just like the rest of us.
Well, if the rest of you want to indulge him, then I think the only polite thing for me to do is listen. Corin sat and adjusted the towel to preserve his modesty.
Go ahead, Bror. Knock us out with a story.
Jace, whose blond hair picked up green highlights from the Bacta tank, smiled easily. I hardly think the tale engrossing enough for you to endure a second telling of it, so I beg your forbearance. Corin glanced at Mirax. You've heard this before. Yes, and I'd rather have him tell you instead of having you get it out of me later. Corin winced. Right. Okay, Bror, do it. The Typheran began to pace, clasping his hands behind his back. The short pants he wore and the thin shirt rustled with his movements, and Corin found the whole ensemble a little hard to reconcile with the pilot he'd known and competed with in his early days with Rogue Squadron. The pacing is right, as is the imperious tilt of the chin, but the clothes are what kids wear. I joined Rogue Squadron for a number of reasons, not the least of which was to maintain parity between Zoltan and Zukfra. This was important because Zukfra had imperialistic leanings. They'd been the first of our two companies to be given an imperial license to be an exclusive producer of Bacta, establishing the cartel. Zoltan had been brought in by the Empire to serve as competition for Zukfra. Zoltan had no real desire to become part of the cartel, but the choice we were given was to join or be put out of business. In effect, this was no choice, so we did what we had to do to survive. Corin raised an eyebrow. That was as close as he'd ever heard any human from Typhira being critical of the corporation with which they were affiliated. Despite the fact that Jace was attempting to paint Zoltan in a good light in comparison with the Zukfra, the honesty was welcome and sparked in Corin a willingness to trust Jace further than he ever had before. How much I trust him depends on the rest of his story. The intention behind my joining the squadron was for me to become known and trusted within the New Republic. Zoltan officials had come to the conclusion that the Empire was doomed and wanted to make agreements with the New Republic to provide Bacta and the means to expand Bacta production back along the lines of the system that existed before the cartel was created. Altruism was not their motivating factor. Prohibiting the production, sale, and distribution of something is much more difficult than managing the same. The cartel only worked because of the Empire. With its death, the back of the cartel would be broken. The only way Zoltan could profit was to work out a deal with the New Republic, which allowed us to oversee the expansion of production throughout the New Republic. Zoltan officials also realized that the Vratics, through their terrorist organization, the Ashern, would make a case to the New Republic for independence. They would ask for help throwing off the yoke of their human masters. Since Bacta production is all but impossible without the Vratics, Zoltan began to court them. We supplied money and hiding places for them. We began an alliance that would eventually make Zoltan the agents for the Vratics in spreading Bacta production throughout the galaxy, enriching us all. Brorjace stopped and closed his eyes for a moment. The Vratics do not think the way we humans do. Whereas we would incorporate reports and data produced by someone into our plans, they incorporate such individuals into their planning groups. It is as if they don't disassociate the report from the person making it. Realistically, this is a societal way of ensuring the spread of information and stimulating more creativity within groups, though its efficacy can be questioned. The Ashern, who were being given reports on my impressions of the New Republic, required me to return to Typhira to join their main planning group. Corin nodded. So you were sent a message telling you that your patriarch was dying. You remember. My course home was set by Captain Selchu. Arisi asked about it, and I told her my itinerary because I wanted her people watching for my return. In my trip, I made one deviation, an unscheduled stop. I transferred from my X-Wing to a freighter that brought me back here. Into my X-Wing, we placed a bomb meant to mimic the accidental discharge of a proton torpedo. The X-Wing was slaved to a shuttle and dragged off toward Typhira. We intended to enter the system from quite a distance out, send the X-Wing in,
then have it blow up where everyone could see it. But the imps had an interdictor cruiser waiting for you, thanks to Arisi. Corin scratched at his upper lip. Reports we got said there was no imp debris where you died. I knew something was up then, but I didn't think you'd lived. Did the shuttle survive the ambush? Jace shook his head. No, so we had no idea what happened until my family received a hologram from Commander Antilles explaining the circumstances of my death. At that point, I'd already returned and had gone underground, so it didn't really matter how I died as much as it mattered that both the New Republic and Zukfra thought I was dead. Mirax frowned. Something just occurred to me. You're the reason Clarn Herf came looking specifically for Wedge. Jace nodded. Wedge is intelligent, resourceful, and respectable, so he was my obvious choice. Corin would have been my second choice, but by the time we sent Clarn Herf out, news of Corin's death had reached Typhira. You would have sent him to me? Corin wasn't certain he'd heard correctly. He'd never had the impression that Jace had seen him as having the same attributes that he ascribed to Wedge. Corin, though we established that I was a better pilot than you, this does not mean I have no respect for your skills or experience. Jace's tone of voice lightened ever so slightly. Your long association with the Empire's criminal class means you understand a host of methods necessary for eluding authority and surviving, which were things I thought would prove useful in keeping Clarn safe. Thanks, I think. I meant that as a compliment. I'll remember that. Mirax glanced over at Ayala. Too bad the Bacta can't cure annoying personality traits. Ayala shrugged. Congenital defect, I'm afraid. Corin's always been competitive and contrary. Corin gave Ayala a hard stare. I always got along with you. Because you knew you'd lose if we ever went head-to-head where our skills overlap. He could have protested her observations, but he knew it was more true than false. Okay, you made your point. Corin forced a smile on his face. Where do we go from here? What's been decided while I've been floating? Elskull folded her arms. Sixtus, Ayala, and I will be staying here, taking Jace's place in the Ashern Planning Councils because he'll be going back with you to liaise with the squadron. We're bringing in expertise on how to take a planet away from its government and how to deal with counterintelligence operations. Corin looked at his former partner. Are you ready for this? Ayala thought for a moment, then nodded. I'll probably get the cleanest shot of any of us at Isard. Derek's death still hurts, but if I'm to honor his memory, I can't do it by sitting around in mourning. You made that point very succinctly. Yeah, but here you won't be among your friends. Ayala smiled gently and caressed Corin's cheek. True, but that means I've got fewer things to remind me of Derek and distract me. I don't think being away from friends would have made it any easier to get over my father's death, but I understand what you're saying. Corin winked at her. Don't do anything stupid, especially in the name of revenge. Promise? Sure, as long as you make the same promise. Done. Corin got up and gave her a big hug, then reluctantly let her go. Looking back at Mirax, he asked, So, what about the rest of us? Our job here's done. We've delivered our charges, and we'll be safeguarding our liaison officer back to the base, so we're going home. Mirax smiled at him. At least we'll be doing that as soon as we get some clothes on you, that is. As long as I don't have to use Jace's tailor, I'll be happy. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? I hate shorts. On you, who'd notice? Jace's riposte stunned Corin, then he smiled. I was thinking I spent a long time in the Bacta tank, but I have a feeling that's going to be like nothing compared to the trip home. I'm glad you're alive, Jace. Life's been much too easy since you've been gone.
16. Wedge exerted the effort to wipe the smile off his face as his X-Wing hurtled through hyperspace. Bror Jace's return from the grave had been a most pleasant surprise, both because he wasn't dead and because of the insight into Typhira he provided. Zoltan had long kept tabs on Zukfra, and Isard had not changed procedures so much that Jace's intelligence reports had been completely invalidated. He was very happy to have Jace back in the squadron. Zray had put an X-Wing together out of parts for Jace. The Typhiran had it painted red with green trim, the corporate colors of Zoltan, and had been checked out on it within 3 hours of his arrival at Yagdul. Jace had been a hot hand in an X-Wing when he was first with the squadron, and his time off had not seemed to dull his skill very much at all. With as few pilots as we have, they all need to be sharp. Wedge had been less than pleased with learning that Corran had been injured on Typhira. He'd have been angry with Corran, except that the smaller man gave him a full report on what happened, including an analysis of his mistakes. Corran had been quite frank concerning what he had done, reminding Wedge of Corran's attack on stormtroopers on Talicia. When Corran finds trouble, he never seems to have difficulty just diving in, especially when the lives of others are at stake. Nice trait to have in a friend. Information Jace had brought with him set the basis for the run the squadron had headed out on. Isard had initiated escort service for the Bacta convoys, moving them to centralized locations where the client worlds would come to get their Bacta. Wedge saw immediately that if he hit the covered convoys, he'd be in serious trouble. But Jace's people had initiated an operation to get them some of the Bacta anyway. The Ashern had sliced new code into the navicomps on 3 of the freighters that would produce a course deviation in the final leg of the trip. The freighters would fly out from under their cover and be in a position for the squadron to make off with them. The navicomps would remain useless until the squadron sent them the key code, or until the crew stripped the computer down and reloaded all of the software. Wedge knew the operation was chancy, but to refuse to go after the ships would mean that the Ashern's effort had gone for naught. The risk of the operation had to be weighed against the good that could be done with the supplies of Bacta the ships carried. Halanet could still use more, as could several other small settlements that found the Typhiran price prohibitively high. More important, Coruscant needed more Bacta to supplement the Rilke treatments for the Krytos virus. He couldn't discount the possibility of a trap entirely, but for the imps to ambush him meant they would be leaving another of their convoys open. The freighters that were coming to him were from a small convoy that was being watched over by the Victory II-class Star Destroyer Corruptor. Though the smallest of the ships Isard had in her fleet, it carried 2 TIE squadrons equaling his force, and bristled with enough weaponry to be able to lay siege to whole planets. Complicating matters, Wedge knew less about its captain, 8 Convarian, than he wished he did. Convarian was supposed to have served both at Dara 4 and Hoth before being given the Corruptor and being sent off on suppression missions, government-sanctioned campaigns of terror against populated worlds on the Outer Rim. Convarian was rumored to be calculating and cruel, with a penchant for quick action that had won battles despite the odds being against him. That was a combination that could cause a lot of trouble for the squadron. If Convarian knows in advance of the defection, we could be in severe trouble. If he has to deal with having 3 missing ships from his convoy upon his arrival at the Rish system, he'll be searching for an atom in a nebula. Depending on the reluctance of the freighter crews to follow us, we'll need a maximum of an hour to move the convoy farther on. If we've been betrayed, we'll have to jump back out of the system as fast as possible. Wedge glanced at his primary monitor. And hope against hope that Isard hasn't convinced any interdictor cruisers to join her side. He shook his head and sighed. He knew he was worrying about events that were very low on the scale of probability, but the chance of a problem still niggled at him.
He knew he'd have felt better if he'd been in on planning the operation from the first, but he wasn't in a position to refuse the help the Ashern offered. "I'll just make the best of this situation and hope Captain Convarian isn't as sharp as rumors make him out to be." A pinpoint of black expanded up and engulfed the snub fighter as it reverted to real space in a system with a red dwarf star surrounded by a dust disk. 3 Bacta freighters hung in space just above the plane of the disk. The captains had oriented the ships so their bellies pointed inward, and the 2 dorsal turbo lasers they sported overlapped their fields of fire. Wedge opened a comm channel. 1 and 2 squadrons, S-foils in attack position.
Both the X-Wings and the Death Seeds responded to his order, causing their stabilizers to split and lock.
The fighters spread out on their previously assigned approach vectors, but they held back from closing with the freighters. He shifted the comm unit over to the frequency the Ashern indicated the Typhirans used. "This is Wedge Antilles. I have 2 squadrons of fighters here. We intend to have your cargo. If you cooperate, you'll be given a course, be able to drop your cargo, and then go back home unharmed." Nervous tremors shot back through the voice that answered him. "Antilles, we were told that if we went with you, we'd be destroyed. We have family back on Typhira." That comment sent a chill down Wedge's spine, but he fought against the ideas it planted in his head. "Your families will not be harmed. Isard can't kill families of pilots and expect any more shipments of Bacta to go out. It's a bluff that I have to call. If you decide not to go back to Typhira, I'll help you get your people to safety. You're going to lose your cargo. You might as well save yourself some pain." One of the tankers began to move away from the others. Minoc, Wedge's R5 droid, tagged it as Zukfra Rose. "This is Boris Kenlin in the Rose. We're yours, Antilles." "Kenlin, don't go. You have a wife back on Typhira." "Isard will be doing me a favor if she kills her." The Rose drifted further from the other 2 ships. "Where am I going?" "Stand by, Rose." Wedge shifted his comm unit over to the squadron's tactical frequency. 9, you and 10 and your 2 death-speed friends will escort the Rose to Halanet. Isard has threatened dependence on Typhira if the crew goes along with us, so find out who their people are so we can transmit the data to the Ashern and try to save them. Corrin's voice came back strong. "As ordered, sir." 2 X-Wings broke from the formation and made a quick flyby on the Rose. In the first pass, they downloaded to the Rose's Navicomp the course for their run to Halanet. As they came back around, the Rose moved on the exit vector with them, and 2 Death Seeds fell in behind. In the blink of an eye, all 5 ships went to light speed and vanished. Wedge looked back at his monitor again. The remaining ships were Zukfra Alazi and Zukfra Meander. Wedge suspected the first voice he'd dealt with was on the Alazi. Since the ship was named after a key component in Bacta, he assumed the captain had seniority over the other 2. Wedge shifted his comm unit back to the Typhiran frequency. "Meander, what is your decision?" A woman's voice answered him. "Meander is unconvinced the crew will be safe from Isard's reprisals." "Meander, your cargo will be bound for Coruscant. If you can't lose yourself there, you can obtain transport to anywhere you want to go from there. I guarantee you that your cargo will alleviate an incredible amount of suffering." Zukfra Meander began to drift away from Alazi. As it did so, Alazi began to roll to bring its turbo lasers to bear on Meander. Wedge shifted over to his tactical frequency. 3 and 4, neutralize Alazi. 5 and 6, pick up Meander and head to Coruscant. Gavin and Shiel broke their X-Wings out of the formation and sprinted in at the Alazi. They kept their fighters moving in a grand spiral which made them very difficult to track, especially as they dipped below the turbo laser's ability to depress sufficiently to shoot at them.
Green laser bolts shot out in pairs at the incoming fighters, but they always came in above or below the X-Wings. Coming up on a turn in the spiral, Gavin's fighter rolled and spat laser fire at the freighter. One quad burst hit the ship's hull right in front of the turbo laser battery. Then two more caught the battery in the side. Fire tracked up the blocky battery, blasting away at the armor plates sheathing it. Molten globules of armor rocketed off through space. Then an explosion filled the battery with fire and ripped it apart. Shields run on the aft battery proved just as effective, stripping the freighter of its offensive weaponry. The two fighters began to orbit the Alazi, flashing past the cockpit one after another. Well away from them, Rizati, Inri, and their two Twi'lek companions led the meander off toward Coruscant. Wedge adjusted his comm unit and tightened the beam to focus on the Alazi. "Alazi, you are defenseless." The man who had first answered him again spoke, but anger had replaced nervousness in his voice. "We can and will oppose you, Antilles. This is piracy. But we have a standoff here because you only have fighters. You can't board us. If you shoot us up, you or we will destroy the ship, and you lose the cargo. You got some of what you want. Go away. Leave us alone." He has a point. We can't board the ship. I hadn't expected Isard's threat to the crew's families. I'd thought, given that we harmed no one last time, that we would have had cooperative crews. Wedge thought for a moment, then forced an edge into his voice. "Be advised, Alazi, that the same software that allowed us to bring you here will, when the correct signal is sent, purge your ship of atmosphere and slave itself to our Navicomp data. Your choice is not whether you come with us or not, but whether you do so alive or dead." He let that sink in for a moment or two. If they call my bluff, I let them off so they can tell others that we didn't kill them. It'll win us some goodwill, perhaps. "Your decision, Alazi?" Fear had returned to the captain's voice. "You'd kill us just to get this Bacta?" "I'd kill you to get the Bacta to those who need it. Isard unleashed a disease on Coruscant that kills 95% of the victims who go untreated. Which should I count as more valuable, the lives of a dozen freighter crewmen or the lives of billions?" "You'll help our families?" "You have my word on it." Silence fell for several heartbeats. Then the Alazi's captain spoke in a distant whisper. "I hope you know what you're doing. Alazi is yours." Wedge went back to the tactical frequency. "Gavin, Alazi is yours to shepherd on her rounds." "I copy, Wedge. Transmitting data to Alazi now. See you later." Gavin's X-Wing swung out and around to head toward the exit vector. The two Twi'leks swooped in, taking up positions on either of the Alazi's flanks, while the Shistavanin curled around and came up in the freighter's wake. As the Alazi came about to starboard and began its run up to light speed, a vastly huge white dagger thrust itself through the fabric of space on a course that cut in at the freighter's line of flight. Dread bubbled acid into Wedge's throat as the corruptor reverted to real space and opened up with its weaponry. Waves of green turbo-laser energy washed down from the Star Destroyer's port batteries. While not made for engaging snub fighters, firing at point-blank range, the gunners could hardly miss. The flank death seeds evaporated in a cloud of green plasma. The turbo-laser fire eroded all the sharp lines from Shield's X-Wing, reducing it from a sleek fighter to a fluid blob that slammed into the aft end of the Alazi. A second volley of fire from the Star Destroyer focused itself on the Bacta tanker. In an instant, the entire ship glowed orange, then the Bacta storage tanks exploded one after another. The superheated Bacta sprayed out and instantly congealed into delicate sheets of ice that mocked the violence of their birth. Similarly, the transparasteel and quadanium titanium alloy plates used in the freighter's manufacture twisted and flowed, tearing away and exploding outward before they congealed into a warped mockery of what the freighter had once been. Of Gavin, Wedge saw nothing. "Condition critical. Exit the system now on critical vector. Go, go!" Asser's voice pounded into Wedge's ears. "Wedge, what about—" "There's nothing left of Gavin." "Go, Asser, go now. Waiting around is just going to get you killed." Wedge hauled back on his stick and punched his throttle up to full. He glanced over to his left and saw Asser's X-wing hanging off his S-foil. 3 seconds to light speed." "I copy, Wedge." Wedge hit a button on his console and made the jump to light speed. The stars elongated, then sucked him into a tunnel of white light, but he felt as if he left his guts back in the system with the Corruptor. It had always been the plan to scatter and flee if Corruptor showed up, but to do that after taking losses made him feel horrible. 4 more are dead because of me. Part of him immediately rebelled at that thought, seeking to place blame elsewhere. If the Alazi's captain had not hesitated, then everyone would have been out of the system before Corruptor arrived. If Isard had not threatened the crews with the safety of their families, everything would have gone well. If Senator Palpatine hadn't been greedy, this situation never would have existed. Wedge closed his eyes against the omnipresent light of hyperspace. What happened back there is my responsibility. The operation had risks, but all operations have risks. Blaming myself for what happened isn't going to do me any good. What I need to do is learn from this situation, because Convarian is very good. He punched up a data request and got Minuk to break down the entry and exit vectors of the various ships, then had them overlaid on the system diagram. As the astromech did so, Wedge got his first glimmer of understanding. Corruptor's entry vector appeared very fortuitous, because it angled in on Alazi's exit vector, but it really was the same entry vector the freighters used to arrive in the system. Wedge whistled slowly. What that bit of data told him was that Convarian had waited at the previous transit point, had tracked the exit vectors of all the ships in his convoy, then had his people do an analysis of them. The 3 ships that deviated from the planned course were discovered, their course plotted, and the Corruptor came after them. Whether the freighters were hijacked or just had a poor navigator, Convarian came after them, intent on destroying them. His ship arrived in system and shot immediately. A chill crept into Wedge's body and puckered his flesh. Isard has never been one for compassion, and now she has a ship's captain who shares her contempt for it. We're lucky we only lost 4 of our pilots. I had hoped this war would be quick. I knew it would be dirty. We're going to have to be quicker and dirtier, and with Convarian and Isard opposing us, that's not going to be an easy task. 17. The sound of 1,000 individuals stamping their heels and coming to attention echoed through the Corruptor's hold as Fliri Voru followed Isan Isard from the belly of the shuttle. Voru looked out over the straight ranks of sailors and stormtroopers and allowed himself a smile. "Such a display of imperial might I've not seen since before I was sentenced to Kessel. The rebels may own Imperial Center and may have proclaimed themselves a new republic, but they will never know imperial splendor like this." At the base of the gangway, Isard paused and offered her hand to a small, lean man in a black uniform. The rank insignia he wore on his jacket's left breast bore only 6 color tabs, but the fact that he also wore 2 rank cylinders told Voru he was a commander, not a mere captain. Even so, because of his position of command on the ship and imperial tradition, addressing him as captain would be proper. And the way he genuflects before kissing Iceheart's proffered hand shows this Convarian is nothing if not proper. Convarian met Voru's offered hand with a strong grip. The man's sharp features, thick black hair, and blue eyes all combined to grant Convarian an intensity that surprised Voru. I had thought all such fire-eaters had been killed at Endor. This man is ambitious and therefore dangerous. If he were my subordinate, I would have him killed. Pleased to meet you, Captain Convarian.
And you, Minister Voru.
Convarian's mouth smiled, but any pleasure failed to register beyond the boundaries of his lips.
I am honored that you would deign to notice my ship and our exploits.
Isard, wearing her Scarlet Admiral's uniform, glanced back at him with faint amusement in her eyes.
You have shown initiative, Commander, and I always notice initiative. I should like to inspect your ship, if that is possible, but first I would speak to you in private.
Of course, Madam Director.
Convarian bowed, then pointed to an aisle through the middle of the bone-white ranks of stormtroopers.
My wardroom is this way.
Voru trailed behind Convarian and Isard. He noticed that Convarian matched his pace to that of Isard, and that she, in reaction to this, varied her gait and caused Convarian to do the same. Convarian's face gave no sign he noticed what was going on, or if he was annoyed by it or not. He merely looked up at Isard with rapt attention on his face, not sycophantically hanging on her every word, but receiving what she said as if it were advice worthy of his most sincere consideration. Voru suppressed a smile as he watched Convarian operate, because he knew the man had to be trying to balance two conflicting scenarios in his head. By sending the Corruptor after the errant ships, Convarian had succeeded in ambushing an Antilles operation and scattering his forces. By Convarian's estimate, Antilles lost a half-dozen ships, including several of the Uglies, known as Death Seeds by the Twi'leks who created them. Just knowing that some Twi'leks had thrown in with Antilles was valuable information itself, and Convarian would have been due some reward for just bringing that tidbit back from his mission. On the other hand, he had left the majority of his convoy uncovered and open to attack. Antilles had still gotten away with 2 ships, and Convarian had destroyed another Bacta freighter on his own initiative. His report had stated that the freighter was moving in conjunction with the pirates and did not acknowledge his initial hail, so he considered it hostile and destroyed it. Such decisiveness was the sort of thing Isard appreciated, but the loss of a Bacta freighter was a high price to pay for it. The hatch to the small wardroom closed behind Voru, trapping him in there with Isard and Convarian. Voru moved to the end of the room far from the door and seated himself at the corner of the rectangular black duraplast table that dominated the room. Convarian hovered closest to the far narrow end of the table, ready to take his place at the head of it if Isard did not wish that position for herself. Isard remained standing just inside the hatchway and stared at Convarian.
Your discovery of the deception concerning the freighters was impressive, Commander.
Thank you, but it was no more than should be expected from any of our personnel. I chose to wait for all my ships to be away because the rebels used the tactic of mist-jumping ships in the case of the Bacta convoy that Warlord Zinj ambushed at Alderaan. I had to assume that same tactic might be used again. Because of Corruptor's speed, I could arrive in sync with my ships at their destination, even if I delayed leaving. I had my navigators plot the outbound vectors for my ships and noticed 3 were off course. We plotted possible stopping points along that route and proceeded after them. It was a fairly basic pursuit operation.
Irritation flared in Isard's molten left eye.
And destroying the Alazi, was that no less than I should expect from our personnel?
As I explained in my report,
As you lied in your report.
Isard's eyes narrowed.
Analysis of your ship's data records show your gunners opened fire 3 seconds after reversion. A signal went out to Alazi 5 seconds after reversion, and the volley of shots that destroyed Alazi came 8 seconds after reversion. You chose to shoot regardless of their response.
Convarian's face constricted, pulling flesh taut over his cheekbones.
I shot in response to contingencies I had worked out prior to our arrival. Alazi was alone, which meant the other ships had already been captured and moved. Alazi had been disarmed and damaged. Because it was surrounded by hostile snub fighters and was moving in conjunction with them, I had to assume it was under their control. I was aware of your policy of punishing collaborators, and I chose to implement it immediately. Punishment delayed is punishment stripped of connection with the crime that triggered it. While Zukfra Alazi's crew will not have a chance to learn from their mistake, other crew of other ships know the policy is not an idle threat. So you chose to implement a policy without asking my permission?
Convarian nodded.
I did. And you are prepared to take full responsibility for doing so.
A slight hesitation marked Convarian's reply. I am. The downturned corners of Isard's mouth rose.
Then you will execute the families of those crewmen on the Alazi. We brought them with us in the shuttle.
Color drained from Convarian's face.
If that is your wish. What I wish, Captain Convarian, matters not.
Isard strode toward him and plucked the rank cylinder from the right side of Convarian's tunic.
What I order is all that matters. What initiative you take must be within your mission parameters. It must not exceed them. Do you understand me?
The naval man nodded, but Voru detected a stiffness to his motion, signifying resistance. Elements of the imperial military had never accepted Isard's de facto running of the government, which was why many of them proclaimed themselves warlords and created their own little empires. Those who had remained loyal, either to her or the concept of the empire, still could bristle when she gave orders. Convarian's head came up.
It is your order, then, Madam Director, that I kill the families of the crew of the Alazi?
Isard's head briefly flicked toward Convarian, but Voru doubted Convarian caught her slip.
That situation has been dealt with already, and does not need your attention. I have another task for you. Minister Voru, your briefing.
Voru pointed to the chair at the head of the table. Please be seated, Captain Convarian. As you know, Bacta is a precious fluid that is produced in limited amounts and only available from us, here on Typhira. All Bacta in the galaxy is produced under our license and is sold with our approval. If you need Bacta, there is only one place to get it. At least, that was the situation until Antilles and his people pirated the first convoy. What do you think they did with that Bacta?
It is rather clear they didn't sell it, since that is the obvious answer to the question.
Convarian shrugged reluctantly.
I have no idea what they did with it.
They gave it away. Much of it went to Coruscant, but we anticipated that. Voru pressed his hands flat against the tabletop. Because they used our ships and our crews to transport the Bacta, we know where it ended up. We have shorted future allotments to various worlds to make up for the Bacta they were supplied by Antilles, and we have charged them for that Bacta.
Convarian's expression eased. And they have paid?
Some have. Some have refused to do so. Voru smiled. This presents us with a problem.
Isard leaned forward, posting her arms on the table. If some do not pay, we appear weak, and others might balk at paying us. If they do not pay, they are as much thieves as Antilles and his people. So you have a policy you are going to order me to implement.
How perceptive of you, Captain. Voru nodded solemnly. We have a list of the worlds that received stolen Bacta. We have eliminated those worlds that have paid us, have made arrangements to pay us, or have sufficient resources to be able to pay us. We are left with a handful of target worlds that are too poor to afford the gift Antilles gave them. You will select one of them and take our Bacta back.
And if there is no Bacta to recover?
Isard straightened up and smiled most coldly.
If the Bacta is used up, it will have granted them health. You will take it back again.
Converian nodded.
It will be done.
Voru raised a hand. Not so quickly, Captain. There are some special caveats for what we want you to do. First and foremost, you will be taking along with you 2 companies of the Typheran Home Defense Corps and 1 squadron of their flyers to carry out the work that needs to be done.
But my Imperial troops will be much more efficient.
Indeed, but we want the Typherans to see the crimes of these worlds as crimes against them, not against Director Isard. We want the Typherans to get their hands dirty. If they are acting with us, they become complicit in our activities. They will make themselves targets for Antilles, which will bind them more tightly to us. By making them administer the punishment to these worlds, we give them an even greater stake in seeing that we remain here to help defend them, and we give them a reason to defend themselves.
Converian's eyes narrowed. You sound as if you truly think Antilles and his rabble can actually topple you.
Nonsense!
Isard dismissed that supposition with a wave of her hand.
There will come a point, however, when the new Republic considers what it is going to do about us and our control of the Bacta supply. They have refrained from causing trouble so far because they are reluctant to dabble in the internal politics of worlds. To do so would split their republic, since a number of worlds that declared independence and have joined them still have their imperial officials in place running things. Warlord Zinj has further distracted the new republic, but once he has been dealt with, they will again consider us.
Converian nodded. If our client states are afraid of losing their Bacta supply, they will not press for the Republic to do something about us. And if the Typherans back us fully, the new Republic would have to stage an invasion of Typhera to oust us.
Precisely.
Voru let Isard's comment echo in his ears, but he was not as confident of it as her voice suggested she was. Discounting Antilles entirely was a mistake, and one Isard should have known better than to make. While Voru believed the Antilles threat could be controlled and minimized, the only way it could be eliminated was by killing Antilles and destroying his power base. The network of contacts Voru had in place to gather information about Antilles was just beginning to report data to him, but so far it had been useless in trying to locate Antilles or figuring out what his long-term intentions were. Voru opened his hands and smiled at Converian. So, will you follow orders and punish a world for dealing with Antilles?
Shoot me the data files on the target worlds, and I will get back to you with plans for dealing with them in 2 days.
Converian stood.
You may select the final target or leave it up to me at your discretion. I would ask only one thing in return.
Isard arched an eyebrow at him.
And that is?
As you said before, my initiative is limited by my mission parameters.
Converian half smiled.
If you want the lesson to be learned by the maximum number of people, do me the favor of defining my mission as broadly as possible.
18. In many ways, Aiello Wessary could not believe she had decided to come along on the mission after all. She understood how important it was to undertake, and how much good it might do for the Ashern cause,
but at the most basic level she opposed it. It's murder, nothing less. When Elskal had proposed the operation, she'd used the euphemism sanction to describe what they would be doing to one of Zukfra's higher-ups, Aaron Dlarit. Dlarit, an older man, had been appointed a general in the Typheran Home Defense Corps. In the day-to-day operation of the THDC, he deferred to Major Barst Reut, but Dlarit strutted about in his uniform at a host of social functions. Local media had shown him any number of times assuring his fellow Zukfrans that the Ashern were under control and that happy days were on the way.
He's made himself an obvious target.
Elskal had opened her arms to emphasize her point.
If we take him out, we will rock Zufran society to its foundations.
Ayala had protested the whole idea. Dlarit is hardly a military target in any real sense. He's a fop. We can undercut him by hitting other targets and making his assurances lies.
We could, but hitting such sites still doesn't bring the nature of war home to the people. We need to frighten them deeply.
And hitting military targets won't do that?
Eventually. This will be faster.
Ayala frowned. Wouldn't just shooting random people accomplish the same thing? Elskal shrugged.
Probably. It's a backup plan.
You can't be serious. Ayala looked at the smaller woman in utter disbelief. That would be murder. This is murder for all intents and purposes. You can't kill innocent people.
Look, Ayala, there are no innocent people here.
Elskal planted fists on her hips.
Over the years, I've helped dozens of worlds liberate themselves from the imps, and part of each fight is making the populace wake up to what's really going on. People assume that if they say nothing and do nothing, they're not involved in the fight. But the fact is that their apathy is a tacit vote of support for the status quo. They have to be made to see that by making no choice, they have indeed made a choice. When they understand that, they begin to think about those choices, and we make choosing the imps out to be a very bad choice.
Ayala's head came up. Black Sun used to use that same rationale to justify murdering all sorts of folks.
There's a difference between Black Sun and us.
Oh, do tell.
Black Sun was all about greed and selfishness.
Elskal looked around at the humans and Vratics gathered in the room.
We're fighting for freedom, for the right to live the way we want to live. We're fighting for the only thing worth fighting for.
And if these people want to be ruled by the Empire?
They can consider our action an eviction notice.
Elskal's brown eyes narrowed.
You come from a law enforcement background where you are out to protect the innocent from the ravages of criminals. You could do that without resorting to this drastic inactivity because you had the weight of the government behind you. You had a justice system that would reinforce the will of the people. I understand that and respect it. By the same token, I also know that you saw criminals out there that you knew could only be stopped by a blaster bolt. That's what we're up against here. Dlarit might seem harmless, but he's helping prop up a system that keeps the Vratics in virtual slavery. He's propping up a system that means billions of individuals suffer needlessly from diseases because they cannot afford the cure. He's got the blood of everyone who died because of a lack of Bacta on his hands, as well as that of the families of the Alazi's crew.
Ayala had nodded. I can't deny the validity of what you're saying about Dlarit. Add to it the fact that his daughter spied on the Alliance for the imps and got Corrin captured. The problem still is that I'm uncomfortable with assassinating him, especially in his home.
The act has much more impact there. We'll make a hologram of the execution and start circulating it. That will get our point across, and fast, too.
And it will make us into ghouls. What about Dlarit's staff and his family? What do we do if they find us there?
The muscles at the corners of Elskull's jaw bunched.
Blasters do have stun settings.
Ayala had raised an eyebrow.
You sound as if you would kill his children, too. Erisi's his daughter. Hutlings grow up to be Huts. But leaving his minor children alive would show us to be capable of mercy for those who realize the error of their ways, correct?
Ayala had looked hard at her.
Correct. It'll make the operation more difficult, but it can be done.
Elskull had looked around the briefing room.
Any other philosophical objections, or can we get to planning?
There were none, so Elskull immediately moved into planning the assault. And what a job she did. Her experience in planning and executing operations showed through in how she broke down the Delaret Estate's security setup. Ayala had attended countless CorSec special operations briefings about raids on criminal strongholds, and Elskull's presentation was the equal of any of them in detail and foresight. To everyone's surprise, including her own, Ayala agreed to join the group of a dozen Ashern commandos volunteering for the operation. Elskull, Sixtus, and 3 of his Imp Special Naval Operations comrades formed the core of the group. Ayala, 2 Vratics, and 4 humans, all 4 of them Zaltan refugees, filled out the rest of the team. Each commando was issued a blaster carbine, dark clothing, a comlink, and a light armored vest with armored plates that covered them from throat to groin, front and back. Ayala knew the armor would be almost useless for stopping a blaster bolt, but even deflecting it from the body's midline meant the wound might be survivable. Ayala hunkered down behind the bole of a huge aconija tree. The humidity in the air helped retain the day's heat, and the vest made her none too comfortable. Even so, the slight whisper of a breeze helped cool her,
but it also hides some noises and creates others, keeping me on edge.
She blew a wisp of her light brown hair back out of her face and peered ahead into the darkness. Barely visible as hulking shadows, Sixtus and his companions worked their way forward through the rainforest that sheltered the Delaret estate. The estate itself was set on a small knoll at the foot of high mountains that had once been part of an extinct volcano. Holograms of the estate taken in daytime looked incredibly beautiful, with the natural stone building rising up out of the surrounding jungle like a small volcano itself. Huge waterfalls cascading down the mountainous backdrop added the last element to transform the estate into a paradise. They also provided the means for entering the estate. Most travel to and from the estate took place by air speeder. 45 kilometers of a twisting single-lane track connected the estate to the main thruway to the south, but several gates interdicted it, and a number of narrow passes between natural rock outcroppings made for perfect ambush points if an invasion were attempted along it. Likewise, a ring of well-hidden Komar tri-tracker air defense batteries meant approaching the estate in an airspeeder without authorization could be suicidal. Various sensor arrays positioned around the estate also monitored likely avenues of approach through the rainforest. Slicing into the planetary computers and making use of Zaltan surveillance satellites, the Ashern team had pulled down real-time holograms of the estate and the thermal images of the guards on their rounds. They also found the placement of the sensor devices in the rainforest and noted the human patrols tended to concentrate on the side of the estate facing the mountains and the waterfalls. After studying the specifications for the sensors in use around the estate, they realized that the sensors on the mountain side of the estate had been muted so the movement of water and the sound from the falls wouldn't constantly be triggering alarms. Entering the estate, they made their approach from the far side of the mountain and descended to the summit by dusk. Once darkness fell, they descended, keeping as close to the waterfalls as they could. They sped their descent by rappelling down beneath one of the longer falls,
letting the curtain of water hide them from the estate's censors. Once at the base of the mountains, they moved in along the fringes of the censor's range, cutting a labyrinthine path through the jungle. The Specnav troops led the way. Though they were as big as stormtroopers, Sixtus's men were deceptively swift and deathly quiet. Ayala was more than happy they were on her side. As scary as facing stormtroopers might have been, fighting against these men would have been worse. At one point they had been selected to join the Imperial Navy's most elite fighting unit, and the product of their skills proved that choice had been a wise one. Ayala heard a single click over her comlink, so she hurried forward, remaining low. She reached Elskull's side and looked off in the direction where the smaller woman pointed. Silhouetted against the lights from the house, she saw 2 Typheran Home Defense Corps guards wandering along. Elskull tapped her finger twice against her comlink, and huge shadows rose up to eclipse the guards. Ayala heard no screams or shots being fired, but another double click played over the comlink, indicating the guards had been neutralized. The rest of the group moved up to the edge of the clearing around the estate. Barely 25 meters separated them from the mansion's solarium. Ayala dropped to one knee next to one of the guards and felt for a pulse in his neck, but her hand encountered a sticky wetness that told her all she needed to know. The sound of a stun shot being fired, or the light from the blue burst, could have been seen. These men had to die. Elskull tapped 2 of the Specnav soldiers on the shoulders, and they sprinted forward across the lawn to the shadows beside the solarium. Ayala found herself holding her breath, waiting for a reaction from the house. A single click from the comlink told her the Specnavs felt safe. Elskull sent them a double click, and Ayala prepared herself to run. The Specnavs pulled an electronic device from an equipment satchel and slapped it over the solarium's door lock. Ayala saw lights on the device flicker and shift color, then 5 of them all burned green at the same time. They went out after 3 seconds, at which point one of the Specnavs pushed the door open. Another double click came through the comlink, and Ayala was up and running. With each step she braced herself for a shot from the darkness, a burning red bolt that would hit her, lift her up and send her flying across the yard. She'd seen it happen to others before, more times than she could remember. The look of surprise on the victim's face, as confident immortality dissolved into dismay and despair, haunted her. In death, especially violent death, no one ever looks pretty. She made it to the door and passed through, then cut to the left and hugged the wall on the other side of the doorway into the main house, opposite the first Specnav trooper. After her came Elskull, then Sixtus. They both ran through the doorway, then double-clicked an all clear, so Ayala and the Specnav moved up. Other members of the team fanned out through the mansion's lower floor and secured it without incident. Elskull and Sixtus moved up the stairway to the main floor. Ayala followed them and found the main floor dark, save for a muted yellow light coming through one open doorway further along the main hallway. The darkness didn't surprise her terribly much. The raid had been timed to reach the estate halfway between midnight and dawn, to take advantage of the fact that most people would be asleep. That a light was still on seemed odd, but carelessness couldn't be ruled out. Nor can someone's working late. That's supposed to be Delaret's office. Ayala crept forward cautiously. Though only 10 meters separated her from the lit doorway, she took 2 minutes to make it that distance. At the edge of the doorway, she tilted her head and got a quick glimpse into the room. What she saw prompted a smile and made her double-click her comlink and invite the others forward. She strode into the office and shook her head. Wearing his finest Typheran Home Defense Corps uniform,
Aaron Delaret sat sprawled in a high-backed chair behind his desk. The holoprojector plate built into the desk displayed a meter-tall replica of a monument featuring a larger-than-life statue of Delaret atop a pedestal. The hologram slowly rotated in the air, complete with a throng of miniature well-wishers gasping and applauding at its base. Elskull drew her blaster pistol and dropped her voice to a whisper.
"Get the holocam up here. He dies a monument to his own ego and misplaced trust in the Empire."
Ayala laid a hand on her arm.
"Wait, I have another idea. One that may work even better. He has to die. With what I have in mind, he will, but 1,000 times over."
Ayala drew her own pistol and clicked the selector lever over to stun.
"We've already killed 2 guards, so they know we're serious. Trust me, this will work. If I don't like it, he dies anyway."
Ayala smiled.
"You'll like it. We'll get more play out of it."
Ayala explained, and Elskull balked until Sixtus cracked a smile. That swung Elskull over, so Ayala fired one shot into the sleeping general, then set to work. The party exited the estate the same way they'd come in, and though burdened as Ayala was carrying away General Aaron Delaret's dress uniform, the journey seemed not nearly as hard as before. 19. Commander Irisi Delaret's TIE interceptor dropped from the belly of the Corruptor and let gravity seduce it down into Halinit's atmosphere. The cant-winged craft bucked a little as it entered the frigid planet's atmosphere, reminding Irisi that the interceptor would surrender some of its maneuverability to friction and drag. Maneuvers she could pull in the vacuum of space would get her killed below.
"The rebels refer to these fighters as squints, but in atmosphere I prefer to think of them as winces."
From the moment Isan Isard had appointed her to lead the Typheran Home Defense Corps Aerospace Wing, Irisi had lobbied hard to equip her 2 squadrons with X-Wings. While slower and slightly less agile than the Interceptor, the X-Wing's shields and ability to use proton torpedoes in addition to its lasers made it a superior fighter.
It mattered not at all how eloquently I argued, what facts I used. Isart would never have agreed to my request.
Irisi realized her own sense of superiority had collided full-on with Isard's need to see anything and everything Imperial as better than anything the Alliance had to oppose it.
Isard sees herself as the pinnacle of Imperial excellence and demands that everything else rises to her level. What I or others know counts as nothing to her, because we are not up to her standards.
Irisi really couldn't blame Isard for treating the Typherans and the THDC as the Empire's stupid inbred cousins. Though the Corruptor had already been en route to Halinit when the Ashern raid took place, word of it had been communicated to the ship. Her cheeks burned as the image of her father slumped naked in his chair exploded in her mind. Mortifying in the extreme, the incident meant that the Corruptor's Imperial crew felt no reason to hide their contempt for the THDC personnel on board. The fact that her father had been involved hurt her deeply. What made it even worse was that Ayala Wessery had been identified from the hologram. The imps took that as a sign that Antilles had entered into a full alliance with the Ashern, but Irisi read more into Ayala's participation.
Ayala caused my father to be embarrassed so as to get at me, to avenge herself for my betrayal of Corran and the rest of the rogues. This was a message directed at me by her, a private declaration of war.
Irisi glanced at her monitor and snarled into the comm unit.
4, close the formation up.
Behind her 4 interceptors came a quartet of the double-hulled TIE bombers. Her interceptors were nominally flying cover for the bombers, though once they dropped their thermal detonators and proton bombs to open up the main colony, the interceptors' mission changed to engaging ground targets and suppressing fire at the stormtrooper-laden shuttles that would follow. The TIE bombers swooped down through the air and spiraled in on their target. Arisi and her flight came around to follow them in. She couldn't help but remember countless training exercises where she'd used an X-wing to stoop like a hawk-bat on such lumbering craft.
2 would be dead in my initial pass, and the others would die as they attempted to flee.
Below her, the bombers began their runs. The thermal detonators fell lazily from the bombers as if harmless. Their explosions flashed golden light through the glacier and bled up into the great gouts of steam they produced. The light breeze below quickly cleared the steam off, revealing a hole roughly a kilometer around and nearly half that deep. Steaming water pooled in the bottom of it, and Arisi knew the thermal detonators had cleared the glacier down to the transparasteel canopy that protected the Halonid colony from the harsh climate of their world. The bomber's second pass eliminated the canopy. The high-yield proton bombs shattered the transparasteel shield, fragmenting the sheets at ground zero. A shockwave rippled through the double-walled barrier, ripping whole transparasteel plates free from both layers as it went. The warm air from beneath the shield rushed upward, blowing debris up and out, then condensed in the frigid air. At the same time, around the hole's jagged edges, cold air poured down into the colony. Rolling her interceptor up on the port stabilizer assembly, Arisi spiraled the fighter down in through the hole the bombs had created. The chasm into which she flew stretched out above and below her fighter like the grandest of Coruscant's boulevards. Long suspension bridges linked both sides of the chasm at various levels, and quickly icing over waterfalls splashed their way down into the depths in front of her. Lights from hundreds of viewports dotted the chasm's depths with yellow circles and squares. Arisi hit the triggers on her lasers. A stream of green laser darts scored a ragged line along one face of the chasm, piercing the viewports and reducing them to darkness. As she shot, she glanced at her primary monitor, waiting for the missile warning alarm to be activated.
It's going to be missiles or turbo lasers, and if they're going to use them, it'll have to be now.
She continued her flight deeper and deeper, strafing targets as she went. One line of fire scattered a crowd on a balcony. Another swept across a footbridge, chasing a man who foolishly thought himself faster than a laser bolt. Nearing the bottom of the chasm, she chopped her throttle back and pulled up in a loop, but not before filling the ice-crusted pools below with enough laser energy to start them boiling. She knew, with the canopy being breached and the ichthyoculture pools having been transformed into giant stew pots, that the Halonid colony was dead. Those who didn't freeze to death would starve, each a terrible way to die. She realized that her old comrades in Rogue Squadron would be horrified at the carnage, that she would have been if the Empire had carried this attack out on Typhira, but she felt no remorse for the people doomed by her action.
They were already dead.
Their need for Bacta had been desperate, because without it, their marginal colony could not survive. They could not afford Bacta because their colony was so poor. Hence, anyone with enough neurons to form a synapse would have seen that the only sensible thing to do was to abandon Halonid, or choose a method of exploiting the world to generate enough money so it could sustain itself.
I have no obligation to save the stupid from themselves. Even if we had given them Bacta, another crisis would have wiped them out. The fact that they refused to face reality does not make it incumbent upon me to shield them from the disaster they so fervently court.
Arisi's eyes narrowed as she started a strafing run back toward the surface.
And they compounded their stupidity by consorting with thieves and using Bacta for which they could not pay.
Despite the lack of fire defending the colony, she knew they were anything but a defenseless, inoffensive community. Their accepting the Bacta from Wedge and the others was the equivalent of stabbing a knife into the Typheran economy. If Typhera allowed them to do what they did, other worlds would similarly duck their obligations. Other individuals would emulate Wedge, and pirates would swarm over the Bacta convoys. The rightful reward for providing a vital fluid to the galaxy would be denied to Typhera in an attack as destructive as the one she was mounting. Rocketing up through the hole in the shield, Arisi rolled out and began a long elliptical orbit over the breached shield.
Interceptor 1 reporting. No hostile anti-ship fire in evidence.
We copy, 1. The captain congratulates you on your run and requests you to join him for the march through the colony.
I copy, Control. As ordered.
Arisi smiled.
We've shown Convarian that THDC pilots are not the incompetent nerf brains he thought we were. Now he will show me how powerful stormtroopers are, so I won't forget who is superior to whom. Not that I ever could, but I shall say nothing. Convarian would never believe himself to be my subordinate anyway.
Gavin didn't realize it was an explosion that had awakened him until a second and third blast sounded. He threw off thick layers of blankets. His Tatooine upbringing guaranteed that he felt cold even in Halonit's hot baths, and snarled as he thrust his feet into cold boots. He fastened them, then stood and strapped on his blaster belt as Farrell Court appeared in the doorway of his room. "What's happening?" Before Court could answer, Gavin's ears popped with the change in the colony's air pressure. Air began to rush out of the room, tugging at the hem of Court's cloak. The little man's face went ashen.
"They've breached the shield!"
Gavin grabbed him before he could fall. "Who's they?"
"Imperials, I guess. There's a Star Destroyer in orbit."
"Sith spawn! You should have gotten me up when it arrived." Gavin wanted to pound his head against the wall. He had been certain that he'd been careful enough to hide his trail so the corruptor couldn't follow him. When it showed up at the convoy hijacking, he'd immediately broken his flight and dove away from it. The Zukfra Alazi's bulk shielded him from the destroyer's turbolasers. He knew he was dead unless he exercised the only option available to him, a jump to light speed, which he did blindly. He held the jump for 15 seconds, which were the longest 15 seconds of his life. Jumping blind into hyperspace was about as stupid as making fat jokes around a hut, and nearly always as fatal. Coming out of hyperspace, he made a quick read of the area and had his R2 unit plot another short jump. He put his ship through a series of 7 such small jumps, doubling back and forth, then took a long jump out toward the rim. He landed on a small planet, got into and out of some trouble there, then began his run back to Yagdul. Because astronavigation had never been his strength, he was limited in his choices of destinations. To make the trip back as quickly as possible, making a long run to Halonit was his best route, because from there the trip to Yagdul could be accomplished with several short hops. He also thought there might be an off chance that Corrin and Ural wouldn't have left Halonit by the time he got there. Traveling to Halonit would run him pretty much out of fuel. He hoped the Halonits would give him some in return for the Bacta they'd been given, and with Corrin being there, he was certain they would fuel him up. Despite Corrin's absence, the Halonits had been more than happy to give Gavin fuel, but the problem was that they needed to synthesize it first. The process of refueling his fighter was to take 2 days, during which they tried to make him feel as much at home as possible. On a world sheathed in ice, with abundant amounts of water and a cuisine based on fish, making a Tatooine native feel at home was not easy. And now Corruptor has tracked me here, so I repay their hospitality with death. Gavin growled incoherently, then stopped and forced himself to think clearly. He thumbed on the comm link clipped to the lapel of his flight suit. "Jabaswa, give me a system start now." His R2 tootled something back at him. "I don't care, just do it. Turn on the fuel pumps and suck their synthesizer dry if you have to. Gavin out." He lifted Court away from his slump against the wall and set him on his feet. "Get me to the utility hangar now." Court's brown eyes unglazed.
Utility hangar, yes. Come, it's on the other side of the chasm.
Court led Gavin from the apartment he'd been given and out into one of the subterranean corridors running toward the chasm. Screaming people had begun to fill the corridor, but the small man deftly cut through them. Gavin shouldered his way through the thickening crowd and caught up with Court as they reached the walkway across the chasm. Gavin grabbed the back of Court's cloak and yanked him back out of the way of a green laser bolt. More of them played out in a line across the walkway, chasing down and burning the legs from a running man. The man's screams were swallowed by the whine of a TIE interceptor as it streaked past, and he rolled from the walkway to fall to oblivion. "Now go!" Gavin's shout carried above the screeching of the other interceptors strafing the chasm. Gavin started running, letting his long legs devour the distance. He let every ounce of panic he felt fuel his run, and he knew he was running faster than he ever had before. His lungs burned and his breath steamed, but the echoed whines of interceptor engines wouldn't let him stop until he reached the far side and the safety of the tunneled corridor. Court arrived 2 steps after he did, adrenaline having lent him speed enough to almost match the taller man's pace. Court moved into the lead, cutting and weaving through corridors and down ramps until they came out into a huge subterranean cavern with a huge steaming lake, 2 Bacta storage cylinders, a variety of old Xenomac and other tunneling devices, and Gavin's X-Wing. His fighter had been painted gold, with light red-orange crescents, creating a scale-like pattern. Near the front of the fighter, a mouth had been painted with large, white, dagger-like teeth. The proton torpedo launching ports had become the pupils of eyes. When asked how he wanted his X-Wing decorated, he'd chosen to make it over in the image of a krayt dragon, the most fearsome predator on all of Tatooine. He turned back to Court. "Look, this is my fault. They're here for me. I'll take off and lead them in a chase away from here. Get your people into defensible positions and hold out. These tunnels will make it tough on stormtroopers, so they'll withdraw when I'm gone." Court shook his head.
"We have no weapons."
The plaintive tone in his voice punched Gavin straight in the heart. "I never should have come here." He drew his blaster and pressed it into Court's hands. "Take this. Do what you can. I'll do something." Gavin ran to his X-Wing and clambered up on a mole miner to boost himself into the cockpit. Court disconnected the refueling lines, then backed away and tossed Gavin a salute. Gavin returned it, then pulled on his helmet and fastened his restraining straps. He left his life support gear on the floor of the cockpit, disdainful of the time it would take to pull it on. "If I go down out there, I'm dead anyway, so it doesn't much matter." He cut in the repulsor lift generators, retracted the landing gear, and feathered the throttle forward. The X-Wing headed toward the retracting metal doorway built into the mouth of the cavern. Beyond it, Gavin saw a translucent, glowing wall of white that he realized was snow that had drifted in against the door. He thumbed his fire control to lasers and linked them for dual fire, then hit the trigger. The snow barrier evaporated, so Gavin kicked his throttle forward and shot out into the halonid sky. Keeping the X-Wing low enough to skim the drifts, he headed out in a long loop through a valley that curved around to the north. 3 kilometers out from the cavern, he rolled up on the starboard S-foil and began to climb. As his sensors began to pick up imp fighters, He reached up and flipped the switch that brought his S-foils into attack position and locked them. A glance at his fuel indicator told him he had 10 minutes for fighting before he made his run out of the system. Halonid itself created a fairly insignificant gravity shadow in hyperspace. He needed to get away from the gas giant around which it orbited. No problem. 10 minutes is more than enough time to make the imps angry enough to chase me. Jawa Swag beeped at him, and Gavin smiled. You're right. The imps are flying in formation. They want to make this easy. Acquire 1, 2, and 3. With the sensor signature of each locked into his fire control computer, Gavin kept his fighter on the deck and closed to proton torpedo range. That course had him flying directly at the rising column of smoke and steam coming from the hold canopy. Jawaswag, get me a sensor record of all this, visual and everything. The droid hooted his assent. Gavin waited until he hit the outer fringes of range, then popped his weapons control over to proton torpedoes. He set them for single fire, then acquired the first interceptor. His heads-up display went from yellow to red, and the R2's keening wail filled the cockpit. He hit the trigger, shifted to the second target, got a tone, and fired a second torpedo. The first torpedo lanced up from the snowy landscape and smashed full into the interceptor's cockpit. The subsequent explosions shredded the quadanium solar panels, sowing chaff and debris in the path of the other two ties. The second torpedo blasted into the left wing of its target, snapping it off, then exploded right behind the cockpit. The interceptor just disintegrated, its scattered pieces clipping the last interceptor. That squint immediately heeled over in a roll and dove for the planet. Gavin tried to get a lock on it, but it fell too quickly. Slight adjustments to its course told him it was still under power, but he doubted the pilot could recover from that sharp a dive. He's going in. Gavin braced for the explosion and fireball as he came up over a little crest, but the interceptor didn't crash. Instead, it plunged in through the base of the steam plume and into the chasm that was the heart of the Halonid colony. No one gets away that easy. Gavin switched back to lasers and brought the X-wing up in a lazy loop that he took over the top. The black hole in the planet's white blanket loomed before him like the mouth of a krayt dragon. He ignored the spark of fear in his guts and evened out the power to his shields. The people of Halonid might be defenseless, but I'm not. Now you pay for the fun you've had. Irisi spotted the two Lambda-class shuttles flying down. Their wings began to retract as they prepared to land near the colony's surface entrance. She brought her interceptor around and vectored in toward the landing site. With the flick of a switch, she cut in her repulsor lift coils and extended the interceptor's landing gear, even though she expected them to sink into the snow. Nice to have a ship with the hatch on top. She keyed her comm unit. Bascom, you have command of the flight. Continue to orbit, but do not make another chasm run unless it is specifically requested of you. As ordered, Commander. The first shuttle landed and disgorged two squads of stormtroopers in their cold weather gear. The stormtroopers dashed into the opening of an ice cavern the colony used as a shelter for visitors' personal spacecraft. Red lights flashed from within, bathing the snow with the color of blood. Then some black smoke slowly drifted up through the narrow opening. Looks like they're in. Irisi waited for the second shuttle to land before she popped the hatch on her fighter. The cold immediately cut through her flight suit, yet despite it, she removed her heavy helmet. The sweat in her hair froze immediately, but she ignored it. Climbing up out of the hatch, she slid down the curve of the cockpit and found the snow crust sufficiently solid to bear her weight. Leaving her blaster in the shoulder holster she wore, she strode across Halonid's frozen face and fell in beside the black-clad Captain 8 Convarian. The Imperial officer acknowledged her presence with a nod she felt was calculated to be mildly dismissive of her, even though she towered over him. Sandwiched between stormtrooper phalanxes, they wordlessly made their way into the ice cavern and to the heatlock beyond it. The doors had been blasted open, and the rush of warm air filled the cavern. Steam and smoke hovered in a low cloud, trapped by the cavern's roof. Convarian preceded her into a rough-hewn tunnel, stepping over the sprawled body of a civilian. They continued on until they reached a vista point at one end of an elevated walkway bridging both sides of the chasm. Stormtroopers held both sides of it, with the pair guarding that end, bringing their blaster carbines up across their chests when Convarian appeared. Fists planted on his hips, Convarian surveyed the damage. Screams echoed through the chasm, chased by the piercing whine of blaster fire. Red lights lit previously dark transparisteel viewports, and red laser bolts reached out to knock fleeing figures from some of the other bridges. Convarian looked back over his shoulder at Arisi. "You were unopposed in here?"
"Yes, Captain, we were. Flying in here was not easy, but we made our passes without mishap."
"Good. Wouldn't want your people to get bloodied in their first engagement." He waved his right hand around to take in the whole of the colony.